Chapter 13 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Embassy. The brethren and Rosamund looked at each other, for having so much to say it seemed that they could not speak at all. Then with a low cry Rosamund said, "Oh, let us thank God, who after all these black months of travel and of danger has thus brought us together again." And kneeling down there together in the guest hall of the Lord of Death, they gave thanks earnestly. Then moving to the centre of the chamber, where they thought that none could hear them, they began to speak in low voices and in English. "Tell your tale first, Rosamund," said Godwin. She told it as shortly as she could, they listening without a word. Then Godwin spoke and told her theirs. Rosamund heard it and asked a question almost in a whisper. "Why does that beautiful dark-haired woman befriend you?" "I do not know," answered Godwin, "unless it is because of the accident of my having saved her from the lion." Rosamund looked at him and smiled a little, and Wulf smiled also. Then she said, "Blessings be on that lion and all its tribe. I pray that she may not soon forget the deed, for it seems that our lives hang upon her favour. How strange is the story, and how desperate our case! How strange also that you should have come on hither against her counsel, which, seeing what we have, I think was honest." "We were led," answered Godwin. "Your father had wisdom at his death, and saw what we could not see." "Ay," added Wulf, "but I would that it had been into some other place, for I fear this Lord Al-Jabal, at whose nod men hurl themselves to death." "He is hateful," answered Rosamund with a shudder, "worse even than the knight Lozelle, and when he fixes his eyes on me my heart grows sick. Oh, that we could escape this place!" "An eel in an osier trap has more chance of freedom," said Wulf gloomily. "Let us at least be thankful that we are caged together. For how long, I wonder?" As he spoke, Masuda appeared, attended by waiting women, and bowing to Rosamund said, "It is the will of the master, lady, that I lead you to the chambers that have been made ready for you, there to rest until the hour of the feast. Fear not, you shall meet your brethren then. You knights have leave, if it so pleases you, to exercise your horses in the garden. They stand saddled in the courtyard, to which this woman will bring you." And she pointed to one of those two maids who had cleaned the armour. "And with them are guides and an escort." "She means that we must go," muttered Godwin, adding aloud, "Farewell, sister, until tonight." So they parted, unwillingly enough. In the courtyard they found the horses Flame and Smoke, as they had been told, also a mounted escort of 4 fierce-looking fedais and an officer. When they were in the saddle, this man, motioning to them to follow him, passed by an archway out of the courtyard into the gardens. Hence ran a broad road strewn with sand, along which he began to gallop. This road followed the gulf which encircled the citadel and inner town of Masyaf, that was, as it were, an island on a mountain top, with a circumference of over 3 miles. As they went, the gulf always on their right hand, holding in their horses to prevent their passing that of their guide, swift as it was, they saw another troop approaching them. This was also preceded by an officer of the assassins, as these servants of Al-Jabal were called by the Franks, and behind him, mounted on a splendid coal-black steed, and followed by guards, rode a mail-clad Frankish knight. "It is Lozelle," said Wulf, "upon the horse that Sinan promised him." At the sight of the man a fury took hold of Godwin. With a shout of warning he drew his sword. Lozelle saw and out leapt his blade in answer. Then sweeping past the officers who were with them, and reining up their steeds, in a second they were face to face. Lizelle struck first, and Godwin caught the stroke upon his buckler. But before he could return it, the fedais of either party rushed between them and thrust them asunder. "A pity," said Godwin, as they dragged his horse away. "Had they left us alone, I think, brother, I might have saved you a moonlight duel." "That I do not want to miss, but the chance at his head was good, if those fellows would have let you take it," answered Wulf reflectively. Then the horses began to gallop again, and they saw no more of Lizelle. Now, skirting the edge of the town, they came to the narrow wall-less bridge that spanned the gulf between it and the outer gate and city. Here the officer wheeled his horse, and, beckoning to them to follow, charged it at full gallop. After him went the brethren, Godwin first, then Wulf. In the deep gateway on the further side they reined up. The captain turned, and began to gallop back faster than he had come, as fast indeed as his good beast would travel. "Pass him!" cried Godwin, and shaking the reins loose upon the neck of Flame, he called to it aloud. Forward it sprang, with smoke at its heels. Now they had overtaken the captain, and now even on that narrow way they had swept past him. Not an inch was there to spare between them and the abyss, and the man, brave as he was, expecting to be thrust to death, clung to his horse's mane with terror in his eyes. On the city side, the brethren pulled up, laughing among the astonished fedais who had waited for them there. "By the signet!" cried the officer, thinking that the knights could not understand. "These are not men, they are devils, and their horses are goats of the mountains. I thought to frighten them, but it is I who was frightened, for they swept past me like eagles of the air." "Gallant riders and swift, well-trained steeds," answered one of the fedais, with admiration in his voice. "The fight at the full moon will be worth our seeing." Then once more they took the sand-strewn road and galloped on. Thrice they passed round the city thus, the last time by themselves, for the captain and the fedais were far outstripped. Indeed, it was not until they had unsaddled Flame and Smoke in their stalls that these appeared, spurring their foaming horses. Taking no heed of them, the brethren thrust aside the grooms, dressed their steeds down, fed and watered them. Then, having seen them eat, there being no more to do, they walked back to the guest-house, hoping to find Rosamund. But they found no Rosamund, so they sat down together and talked of the wonderful things that had befallen them, and of what might befall them in the future, of the mercy of heaven also, which had brought them all three together safe and sound, although it was in this house of hell. So the time passed on, till about the hour of sunset the women servants came and led them to the bath, where the black slaves washed and perfumed them, clothing them in fresh robes above their armour. When they came out, the sun was down, and the women, bearing torches in their hands, conducted them to a great and gorgeous hall, which they had not seen before, built of fretted stone and having a carved and painted roof. Along one side of this hall, that was lit with cressets, were a number of round-headed open arches, supported by elegant white columns, and beyond these a marble terrace with flights of steps, which led to the gardens beneath. On the floor of this hall, each seated upon his cushion, beside low tables inlaid with pearl, sat the guests, 100 or more, all dressed in white robes on which the red dagger was blazoned, and all as silent as though they were asleep. When the brethren reached the place, the women left them, and servants with gold chains round their necks escorted them to the dais in the middle of the hall, where were many cushions as yet unoccupied, arranged in a semicircle, of which the centre was a divan, higher and more gorgeous than the rest. Here places were pointed out to them opposite the divan, and they took their stand by them. They had not long to wait, for presently there was a sound of music, and heralded by troops of singing women, the Lord Sinan approached, walking slowly down the length of the great hall. It was a strange procession, for after the woman came the aged, white-robed dais, then the Lord Al-Jabal himself, clad now in his blood-red festal robe, and wearing jewels on his turban. Around him marched 4 slaves, black as ebony, each of whom held a flaming torch on high, while behind followed the 2 gigantic guards, who had stood sentry over him when he sat under the canopy of justice. As he advanced down the hall, every man in it rose and prostrated himself, and so remained until their lord was seated, save only the 2 brethren, who stood erect like the survivors among the slain of battle. Settling himself among the cushions at one end of the divan, he waved his hand, whereon the feasters, and with them Godwin and Wulf, sat themselves down. Now there was a pause, while Sinan glanced along the hall impatiently. Soon the brethren saw why, since at the end opposite to that by which he had entered appeared more singing women, and after them, also escorted by 4 black torch-bearers, only these were women, walked Rosamund, and behind her Masuda. Rosamund it was without doubt, but Rosamund transformed, for now she seemed an Eastern queen. Round her head was a coronet of gems, from which hung a veil, but not so as to hide her face. Jewelled, too, were her heavy plaits of hair, jewelled the rose silk garments that she wore, the girdle at her waist, her naked ivory arms, and even the slippers on her feet. As she approached in her royal-looking beauty, all the guests at that strange feast stared first at her and next at each other. Then, as though by a single impulse, they rose and bowed. "What can this mean?" muttered Wulf to Godwin, as they did likewise. But Godwin made no answer. On came Rosamund, and now, behold, the Lord Al-Jabal rose also, and, giving her his hand, seated her by him on the divan. "Show no surprise, Wulf," muttered Godwin, who had caught a warning look in the eyes of Masuda, as she took up her position behind Rosamund. Now the feast began. Slaves running to and fro set dish after dish, filled with strange and savoury meats, upon the little inlaid tables, those that were served to Sinan and his guests, fashioned, all of them, of silver or of gold. Godwin and Wulf ate, though not for hunger's sake, but of what they ate they remembered nothing, who were watching Sinan and straining their ears to catch all he said, without seeming to take note or listen. Although she strove to hide it and to appear indifferent, it was plain to them that Rosamund was much afraid. Again and again Sinan presented to her choice morsels of food, sometimes on the dishes and sometimes with his fingers, and these she was obliged to take. All the while also he devoured her with his fierce eyes, so that she shrank away from him to the furthest limit of the divan. Then wine, perfumed and spiced, was brought in golden cups, of which, having drunk, he offered to Rosamund. But she shook her head and asked Masuda for water, saying that she touched nothing stronger, and it was given her, cooled with snow. The brethren asked for water also, whereon Sinan looked at them suspiciously, and demanded the reason. Godwin replied through Masuda that they were under oath to touch no wine till they returned to their own country, having fulfilled their mission. To this he answered meaningly that it was good and right to keep oaths, but he feared that theirs would make them water drinkers for the rest of their lives, a saying at which their hearts sank. Now the wine that he had drunk took hold of Sinan, and he began to talk, who without it was so silent.
"You met the Frank Lozelle today,"
he said to Godwin through Masuda,
"when riding in my gardens, and drew your sword on him. Why did you not kill him? Is he the better man?"
"It seems not, as once before I worsted him, and I sit here unhurt, Lord," answered Godwin. "Your servants thrust between and separated us."
"Ay," replied Sinan, "I remember they had orders. Still, I would that you had killed him, the unbelieving dog, who has dared to lift his eyes to this rose of roses, your sister. Fear not,"
he went on, addressing Rosamund.
"He shall offer you no more insult, who are henceforth under the protection of the signet."
And stretching out his thin, cruel-looking hand, on which gleamed the ring of power, he patted her on the arm. All of these things Masuda translated, while Rosamund dropped her head to hide her face, although on it were not the blushes that he thought, but loathing and alarm. Wulf glared at the Aljabal, whose head by good fortune was turned away, and so fierce was the rage swelling in his heart that a mist seemed to gather before his eyes, and through it this devilish chief of a people of murderers, clothed in his robe of flaming red, looked like a man steeped in blood. The thought came to him suddenly that he would make him what he looked, and his hand passed to his sword hilt. But Godwin saw the terror in Masuda's eyes, saw Wulf's hand also, and guessed what was about to chance. With a swift movement of his arm he struck a golden dish from the table to the marble floor, then said in a clear voice in French, "Brother, be not so awkward. Pick up that dish and answer the Lord Sinan as is your right. I mean, touching the matter of Lozelle." Wulf stooped to obey, and his mind cleared, which had been so near to madness. "I wish it not, Lord," he said, "who, if I can, have your good leave to slay this fellow on the third night from now. If I fail, then let my brother take my place, but not before."
"Yes, I forgot," said Sinan. "So I decree, and that will be a fight I wish to see. If he kills you, then your brother shall meet him, and if he kills you both, then perhaps I, Sinan, will meet him, in my own fashion. Sweet lady, knowing where the course is laid, say, do you fear to see this fray?"
Rosamund's face paled, but she answered proudly, "Why should I fear what my brethren do not fear? They are brave knights, bred to arms, and God, in whose hand are all our destinies, even yours, O Lord of Death, he will guard the right." When this speech was translated to him, Sinan quailed a little. Then he answered,
"Lady, know that I am the voice and prophet of Allah. Ay, and his sword to punish evildoers and those who do not believe. Well, if what I hear is true, your brethren are skilled horsemen, who even dared to pass my servant on the narrow bridge, so victory may rest with them. Tell me, which of them do you love the least? For he shall first face the sword of Lozelle."
Now, as Rosamund prepared herself to answer, Masuda scanned her face through her half-closed eyes. But whatever she may have felt within, it remained calm and cold, as though it were cut in stone. "To me they are as one man," she said. "When one speaks, both speak. I love them equally."
"Then, guest of my heart, it shall go as I have said. Brother Blue Eyes shall fight first, and if he falls, then Brother Grey Eyes. The feast is ended, and it is my hour for prayer. Slaves, bid the people fill their cups. Lady, I pray of you, stand forward on the dais."
She obeyed, and at a sign the black slave women gathered behind her with their flaming torches. Then Sinan rose also and cried with a loud voice, "Servants of Al-Jabal, pledge, I command you, this flower of flowers, the high-born princess of Baalbek, the niece of the Sultan Saladin, whom men call the Great," and he sneered, "though he be not so great as I, this queen of maids, who soon—" Then checking himself, he drank off his wine, and with a low bow presented the empty jewelled cup to Rosamund. All the company drank also, and shouted till the hall rang, for her loveliness as she stood thus, in the fierce light of the torches, aflame as these men were with the vision-breeding wine of Al-Jabal, moved them to madness. "Queen! Queen!" they shouted. "Queen of our master and of us all!" Sinan heard and smiled. Then motioning for silence, he took the hand of Rosamund, kissed it, and turning, passed from the hall, preceded by his singing women, and surrounded by the dais and the guards. Godwin and Wulf stepped forward to speak with Rosamund, but Masuda interposed herself between them, saying in a cold, clear voice, "It is not permitted. Go, knights, and cool your brows in yonder garden, where sweet water runs. Your sister is my charge. Fear not, for she is guarded." "Come," said Godwin to Wulf, "we had best obey." So together they walked through the crowd of those feasters that remained, for most of them had already left the hall, who made way, not without reverence, for the brethren of this new star of beauty, onto the terrace, and from the terrace into the gardens. Here they stood a while in the sweet freshness of the night, which was very grateful after the heated, perfume-laden air of the banquet, then began to wander up and down among the scented trees and flowers. The moon, floating on a cloudless sky, was almost at its full, and by her light they saw a wondrous scene. Under many of the trees, and in tents set about here and there, rugs were spread, and to them came men who had drunk of the wine of the feast, and cast themselves down to sleep. "Are they drunk?" asked Wulf. "It would seem so," answered Godwin. Yet these men appeared to be mad rather than drunk, for they walked steadily enough, but with wide-set dreamy eyes, nor did they seem to sleep upon the rugs, but lay there staring at the sky and muttering with their lips, their faces steeped in a strange, unholy rapture. Sometimes they would rise and walk a few paces with outstretched arms, till the arms closed as though they clasped something invisible, to which they bent their heads to babble a while. Then they walked back to their rugs again, where they remained silent. As they lay thus, white-veiled women appeared, who crouched by the heads of these sleepers, murmured into their ears, and when from time to time they sat up, gave them to drink from cups they carried, after partaking of which they lay down again, and became quite senseless. Only the women would move on to others and serve them likewise. Some of them approached the brethren with a slow gliding motion, and offered them the cup, but they walked forward, taking no notice, whereupon the girls left them, laughing softly, and saying such things as, "Tomorrow we shall meet," or "Soon you will be glad to drink and enter into paradise." "When the time comes, doubtless we shall be glad, who have dwelt here," answered Godwin gravely, but as he spoke in French they did not understand him. "Step out, brother," said Wulf, "for at the very sight of those rugs I grow sleepy, and the wine in the cup sparkles as bright as their bearers' eyes." So they walked on towards the sound of the waterfall, and when they came to it, drank, and bathed their faces and heads. "This is better than their wine," said Wulf. Then catching sight of more women flitting around them, looking like ghosts amid the moonlit glades, They pressed forward till they reached an open sward, where there were no rugs, no sleepers, and no cupbearers. "Now," said Wulf, halting, "tell me, what does all this mean?" "Are you deaf and blind?" said Godwin. "Cannot you see that yonder fiend is in love with Rosamund, and means to take her, as he well may do?" Wulf groaned aloud, then answered, "I swear that first I will send his soul to hell, even though our own must keep it company." "Ay," answered Godwin, "I saw. You went near it tonight. But remember, that is the end for all of us. Let us wait then to strike until we must, to save her from worse things. Who knows that we may find another chance? Meanwhile, and again he groaned. Among those ornaments that hung about the waist of Rosamund, I saw a jewelled knife," answered Godwin sadly. "She can be trusted to use it if need be, and after that we can be trusted to do our worst. At least I think that we should die in a fashion that would be remembered in this mountain." As they spoke, they had loitered towards the edge of the glade, and halting there stood silent, till presently from under the shadow of a cedar tree appeared a solitary, white-robed woman. "Let us be going," said Wulf. "Here is another of them with her accursed cup." But before they could turn, the woman glided up to them, and suddenly unveiled. It was Masuda. "Follow me, brothers Peter and John," she said in a laughing whisper. "I have words to say to you." "What? You will not drink?" "While it is wisest." And emptying the cup upon the ground, she flitted ahead of them. Silently as a wraith she went, now appearing in the open spaces, now vanishing beneath the dense gloom of cedar boughs, till she reached a naked lonely rock, which stood almost upon the edge of the gulf. Opposite to this rock was a great mound, such as ancient peoples reared over the bodies of their dead, and in the mound, cunningly hidden by growing shrubs, a massive door. Masuda took a key from her girdle, and having looked round to see that they were alone, unlocked it. "Enter," she said, pushing them before her. They obeyed, and through the darkness within heard her close the door. "Now we are safe for a while," she said with a sigh, "or at least so I think. But I will lead you to where there is more light." Then taking each of them by the hand, she went forward along a smooth incline, till presently they saw the moonlight, and by it discovered that they stood at the mouth of a cave, which was fringed with bushes. Running up from the depths of the gulf below to this opening was a ridge or shoulder of rock, very steep and narrow. "See, the only road that leads from the citadel of Masyaf, save that across the bridge," said Masuda. "A bad one," answered Wulf, staring downward. "Ay, yet horses trained to rocks can follow it. At its foot is the bottom of the gulf, and a mile or more away to the left, a deep cleft, which leads to the top of the mountain and to freedom. Will you not take it now? By tomorrow's dawn you might be far away." "And where would the Lady Rosamund be?" asked Wulf. "In the harem of Lord Sinan. That is very soon," she answered coolly. "Oh, say it not!" he exclaimed, clasping her arm, while Godwin leaned back against the wall of the cave. "Why should I hide the truth? Have you no eyes to see that he is enamoured with her loveliness, like others? Listen, a while ago my master Sinan chanced to lose his queen. How we need not ask, but it is said that she wearied him. Now, as he must by law, he mourns for her a month, from full moon to full moon. But on the day after the full moon, that is, the third morning from now, he may wed again, and I think there will be a marriage. Till then, however, your sister is as safe as though she yet sat at home in England, before Saladin dreamed his dream. Therefore, said Godwin, within that time she must either escape or die. There is a third way, answered Masuda, shrugging her shoulders. She might stay and become the wife of Sinan. Wulf muttered something between his teeth, then stepped towards her threateningly, saying, Rescue her, or stand back, Pilgrim John, she said with a laugh. If I rescue her, which indeed would be hard, it will not be for fear of your great sword. What then will avail, Masuda? Asked Godwin in a sad voice. To promise you money would be useless, even if we could. I am glad that you spared me that insult, she replied with flashing eyes, for then there had been an end. Yet, she added more humbly, seeing my home and business and what I appear to be, and she glanced at her dress and the empty cup in her hand, it had not been strange. Now hear me, and forget no word. At present you are in favour with Sinan, who believes you to be the brothers of the Lady Rosamund, not her lovers. But from the moment he learns the truth, your doom is sealed. Now what the Frank Lozelle knows, that the Al-Jabal may know at any time, and will know if these should meet. Meanwhile you are free, so tomorrow, while you ride about the garden, as you will do, take note of the tall rock that stands without, and how to reach it from any point, even in the dark. Tomorrow also, when the moon is up, they will lead you to the narrow bridge, to ride your horses to and fro there, that they may learn not to fear it in that light. When you have stabled them, go into the gardens and come hither unobserved, as the place being so far away you can do. The guards will let you pass, thinking only that you desire to drink a cup of wine with some fair friend, as is the custom of our guests. Enter this cave, here is the key. And she handed it to Wulf. And if I be not here, await me. Then I will tell you my plan, if I have any. But until then I must scheme and think. Now it grows late. Go. And you, Masuda, said Godwin doubtfully, how will you escape this place? By a road you do not know of, for I am mistress of the secrets of this city. Still I thank you for your thought of me. Go, I say, and lock the door behind you. So they went in silence, doing as she bade them, and walked back through the gardens, that now seemed empty enough, to the stable entrance of the guest-house, where the guards admitted them without question. That night the brethren slept together in one bed, fearing that if they lay separate, they might be searched in their sleep and not awake. Indeed, it seemed to them that, as before, they heard footsteps and voices in the dark. Next morning, when they had breakfast, they loitered a while, hoping to win speech with Rosamund, or sight of her, or at the least that Masuda would come to them. But they saw no Rosamund, and no Masuda came. At length an officer appeared, and beckoned to them to follow him. So they followed, and were led through the halls and passages to the terrace of justice, where Sinan, clad in his black robe, sat as before beneath a canopy in the midst of the sunlit marble floor. There too, beside him, also beneath the canopy and gorgeously apparelled, sat Rosamund. They strove to advance and speak with her, but guests came between them, pointing out a place where they must stand a few yards away. Only Wulf said in a loud voice in English, "Tell us, Rosamund, is all well with you?" Lifting her pale face, she smiled, then nodded. Then at the bidding of Sinan, Masuda commanded them to be silent, saying that it was not lawful for them to speak to the Lord of the Mountain, or his companion, unless they were first bidden so to do. So having learnt what they wished to know, they were silent. Now some of the Deis drew near the canopy, and consulted with their master on what seemed to be a great matter, for their faces were troubled. Presently he gave an order, whereon they resumed their seats, and messengers left the terrace. When they appeared again, in their company, were 3 noble-looking Saracens, who were accompanied by a retinue of servants, and wore green turbans, showing that they were descendants of the Prophet. These men, who seemed weary with long travel, marched up the terrace with a proud mien, not looking at the Deis or anyone, until they saw the brethren standing side by side, at whom they stared a little. Next they caught sight of Rosamund, sitting in the shadow of the canopy, and bowed to her, but of the Al-Jabal they took no notice.
"Who are you, and what is your pleasure?"
asked Sinan, after he had eyed them a while.
"I am the ruler of this country. These are my ministers."
And he pointed to the Deis.
"And here is my scepter."
And he touched the blood-red dagger broidered on his robe of black. Now that Sinan had declared himself, the embassy bowed to him, courteously enough. Then their spokesman answered him. "That scepter we know. It has been seen afar. Twice already we have cut down its bearers, even in the tent of our master. Lord of murder, we acknowledge the emblem of murder, and we bow to you whose title is the great murderer. As for our mission, it is thus. We are the ambassadors of Saladin, commander of the faithful, Sultan of the East. In these papers signed with his signet are our credentials, if you would read them."
"So," answered Sinan, "I have heard of that chief. What is his will with me?"
"This, Al-Jabal, a Frank in your pay and a traitor, has betrayed to you a certain lady, niece of Saladin, the princess of Baalbek, whose father was a Frankish noble named Darcy, and who herself is named Rose of the World. The Sultan, Saladin, having been informed of this matter by his servant, the Prince Hassan, who escaped from your soldiers, demands that this lady, his niece, be delivered to him forthwith, and with her the head of the Frank Lozelle."
"The head of the Frank Lozelle he may have, if he will, after tomorrow night. The lady I keep,"
snarled Sinan.
"What then?"
"Then, Al-Jabal, in the name of Saladin, we declare war on you, war till this high place of yours is pulled stone from stone, war till your tribe be dead, till the last man, woman, and child be slain, until your carcass is tossed to the crows to feed on." Now Sinan rose in fury and rent at his beard.
"Go back," he said, "and tell that dog you name a sultan, that low as he is, the humble-born son of Ayub, I, Al-Jabal, do him an honor that he does not observe. My queen is dead, and 2 days from now, when my month of mourning is expired, I shall take to wife his niece, the princess of Baalbek, who sits here beside me, my bride elect."
At these words Rosamund, who had been listening intently, started like one who had been stung by a snake, put her hands before her face, and groaned. "Princess," said the ambassador, who was watching her, "you seem to understand our language. Is this your will, to mate your noble blood with that of the heretic chief of the assassins?" "Nay, nay," she cried. "It is no will of mine, who am a helpless prisoner and by faith a Christian. If my uncle Saladin is indeed as great as I have heard, then let him show his power and deliver me, and with me these my brethren, the knights, Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf."
"So you speak Arabic," said Sinan. "Good. our loving converse will be easier, and for the rest, well the whims of women change. Now, you messengers of Saladin, be gone, lest I send you on a longer journey, and tell your master that if he dares to lift his standards against my walls, my Fedais shall speak with him. By day and by night, not for one moment shall he be safe. Poison shall lurk in his cup, and a dagger in his bed. Let him kill 100 of them, and another 100 shall appear. His most trusted guards shall be his executioners. The woman in his harem shall bring him to his doom. Death shall be in the very air he breathes. If he would escape it, therefore, let him hide himself within the walls of his city of Damascus, or amuse himself with wars against the mad cross-worshippers, and leave me to live in peace with this lady whom I have chosen.
Great words, worthy of the great assassin, said the ambassador.
Great words in truth, which shall be followed by great deeds. What chance has this lord of yours against a nation sworn to obey to the death? You smile. Then come hither, you, and you.
And he summoned 2 of his dais by name. They rose and bowed before him.
Now, my worthy servants, he said, show these heretic dogs how you obey, that their master may learn the power of your master. You are old and weary of life. Begone, and await me in paradise.
The old men bowed again, trembling a little, then straightened themselves. Without a word, they ran side by side and leapt into the abyss.
Has Saladin's servants such as these?
Asked Sinan, in the silence that followed.
Well, what they have done all would do, if I bid them slay him. Back now, and if you will take these Franks with you, who are my guests, that they may bear witness of what you have seen, and of the state in which you left their sister, translate to the knights, woman.
So Masuda translated. Then Godwin answered through her, We understand little of this matter, who are ignorant of your tongue. But, O Al-Jabal, ere we leave your sheltering roof, we have a quarrel to settle with the man Lozelle. After that, with your permission, we will go, but not before. Now Rosamund sighed as if in relief, and Sinan answered,
As you will, so be it.
Adding,
Give these envoys food and drink before they go.
But their spokesman answered, We partake not of the bread and salt of murderers, lest we should become of their fellowship. Al-Jabal we depart, but within a week we appear again in the company of 10,000 spears, and on one of them shall your head be set. Your safe conduct guards us till the sunset. After that, do your worst as we do ours. High Princess, our counsel to you is that you slay yourself and so gain immortal honor. Then bowing to her one by one, they turned and marched down the terrace, followed by their servants. Now Sinan waved his hand, and the court broke up, Rosamund leaving it first, accompanied by Masuda, and escorted by guards, after which the brethren were commanded to depart also. So they went, talking earnestly of all these things, but save in God finding no hope at all. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Combat on the Bridge. Saladin will come, said Wulf the hopeful, and from the high place where they stood, he pointed to the plain beneath, across which a band of horsemen moved at full gallop. "Look, yonder goes his embassy." "Ay," answered Godwin, "he will come, but I fear me too late." "Yes, brother, unless we go to meet him. Masuda has promised." "Masuda," sighed Godwin. "Ah, to think that so much should hang upon the faithfulness of one woman." "It does not hang on her," said Wulf. "It hangs on fate, who writes with her finger. Come, let us ride." So, followed by their escort, they rode in the gardens, taking note, without seeming to do so, of the position of the tall rock, and of how it could be approached from every side. Then they went in again, and waited for some sign or word of Rosamund, but in vain. That night there was no feast, and their meal was brought to them in the guest-house. While they sat at it, Masuda appeared for a moment, to tell them that they had leave to ride the bridge in the moonlight, and that their escort would await them at a certain hour. The brethren asked if their sister Rosamund was not coming to dine with them. Masuda answered that as the queen-elect of the Al-Jabal, it was not lawful that she should eat with any other men, even her brothers. Then as she passed out, stumbling as though by accident, she brushed against Godwin and muttered, "Remember tonight," and was gone. When the moon had been up an hour, the officer of their escort appeared, and led them to their horses, which were waiting, and they rode away to the castle bridge. As they approached it, they saw Lizelle departing on his great black stallion, which was in a lather of foam. It seemed that he also had made trial of that perilous path, for the people, of whom there were many gathered there, clapped their hands and shouted, "Well ridden, Frank! Well ridden!" Now, Godwin leading on Flame, they faced the bridge and walked their horses over it. Nor did these hang back, although they snorted a little at the black gulf on either side. Next they returned at a trot, then over again, and yet again at a canter and a gallop, sometimes together and sometimes singly. Lastly, Wulf made Godwin halt in the middle of the bridge, and galloped down upon him at speed, till within a lance's length. Then suddenly he checked his horse, and while his audience shouted, wheeled it around on its hind legs, its forehoofs beating the air, and galloped back again, followed by Godwin. "All went well," Wulf said as they rode to the castle, "and nobler or more gentle horses were never crossed by men. I have good hopes for tomorrow night." "Ay, brother, but I had no sword in my hand. Be not overconfident, for Lizelle is desperate and a skilled fighter, as I know who have stood face to face with him. Moreover, his black stallion is well trained, and has more weight than ours. Also yonder is a fearsome place on which to ride a course, and one of which none but that devil Sinan would have thought." "I shall do my best," answered Wulf, "and if I fall, why, then act upon your own counsel. At least let him not kill both of us." Having stabled their horses, the brethren wandered into the garden, and, avoiding the cup-bearing woman and the men they plied with their drugged drink, drew by a roundabout road to the tall rock. Then, finding themselves alone, they unlocked the door, and slipped through it, locked it again on the further side, and groped their way to the moonlit mouth of the cave. Here they stood a while, studying the descent of the gulf as best they could in that light, till suddenly Godwin, feeling a hand upon his shoulder, started round to find himself face to face with Masuda. "How did you come?" he asked. "By a road in which is your only hope," she answered. "Now, Sir Godwin, waste no words, for my time is short. But if you think that you can trust me, and this is for you to judge, give me the signet which hangs about your neck. If not, go back to the castle and do your best to save the Lady Rosamund and yourselves." Thrusting down his hand between his mail shirt and his breast, Godwin drew out the ancient ring, carved with the mysterious signs, and veined with the emblem of the dagger, and handed it to Masuda. "You trust indeed," she said with a little laugh, as after scanning it closely by the light of the moon, and touching her forehead with it, she hid it in her bosom. "Yes, lady," he answered, "I trust you, though why you should risk so much for us I do not know." "Why? Well, perhaps for hate's sake, for Sinan does not rule by love, perhaps because, being of a wild blood, I am willing to set my life at hazard, who care not if I win or die, perhaps because you saved me from the lioness. What is it to you, Sir Godwin? Why a certain woman's spy of the assassins, whom in your own land you would spit on, chooses to do this or that?" She ceased, and stood before him with heaving breast and flashing eyes, a mysterious white figure in the moonlight, most beautiful to see. Godwin felt his heart stir, and the blood flow to his brow. But before he could speak, Wulf broke in, saying, "You bade us spare words, Lady Masuda, so tell us what we must do." "This," she answered, becoming calm again. "Tomorrow night about this hour you fight Lizelle upon the narrow way. That is certain, for all the city talks of it, and whatever chances, Al-Jabal will not deprive them of the spectacle of this fray to the death. Well, you may fall, though that man at heart is a coward, which you are not. For here courage alone will avail nothing, but rather skill and horsemanship and trick of war. If so, then Sir Godwin fights him, and of this business none can tell the end. Should both of you go down, then I will do my best to save your lady, and take her to Saladin, with whom she will be safe, or if I cannot save her, I will find her a means to save herself by death." "You swear that?" said Wulf. "I have said it. It is enough," she answered impatiently. "Then I face the bridge and the knave Lizelle with a light heart," said Wulf again, and Masuda went on. "Now if you conquer, Sir Wulf, or if you fall and your brother conquers, both of you, or one of you, as it may happen, must gallop back at full speed towards the stable gate that lies more than a mile from the castle bridge. Mounted as you are, no horse can keep pace with you, nor must you stop at the gate, but ride on, ride like the wind till you reach this place. The gardens will be empty of feasters and of cupbearers, who with every soul within the city will have gathered on the walls and on the housetops to see the fray. There is but one fear. By then a guard may be set before this mound, seeing that Saladin has declared war upon Al-Jabal. And though yonder road is known to few, it is a road, and sentries may watch here. If so, you must cut them down or be cut down, and bring your story to an end. Sir Godwin, here is another key that you may use, if you are alone. Take it." He did so, and she continued, "Now if both of you or one of you win through to this cave, enter with your horses, lock the door, bar it, and wait. It may be I will join you here with the princess, but if I do not come by the dawn, and you are not discovered and overwhelmed, which should not be, seeing that one man can hold that door against many, then know that the worst has happened, and fly to Saladin and tell him of this road, by which he may take vengeance upon his foe Sinan. Only then, I pray you, doubt not that I have done my best, who if I fall must die, most horribly. Now farewell, until we meet again, or do not meet again. Go, you know the road." They turned to obey, but when they had gone a few paces, Godwin looked round and saw Masuda watching them. The moonlight shone full upon her face, and by it he saw also that tears were running from her dark and tender eyes. Back he came again, and with him Wulf, for that sight drew them. Down he bent before her till his knee touched the ground, and taking her hand, he kissed it, and said in his gentle voice, "Henceforth, through life, through death, we serve two ladies." And what he did, Wulf did also. "Mayhap," she answered sadly, "two ladies, but one love." Then they went, and creeping through the bushes to the path, wandered about a while among the revellers, and came to the guest house safely. Once more it was night, and high above the mountain fortress of Masyaf shone the full summer moon, lighting crag and tower as with some vast silver lamp. Forth from the guest house gate rode the brethren, side by side upon their splendid steeds, and the moon rays sparkled on their coats of mail, their polished bucklers, blazoned with the cognizance of a grinning skull, their close-fitting helms, and the points of the long tough lances that had been given them. Round them rode their escort, while in front and behind went a mob of people. The nation of the assassins had thrown off its gloom this night. For the while it was no longer oppressed even by the fear of attack from Saladin, its mighty foe. To death it was accustomed. Death was its watchword. Death in many dreadful forms its daily bread. From the walls of Masyaf day by day, Fedais went out to murder this great one, or that great one, at the bidding of their lord Sinan. For the most part they came not back again. They waited week by week, month by month, year by year, till the moment was ripe, then gave the poisoned cup or drove home the dagger, and escaped or was slain. Death waited them abroad, and if they failed, death waited them at home. Their dreadful caliph was himself a sword of death. At his will they hurled themselves from towers or from precipices. To satisfy his policy they sacrificed their wives and children. And their reward in life? The drugged cup and voluptuous dreams. After it, as they believed, a still more voluptuous paradise. All forms of human agony and doom were known to this people, but now they were promised an unfamiliar sight, that of Frankish knights slaying each other in single combat beneath a silent moon, tilting at full gallop upon a narrow place where many might hesitate to walk, and, O joy, falling perchance, horse and rider together, into the depths below. So they were happy, for to them this was a night of festival, to be followed by a morrow of still greater festival, when their Sultan and their god took to himself this strange beauty as a wife. Doubtless, too, he would soon weary of her, and they would be called together to see her cast from some topmost tower, and hear her frail bones break on the cruel rocks below, or, as it happened to the last queen, to watch her writhe out her life in the pangs of poison upon a charge of sorcery. It was indeed a night of festival, a night filled full of promise of rich joys to come. On rode the brethren, with stern, impassive faces, but wondering in their hearts whether they would live to see another dawn. The shouting crowd surged round them, breaking through the circle of their guard. A hand was thrust up to Godwin. In it was the letter, which he took and read by the bright moonlight. It was written in English and brief. I cannot speak with you. God be with you both, my brothers, God and the spirit of my father. Strike home, Wulf, strike home, Godwin, and fear not for me, who will guard myself. Conquer or die, and in life or death await me. Tomorrow, in the flesh or in the spirit, we will talk. Rosamund. Godwin handed the paper to Wulf, and as he did so, saw that the guards had caught its bearer, a withered, grey-haired woman. They asked her some questions, but she shook her head. Then they cast her down, trampled the life out of her beneath their horses' hoofs, and went on laughing. The mob laughed also. "Tear that paper up," said Godwin. Wulf did so, saying, "Our Rosamund has a brave heart. Well, we are of the same blood, and will not fail her. Now they were come to the open space in front of the narrow bridge, where tier on tier the multitude were ranged, kept back from its centre by lines of guards. On the flat-roofed houses also they were crowded thick as swarming bees, on the circling walls and on the battlements that protected the far end of the bridge, and the houses of the outer city. Before the bridge was a low gateway, and upon its roof sat the Al-Jabal, clad in his scarlet robe of festival, and by his side, the moonlight gleaming on her jewels, Rosamund. In front, draped in a rich garment, a dagger of gems in her dark hair, stood the interpreter, or mouth, Masuda, and behind were dais and guards. The brethren rode to this space before the arch, and halted, saluting with their pennoned spears. Then from the further side advanced another procession, which, opening, revealed the knight Lizelle, riding on his great black horse, and a huge man and a fierce he seemed in his armour. "What?" he shouted, glowering at them. "Am I to fight one against two? Is this your chivalry?" "Nay, nay, Sir Traitor," answered Wulf. "Nay, nay, betrayer of Christian maids, to the power of the heathen dog. You have fought Godwin. Now it is the turn of Wulf. Kill Wulf and Godwin remains. Kill Godwin and God remains. Knave, you look your last upon the moon." Lizelle heard, and seemed to go mad with rage, or fear, or both. "Lord Sinan," he shouted in Arabic, "this is murder. Am I, who have done you so much service, to be butchered for your pleasure by the lovers of that woman, whom you would honour with the name of wife?" Sinan heard, and stared at him with dull, angry eyes. You may stare," went on the maddened Lizelle, "but it is true, they are her lovers, not her brothers. Would men take so much pains for a sister's sake, think you? Would they swim into this net of yours for a sister's sake?" Sinan held up his hands for silence.
"Let the lots be cast," he said. "For whatever these men are, this fight must go on, and it shall be fair."
So a Dai, standing by himself, cast lots upon the ground, and having read them, announced that Lizelle must run the first course from the further side of the bridge. Then one took his bridle to lead him across. As he passed the brethren, he grinned in their faces and said, "At least this is sure. You also look your last upon the moon. I am avenged already. The bait that hooked me is a meal for yonder pike, and he will kill you both before her eyes to whet his appetite." But the brethren answered nothing. The black horse of Lizelle grew dim in the distance of the moonlit bridge, and vanished beneath a further archway that led to the outer city. Then a herald cried, Masuda translating his words, which another herald echoed from beyond the gulf. "Thrice will the trumpets blow. At the third blast of the trumpets, the knights shall charge and meet in the centre of the bridge. Thenceforward they may fight as it pleases them, a horse or a foot, with lance, with sword, or with dagger. But to the vanquished no mercy will be shown. If he be brought living from the bridge, living he shall be cast into the gulf. Hear the decree of the Al-Jabal." Then Wulf's horse was led forward to the entrance of the bridge, and from the further side was led forward the horse of Lizelle. "Good luck, brother," said Godwin as he passed him. "Would that I rode this course instead of you." "Your turn may come, brother," answered the grim Wulf, as he set his lance in rest. Now from some neighbouring tower pealed out the first long blast of trumpets, and dead silence fell on all the multitude. Grooms came forward to look to girth and bridle and stirrup strap, but Wulf waved them back. "I mind my own harness," he said. The second blast blew, and he loosened the great sword in its scabbard, that sword which had flamed in his forebearer's hand upon the turrets of Jerusalem. "Your gift!" he cried back to Rosamund, and her answer came clear and sweet. "Bear it like your father's, Wulf. Bear it as it was last born in the hall at Steeple." Then there was another silence, a silence long and deep. Wulf looked at the white and narrow ribbon of the bridge, looked at the black gulf on either side, looked at the blue sky above, in which floated the great globe of the golden moon. Then he leant forward and patted Smoke upon the neck. For the third time the trumpets blew, and from either end of that bridge, 200 paces long, the knights flashed towards each other like living bolts of steel. The multitude rose to watch, even Sinan rose. Only Rosamund sat still, gripping the cushions with her hands. Hollow rang the hooves of the horses upon the stonework. Swifter and swifter they flew. Lower and lower bent the knights upon their saddles. Now they were near, and now they met. The spears seemed to shiver, the horses to hustle together on the narrow way, and overhang its edge. Then on came the black horse towards the inner city, and on sped Smoke towards the further gulf. "They have passed! They have passed!" roared the multitude. Look, Lizelle approached, reeling in his saddle as well he might, for the helm was torn from his head, and blood ran from his skull where the lance had grazed it. "Too high, Wulf, too high," said Godwin sadly. "But, oh, if those laces had but held!" Soldiers caught the horse and turned it. "Another helm!" cried Lizelle. "Nay," answered Sinan, "yonder knight has lost his shield. New lances, that is all." So they gave him a fresh lance, and presently, at the blast of the trumpets again, the horses were seen speeding together over the narrow way. They met, and lo, Lizelle, torn from his saddle, but still clinging to the reins, was flung backwards, far backwards, to fall on the stonework of the bridge. Down too beneath the mighty shock went his black horse, a huddled heap, and lay there struggling. "Wulf will fall over him," cried Rosamund. But Smoke did not fall. The stallion gathered itself together. The moonlight shone so clear that every watcher saw it, and since stop it could not, leapt straight over the fallen black horse, and over the rider beyond, and sped on in its stride. Then the black found its feet again, and galloped forward to the further gate, and Lizelle also found his feet, and turned to run. "Stand! Stand, coward!" yelled 10,000 voices, and hearing them he drew his sword and stood. Within 3 great strides, Wulf dragged his charge to its haunches, then wheeled it around. "Charge him!" shouted the multitude, but Wulf remained seated, as though unwilling to attack a horseless man. Next he sprang from the saddle, and accompanied by the horse Smoke, which followed him as a dog follows its master, walked slowly towards Lizelle, as he walked casting away his lance, and drawing the great cross-hilted sword. Again the silence fell, and through it rang the cry of Godwin. "Adarsi! Adarsi! Adarsi! Adarsi!" came back Wulf's answer from the bridge, and his voice echoed thin and hollow in the spaces of the gulf. Yet they rejoiced to hear it, for it told them that he was sound and strong. Wulf had no shield, and Lizelle had no helm. The fight was even. They crouched opposite each other. The swords flashed aloft in the moonlight. From far away came the distant clank of steel, a soft continual clamour of iron on iron. A blow fell on Wulf's mail, who had naught wherewith to guard himself, and he staggered back. Another blow, another, And back, still back he reeled, back to the edge of the bridge, back till he struck against the horse that stood behind him, and resting there a moment, as it seemed, regained his balance. Then there was a change. Look, he rushed forward, wielding the great blade with both hands. The stroke lit upon Lazelle's shield and seemed to shear it in two, for in that stillness all could hear the clang of its upper half as it fell upon the stones. Beneath the weight of it he staggered, sank to his knee, gained his feet again, and in his turn gave back. Yes, now it was Lazelle who rocked and reeled. Ay, by St. Chad! Lazelle who went down beneath that mighty blow, which missed the head but fell upon his shoulder, and lay there like a log, till presently the moonlight shone upon his mailed hand, stretched upwards in a prayer for mercy. From housetop and terrace wall, from soaring gates and battlements, the multitude of the people of the assassins, gathered on either side of the gulf, broke into a roar that beat up the mountain sides like a voice of thunder, and the roar shaped itself into these words: "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Sinan held up his hand, and a sudden silence fell. Then he too screamed in his thin voice, "Kill him! He is conquered!" But the great Wulf only leaned upon the cross-handle of his brand, and looked at the fallen foe. Presently he seemed to speak with him. Then Lazelle lifted the blade that lay beside him, and gave it to him in token of surrender. Wulf handled it a while, shook it on high in triumph, and whirled it about his head till it shone in the moonlight. Next, with a shout, he cast it from him far into the gulf, where it was seen for a moment, an arc of gleaming light, and the next was gone. Now, taking no more heed of the conquered knight, Wulf turned and began to walk towards his horse. Scarcely was his back towards him when Lazelle was on his feet again, a dagger in his hand. "Look behind you!" yelled Godwin. But the spectators, pleased that the fight was not yet done, broke into a roar of cheers. Wulf heard and swung around. As he faced Lazelle, the dagger struck him on the breast, and well must it have been for him that his mail was good. To use his sword he had neither space nor time, but ere the next stroke could fall, Wulf's arms were about Lazelle, and the fight for life begun. To and fro they reeled and staggered, whirling round and round, till none could tell which of them was Wulf or which was foe. Now they were on the edge of the abyss, and in that last dread strain for mastery, seemed to stand there still as stone. Then one man began to bend down. See, his head hung over. Further and further he went, but his arms could not be loosened. "They will both go!" cried the multitude in their joy. Look, a dagger flashed. Once, twice, thrice it gleamed, and those wrestlers fell apart, while from deep down in the gulf came the thud of a fallen body. "Witch! Oh, witch!" cried Rosamund from her battlement. "Sir Hugh Lazelle," answered Godwin in a solemn voice. Then the head of Rosamund fell forward on her breast, and for a while she seemed to sleep. Wulf went to his horse, turned it about on the bridge, and throwing his arm around its neck, rested for a space. Then he mounted and walked slowly towards the inner gate. Pushing through the guard and officers, Godwin rode out to meet him. "Bravely done, brother," he said, when they came face to face. "Say, are you hurt?" "Bruised and shaken, no more," answered Wulf. "A good beginning, truly. Now for the rest," said Godwin. Then he glanced over his shoulder and added, "See, they are leading Rosamund away, but Sinan remains, to speak with you doubtless, for Masuda beckons." "What shall we do?" asked Wulf. "Make a plan, brother, for my head swims." Hear what he has to say. Then, as your horse is not wounded either, ride for it when I give the signal, as Masuda bade us. There is no other way. Pretend that you are wounded." So Godwin leading, while the multitude roared a welcome to the conquering Wulf, who had borne himself so bravely for their pleasure, they rode to the mouth of the bridge, and halted in the little space before the archway. There Al-Jabal spoke by Masuda. "A noble fray," he said. "I did not think that Franks could fight so well. Say, Sir Knight, will you feast with me in my palace?" "I thank you, Lord," answered Wulf, "but I must rest while my brother tends my hurts." And he pointed to blood upon his mail. "Tomorrow, if it pleases you." Sinan stared at them and stroked his beard, while they trembled, waiting for the word of fate. It came. "Good, so be it. Tomorrow I wed the Lady Rose of Roses, and you two, her brothers, shall give her to me as is fitting." And he sneered. "Then also you shall receive the reward of valour. A great reward, I promise you." While he spoke, Godwin, staring upward, had noted a little wandering cloud floating across the moon. Soon it covered it, and the place grew dim. "Now," he whispered, and bowing to the Al-Jabal, they pushed their horses through the open gate, where the mob closed in on them, thus for a little while holding back the escort from following on their heels. They spoke to Flame and Smoke, and the good horses plunged onwards side by side, separating the crowd as the prows of boats separate the water. In 10 paces it grew thin, in 30 it was behind them, for all folk were gathered about the archway, where they could see, and none beyond. Forward they cantered, till the broad road turned to the left, and in that faint light they were hidden. "Away!" said Godwin, shaking his reins. Forward leapt the horses at speed. Again Godwin turned, taking that road which ran round the city wall and through the gardens, leaving the guest castle to the left, whereas their escort followed that whereby they had come, which passed along the main street of the inner town, thinking that they were ahead of them. 3 minutes more, and they were in the lonely gardens, in which that night no woman wandered, and no neophytes dreamed in the pavilions. "Wulf," said Godwin as they swept forward, skimming the turf like swallows, "draw your sword and be ready. Remember the secret cave may be guarded, and if so we must kill or be killed." Wulf nodded, and next instant 2 long blades flashed in the moonlight, for the little cloud had passed away. Within 100 paces of them rose the tall rock, but between it and the mound were 2 mounted guards. These heard the beating of horses' hoofs and wheeled about, stared to see 2 armed knights sweeping down on them like a whirlwind. They called to them to stop, hesitating, then rode forward a few paces, as though wondering whether this were not a vision. In a moment the brethren were on them. The soldiers lifted their lances, but ere they could thrust, the sword of Godwin had caught one between the neck and shoulder, and sunk to his breastbone, while the sword of Wulf, used as a spear, had pierced the other through and through, so that those men fell dead by the door of the mound, never knowing who had slain them. The brethren pulled upon their bridles, and spoke to Flame and Smoke, halting them within a score of yards. Then they wheeled round and sprang from their saddles. One of the dead guards still held his horse's reins, and the other beast stood by snorting. Godwin caught it before it stirred, then holding all 4 of them, threw the key to Wulf, and bade him unlock the door. Soon it was done, although he staggered at the task. Then he held the horses, while one by one Godwin led them in, and that without trouble, for the beasts thought that this was but a cave-hewn stable of a kind to which they were accustomed. "What of the dead men?" said Wulf. "They had best keep us company," answered Godwin, and running out, he carried in first one and then the other. "Swift," he said, as he threw down the second corpse. "Shut the door. I caught sight of horsemen riding through the trees. Nay, they saw nothing." So they locked the massive door and barred it, and with beating hearts waited in the dark, expecting every moment to hear soldiers battering at its timbers. But no sound came. The searchers, if such they were, had passed on to seek elsewhere. Now while Wulf made shift to fasten up the horses near the mouth of the cave, Godwin gathered stones as large as he could lift, and piled them up against the door, till they knew that it would take many men an hour or more to break through. For this door was banded with iron and set fast in the living rock. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Flight to Emesa. Then came the weariest time of waiting the brethren had ever known, or were to know, although at first they did not feel it so long and heavy. Water trickled from the walls of this cave, and Wulf, who was parched with thirst, gathered it in his hands and drank till he was satisfied. Then he let it run upon his head to cool its aching, and Godwin bathed such of his brother's hurts and bruises as could be come at, for he did not dare to remove the hauberk, and so gave him comfort. When this was done, and he had looked to the saddles and trappings of the horses, Wulf told of all that had passed between him and Lozelle on the bridge. How at the first onset his spear had caught in the links of and torn away the headpiece of his foe, who, if the lacings had not burst, would have been hurled to death, while that of Lozelle struck his buckler fair and shattered on it, rending it from his arm. How they pushed past each other, and for a moment the forehoofs of smoke hung over the abyss, so that he thought he was surely sped. How at the next course Lozelle's spear passed beneath his arm, while his, striking full upon Sir Hugh's breast, brought down the black horse and his rider, as though a thunderbolt had smitten them, and how smoke, that could not check its furious pace, leapt over them as a horse leaps a hunting. How he would not ride down Lozelle, but dismounted to finish the fray in knightly fashion, and being shieldless received the full weight of the great sword upon his mail, so that he staggered back, and would have fallen had he not struck against the horse. Then he told of the blows that followed, and of his last that wounded Lozelle, shearing through his mail and felling him as an ox is felled by the butcher. How also when he sprang forward to kill him, this mighty and brutal man had prayed for mercy, prayed it in the name of Christ, and of their own mother, whom as a child he knew in Essex. How he could not slaughter him, being helpless, but turned away, saying that he left him to be dealt with by Al-Jabal, whereupon this traitorous dog sprang up and strove to knife him. He told also of their last fearful struggle, and how, shaken as he was by the blow upon his back, although the point of the dagger had not pierced his mail, he strove with Lozelle, man to man, till at length his youth, great natural strength, and the skill he had in wrestling, learnt in many a village bout at home, enabled him to prevail, and while they hung together on that perilous edge of the gulf, to free his right hand, draw his poniard, and make an end. Yet, added Wulf, never shall I forget the look of that man's eyes as he fell backwards, or the whistling scream which came from his pierced throat. At least there is a rogue the less in the world, although he was a brave one in his own knavish fashion, answered Godwin. Moreover, my brother, he added, placing his arm about Wulf's neck, I am glad it fell to you to fight him, for at the last grip your might overcame, where I, who am not so strong, should have failed. Further, I think you did well to show mercy, as a good knight should, that thereby you have gained great honour, and that if his spirit can see through the darkness, our dead uncle is proud of you now, as I am, my brother." "I thank you," replied Wulf simply. "But in this hour of torment, who can think of such things as honour gained?" Then, lest he should grow stiff, who was sorely bruised beneath his mail, they began to walk up and down the cave, from where the horses stood to where the 2 dead assassins lay by the door, the faint light gleaming upon their stern dark features. Ill company they seemed in that silent, lonely place. The time crept on, the moon sank towards the mountains. "What if they do not come?" asked Wulf. "Let us wait to think of it till dawn," answered Godwin. Again they walked the length of the cave and back. "How can they come, the door being barred?" asked Wulf. "How did Masuda come and go?" answered Godwin. "Oh, question me no more, it is in the hand of God." "Look," said Wulf in a whisper. "Who stands yonder at the end of the cave, there by the dead men?" "Their spirits, perchance," answered Godwin, drawing his sword and leaning forward. Then he looked, and true enough, there stood 2 figures faintly outlined in the gloom. They glided towards them, and now the level moonlight shone upon their white robes, and gleamed in the gems they wore. "I cannot see them," said a voice. "Oh, those dead soldiers, what do they portend?" "At least yonder stand their horses," answered another voice. Now the brethren guessed the truth, and like men in a dream, stepped forward from the shadow of the wall. "Rosamund," they said. "Oh, Godwin, oh, Wulf," she cried in answer. "Oh, Jesu, I thank thee, thee and this brave woman." And casting her arms about Masuda, she kissed her on the face. Masuda pushed her back, and said in a voice that was almost harsh, "It is not fitting, princess, that your pure lips should touch the cheek of a woman of the assassins." But Rosamund would not be repulsed. "It is most fitting," she sobbed, "that I should give you thanks, who but for you must also have become a woman of the assassins, or an inhabitant of the house of death." Then Masuda kissed her back, and thrusting her away into the arms of Wulf, said roughly, "So, pilgrims Peter and John, your patron saints have brought you through so far, and John, you fight right well. Nay, do not stop for our story, if you wish us to live to tell it. What? You have the soldiers' horses with your own. Well done. I did not credit you with so much wit. Now, Sir Wulf, can you walk? Yes? So much the better. It will save you a rough ride, for this place is steep, though not so steep as one you know of. Now set the princess upon Flame, for no cat is surer-footed than that horse, as you may remember, Peter. I who know the path will lead it. John, take you the other 2. Peter, do you follow last of all with Smoke, and if they hang back, prick them with your sword. Come, Flame, be not afraid. Flame, where I go, you can come." And Masuda thrust her way through the bushes, and over the edge of the cliff, talking to the snorting horse and patting its neck. A minute more, and they were scrambling down a mountain ridge so steep that it seemed as though they must fall and be dashed to pieces at the bottom. Yet they fell not, for made as it had been to meet such hours of need, this road was safer than it appeared, with ridges cut in the rock at the worst places. Down they went, and down, till at length, panting but safe, they stood at the bottom of the darksome gulf, where only the starlight shone, for here the rays of the low moon could not reach. "Mount," said Masuda. "Princess, stay you on Flame. He is the surest and the swiftest. So, Wulf, keep your own horse Smoke. Your brother and I will ride those of the soldiers. Though not very swift, doubtless they are good beasts, and accustomed to such roads." Then she leapt to the saddle as a woman born in the desert can, and pushed her horse in front. For a mile or more, Masuda led them along the rocky bottom of the gulf, where, because of the stones, they could only travel at a foot pace, till they came to a deep cleft on the left hand, up which they began to ride. By now the moon was quite behind the mountains, and such faint light as came from the stars began to be obscured with drifting clouds. Still they stumbled on till they reached a little glade, where water ran and grass grew. "Halt," said Masuda. "Here we must wait till dawn, for in this darkness the horses cannot keep their footing on the stones. Moreover, all about us lie precipices, over one of which we might fall." "But they will pursue us," pleaded Rosamund. "Not until they have light to see by," answered Masuda. "Or at least we must take the risk, for to go forward would be madness. Sit down and rest a while, and let the horses drink a little, and eat a mouthful of grass, holding their reins in our hands, for we and they may need all our strength before tomorrow's sun is set. So Wulf say, are you much hurt?" "But very little," he answered in a cheerful voice. "A few bruises beneath my mail, that is all, for Lazelle's sword was heavy. Tell us, I pray you, what happened after we rode away from the castle bridge." "This, knights. The princess here, being overcome, was escorted by the slaves back to her chambers, but Sinan bade me stay with him a while, that he might speak to you through me. Do you know what was in his mind? To have you killed at once, both of you, whom Lazelle had told him were this lady's lovers, and not her brothers. Only he feared that there might be trouble with the people, who were pleased with the fighting, so held his hand. Then he bade you to the supper, whence you would not have returned. But when Sir Wulf said that he was hurt, I whispered to him that what he wished to do could best be done on the morrow, at the wedding feast, when he was in his own halls, surrounded by his guards. 'Ay,' he answered, 'these brethren shall fight with them until they are driven into the gulf. It will be a goodly sight for me and my queen to see.' 'Oh, horrible, horrible!' said Rosamund, while Godwin muttered, 'I swear that I would have fought, not with his guards, but with Sinan only.' So he suffered you to go, and I left him also. Before I went he spoke to me, bidding me bring the princess to him privately within 2 hours after we had supped, as he wished to speak to her alone about the ceremony of her marriage on the morrow, and to make her gifts. I answered aloud that his commands should be obeyed, and hurried to the guest castle. There I found your lady recovering from her faintness, but mad with fear, and forced her to eat and drink. The rest is short. Before the 2 hours were gone, a messenger came, saying that the Aljabal bade me do what he had commanded. 'Return,' I answered. 'The princess adorns herself. We follow presently alone, as it is commanded.' Then I threw this cloak about her, and bade her be brave, and if we failed, to choose whether she would take Sinan or death for lord. Next I took the ring you had, the signet of the dead Aljabal, who gave it to your kinsman, and held it before the slaves, who bowed and let me pass. We came to the guards, and to them again I showed the ring. They bowed also. But when they saw that we turned down the passage to the left and not to the right, as we should have done, to come to the doors of the inner palace, they would have stopped us. 'Acknowledge the signet,' I answered. 'Dogs, what is it to you which road the signet takes?' Then they also let us pass. Now, following the passage, we were out of the guest house and in the gardens, and I led her to what is called the prison tower, whence runs the secret way. Here were more guards, whom I bade open in the name of Sinan. They said, 'We obey not, this place is shut, save to the signet itself.' 'Behold it,' I answered. The officer looked and said, 'It is the very signet, sure enough, and there is no other.' Yet he paused, studying the black stone veined with a red dagger and the ancient writing on it. "Are you then weary of life?" I asked. "Fool, the Al-Jabal himself would keep a tryst within this house, which he enters secretly from the palace. Woe to you if he does not find his lady there." "It is the signet that he must have sent, sure enough," the captain said again. "To disobey which is death." "Yes, open, open," whispered his companions. So they opened, though doubtfully, and we entered, and I barred the door behind us. Then, to be short, through the darkness of the tower basement, guiding ourselves by the wall, we crept to the entrance of that way of which I know the secret. Ay, and along all its length, and through the rock door of escape at the end, which I set so that none can turn it, save skilled masons with their tools, and into the cave where we found you. It was no great matter, having the signet, although without the signet it had not been possible tonight, when every gate is guarded." "No great matter!" gasped Rosamund. "Oh, Godwin and Wulf, if you could know how she thought of and made ready everything, if you could have seen how all those cruel men glared at us, searching out our very souls, if you could have heard how high she answered them, waving that ring before their eyes, and bidding them to obey its presence, or to die." "Which they surely have done by now," broke in Masuda quietly, "though I do not pity them who were wicked. Nay, thank me not, I have done what I promised to do, neither less nor more, and I love danger and a high stake. Tell us your story, Sir Godwin." So seated there on the grass in the darkness, he told them of their mad ride, and of the slaying of the guards, while Rosamund raised her hands and thanked heaven for its mercies, and that they were without those accursed walls. "You may be within them again before sunset," said Masuda grimly. "Yes," answered Wulf, "but not alive. Now what plan have you? To ride for the coast towns?" "No," replied Masuda, "at least not straight, since to do so we must pass through the country of the assassins, who by this day's light will be warned to watch for us. We must ride through the desert mountain lands to Emesa, many miles away, and cross the Orontes there, then down into Baalbek, and so back to Beirut." "Emesa," said Godwin. "Why, Saladin holds that place, and of Baalbek the Lady Rosamund is princess." "Which is best?" asked Masuda shortly. "That she should fall into the hands of Saladin, or back into those of the master of the assassins? Choose which you wish." "I choose Saladin," broke in Rosamund, "for at least he is my uncle, and will do me no wrong." Nor, knowing the case, did the others gainsay her. Now at length the summer day began to break, and while it was still too dark to travel, Godwin and Rosamund let the horses graze, holding them by their bridles. Masuda also, taking off the hauberk of Wulf, doctored his bruises as best she could with the crushed leaves of a bush that grew by the stream, having first washed them with the water, and though the time was short, eased him much. Then, soon as the dawn was grey, having drunk their fill, and as they had nothing else, eaten some watercress that grew in the stream, they tightened their saddle girths and started. Scarcely had they gone 100 yards when, from the gulf beneath, that was hidden in the grey mists, they heard the sound of horses' hoofs and men's voices. "Push on," said Masuda. "Al-Jabal is on our tracks." Upwards they climbed through the gathering light, skirting the edge of the dreadful precipices, which in the gloom it would have been impossible to pass, till at length they reached a great tableland that ran to the foot of some mountains 12 miles or more away. Among those mountains saw 2 peaks set close together. To these Masuda pointed, saying that their road ran between them, and that beyond lay the valley of the Orontes. While she spoke, far behind them, They heard the sound of men shouting, although they could see nothing because of the dense mist. "Push on," said Masuda. "There is no time to spare." And they went forward, but only at a hand gallop, for the ground was still rough and the light uncertain. When they had covered some 6 miles of the distance between them and the mountain pass, the sun rose suddenly and sucked up the mist. This was what they saw. Before them lay a flat sandy plain, behind the stony ground that they had traversed, and riding over it 2 miles from them, some 20 men of the assassins. "They cannot catch us," said Wulf, but Masuda pointed to the right, where the mist still hung, and said, "Yonder I see spears." Presently it thinned, and there, a league away, they saw a great body of mounted soldiers. Perhaps there were 400. "Look," she said, "they have come round during the night, as I feared they would. Now we must cross the path before them or be taken." And she struck her horse fiercely with a stick she had cut at the stream. 1/2 a mile further on, a shout from the great body of men to their right, which was answered by another shout from those behind, told them that they were seen. "On," said Masuda, "the race will be close." So they began to gallop their best. 2 miles were done, but although that behind was far off, the great cloud of dust to their right grew ever nearer, till it seemed as though it must reach the mouth of the mountain pass before them. Then Godwin spoke. "Wulf and Rosamund, ride on. Your horses are swift and can outpace them. At the crest of the mountain pass, wait a while to breathe the beasts, and see if we come. If not, ride on again, and God be with you." "Ay," said Masuda, "ride and head for the Emesa bridge. It can be seen from far, and there yield yourselves to the officers of Saladin." They hung back, but in a stern voice Godwin repeated, "Ride, I command you both." "For Rosamund's sake, so be it," answered Wulf. Then he called to Smoke and Flame, and they stretched themselves out upon the sand, and passed thence swifter than swallows. Soon Godwin and Masuda, toiling behind them, saw them enter the mouth of the pass. "Good," she said. "Except those of their own breed, there are no horses in Syria that can catch those two. They will come to Emesa, have no fear." "Who was the man who brought them to us?" asked Godwin, as they galloped side by side, their eyes fixed upon the ever-nearing cloud of dust in which the spear points sparkled. "My father's brother, my uncle, as I call him," she answered. "He is a sheikh of the desert, who owns the ancient breed that cannot be bought for gold." "Then are you not of the assassins, Masuda?" "No, I may tell you, now that the end seems near. My father was an Arab, my mother a noble Frank, a Frenchwoman, whom he found starving in the desert after a fight, and took to his tent and made his wife. The assassins fell upon us and killed him and her, and captured me as a child of 12. Afterwards, when I grew older, being beautiful in those days, I was taken to the harem of Sinan, and although in secret I had been bred up a Christian by my mother, they swore me of his accursed faith. Now you will understand why I hate him so sorely, who murdered my father and my mother, and made me what I am, why I hold myself so vile also. Yes, I have been forced to serve as his spy or be killed, who, although he believed me his faithful slave, desired first to be avenged upon him." "I do not hold you vile," panted Godwin, as he spurred his labouring steed. "I hold you most noble." "I rejoice to hear it before we die," she answered, looking him in the eyes, in such a fashion that he dropped his head before her burning gaze. "Who hold you dear, Sir Godwin, for whose sake I have dared these things, although I am naught to you, Nay, speak not. The Lady Rosamund has told me all that story, except its answer." Now they were off the sand over which they had been racing side by side, and beginning to breast the mountain slope. Nor was Godwin sorry that the clatter of their horses' hoofs upon the stones prevented further speech between them. So far they had outpaced the assassins, who had a longer and a rougher road to travel, but the great cloud of dust was not 700 yards away, and in front of it, shaking their spears, rode some of the best mounted of their soldiers. "These horses still have strength. They are better than I thought them," cried Masuda. "They will not gain on us across the mountains, but afterwards—" For the next league they spoke no more, who must keep their horses from falling as they toiled up the steep path. At length they reached the crest, and there on the very top of it saw Wulf and Rosamund standing by flame and smoke. "They rest," Godwin said. Then he shouted, "Mount, mount! The foe is close!" So they climbed to their saddles again, and all four of them together began to descend the long slope that stretched to the plain 2 leagues beneath. Far off across this plain ran a broad silver streak, beyond which from that height they could see the walls of a city. "The Orontes!" cried Masuda. "Cross that and we are safe." But Godwin looked first at his horse, then at Masuda, and shook his head. Well might he do so, for stout-hearted as they were, the beasts were much distressed, that had galloped so far without drawing rein. Down the steep road they plunged, panting. Indeed, at times it was hard to keep them on their feet. "They will reach the plain, no more," said Godwin, and Masuda nodded. The descent was almost done, and not a mile behind them the white-robed assassins streamed endlessly. Godwin plied his spurs and Masuda her whip, although with little hope, for they knew that the end was near. Down the last declivity they rushed, till suddenly, as they reached its foot, Masuda's horse reeled, stopped, and sank to the ground, while Godwin's pulled up beside it. "Ride on!" he cried to Rosamund and Wulf in front, but they would not. He stormed at them, but they replied, "Nay, we will die together." Masuda looked at the horses, Flame and Smoke, which seemed but little troubled. "So be it," she said. "They have carried double before and must again. Mount in front of the lady, Sir Godwin, and Sir Wulf, give me your hand, and you will learn what this breed can do." So they mounted. Forward started Flame and Smoke, with a long swinging gallop, while from the assassins above, who thought that they held them, went up a shout of rage and wonder. "Their horses are also tired, and we may beat them yet," called the dauntless Masuda. But Godwin and Wulf looked sadly at the 10 miles of plain between them and the river bank. On they went, and on. A quarter of it was done, half of it was done, but now the first of the Fedai hung upon their flanks, not 200 yards behind. Little by little this distance lessened. At length they were scarcely 50 yards away, and one of them flung a spear. In her terror Rosamund sobbed aloud. "Spur the horses, knights!" cried Masuda, and for the first time they spurred them. At the sting of the steel, Flame and Smoke sprang forward as though they had but just left their stable door, and the gap between pursuers and pursued widened. 2 more miles were done, and scarce 7 furlongs from them they saw the broad mouth of the bridge, while the towers of Emesa beyond seemed so close that in this clear air they could discern the watchman outlined against the sky. Then they descended a little valley, and lost sight of bridge and town. At the rise of the opposing slope, the strength of Flame and Smoke at last began to fail beneath their double burdens. They panted and trembled, and save in short rushes no longer answered to the spur. The assassins saw, and came on with wild shouts. Nearer and nearer they drew, and the sound of their horses' hoofs beating on the sand was like the sound of thunder. Now once more they were 50 yards away, and now but 30. And again the spears began to flash, though none struck them. Masuda screamed to the horses in Arabic, and gallantly did they struggle, plunging up the hill with slow convulsive bounds. Godwin and Wulf looked at each other, then at a signal checked their speed, leapt to earth, and turning drew their swords. "On!" they cried, and lightened of their weight, once more the reeling horses plunged forward. The assassins were upon them. Wulf struck a mighty blow and emptied the saddle of the first, then was swept to earth. As he fell, from behind him he heard a scream of joy, and struggling to his feet looked round. Lo, from over the crest of the rise rushed squadron upon squadron of turbaned cavalry, who, as they came, set their lances in rest, and shouted, "Saladin! Saladin!" The assassins saw also, and turned to fly. Too late. "A horse! A horse!" screamed Godwin in Arabic, and presently, how he never knew, found himself mounted and charging with the Saracens. To Wulf, too, a horse was brought, but he could not struggle to its saddle. Thrice he strove, then fell backwards, and lay upon the sand, waving his sword and shouting where he lay, while Masuda stood by him, a dagger in her hand, and with her Rosamund upon her knees. Now the pursuers were the pursued, and dreadful was the reckoning that they must pay. Their horses were outworn and could not fly at speed. Some of the Fedai were cut down upon them. Some dismounted, and gathering themselves in little groups, fought bravely till they were slain, while a few were taken prisoners. Of all that great troop of men, not a score won back alive to Masyaf, to make report to their master of how the chase of his lost bride had ended. A while later, and Wulf from his seat upon the ground saw Godwin riding back towards him, his red sword in his hand. With him rode a sturdy, bright-eyed man, gorgeously apparelled, at the sight of whom Rosamund sprang to her feet, then as he dismounted, ran forward and with a little cry cast her arms about him. "Hassan! Prince Hassan! Is it indeed you? Oh, God be praised!" she gasped. Then, had not Masuda caught her, would have fallen. The Emir looked at her, her long hair loose, her face stained, her veil torn, but still clad in the silk and gleaming gems with which she had been decked as the bride-elect of Al-Jabal. Then low to the earth he bent his knee, while the grave Saracens watched, and taking the hem of her garment, he kissed it. "Allah be praised indeed," he said. "I, his unworthy servant, thank him from my heart, who never thought to see you living more. Soldiers, salute! Before you stands the Lady Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbek, and niece of your lord, Saladin, Commander of the Faithful." Then in stately salutation to this dishevelled, outworn, but still queenly woman, uprose hand, and spear, and scimitar, while Wulf cried from where he lay, "Why, it is our merchant of the drugged wine, none other. O Sir Saracen, does not the memory of that chapman's trick shame you now?" The Emir Hassan heard and grew red, muttering in his beard, "Like you, Sir Wulf, I am the slave of fate and must obey. Be not bitter against me till you know all." "I am not bitter," answered Wulf, "but I always pay for my drink, and we will settle that score yet, as I have sworn." "Hush!" broke in Rosamund. "Although he stole me, he is also my deliverer and friend through many a peril, and had it not been for him, by now—" and she shuddered. "I do not know all the story, but, Princess, it seems that you should thank not me, but these goodly cousins of yours and those splendid horses." And Hassan pointed to Smoke and Flame, who stood by quivering, with hollow flanks and drooping heads. There is another whom I must thank also, this noble woman, as you will call her also when you hear the story, said Rosamund, flinging her arms about the neck of Masouda. My master will reward her, said Hassan. But, O lady, what must you think of me who seem to desert you so basely? Yet I reasoned well, in the castle of that son of Satan, Sinan, and he spat upon the ground. I could not have aided you, for there he would only have butchered me. But by escaping I thought that I might help. So I bribed the Frankish knave with a priceless star of my house, and he touched the great jewel that he wore in his turban, and with what money I had, to loose my bonds, and while he pouched the gold, I stabbed him with his own knife and fled. But this morning I reached yonder city in command of 10,000 men, charged to rescue you if I could, if not to avenge you, for the ambassadors of Saladin informed me of your plight. An hour ago the watchmen on the towers reported that they saw 2 horses galloping across the plain beneath a double burden, pursued by soldiers, whom from their robes they took to be assassins. So, as I have a quarrel with the assassins, I crossed the bridge, formed up 500 men in a hollow, and waited, never guessing that it was you who fled. You know the rest, and the assassins know it also, for, he added grimly, you have been well avenged. Follow it up, said Wulf, and the vengeance shall be better, for I will show you the secret way into Masyaf, or if I cannot, Godwin will, and there you may haul Sinan from his own towers. Hassan shook his head and answered, I should like it well, for with this magician my master also has an ancient quarrel, but he has other feuds upon his hands. And he looked meaningly at Wulf and Godwin. And my orders were to rescue the princess and no more. Well, she has been rescued, and some hundreds of heads have paid the price of all that she has suffered. Also that secret way of yours will be safe enough by now. So there I let the matter bide, glad enough that it has ended thus. Only I warn you all, and myself also, to walk warily, since if I know aught of him, Sinan's Fedais will henceforth dog the steps of every one of us, striving to bring us to our ends by murder. Now here come the litters. Enter them all of you, and be borne to the city, who have ridden far enough today. Fear not for your horses. They shall be led in gently and saved alive, if skill and care can save them. I go to count the slain, and will join you presently in the citadel. So the bearers came and lifted up Wulf, and helped Godwin from his horse, for now that all was over he could scarcely stand, and with them Rosamund and Masouda. Placing them in the litters, they carried them, escorted by cavalry, across the bridge of the Orontes, into the city of Emesa, where they lodged them in the citadel. Here also, after giving them a drink of barley gruel, and rubbing their backs and legs with ointment, they let the horses smoke and flame, slowly and with great trouble, for these could hardly stir, and laid them down on thick beds of straw, tempting them with food, which after a while they ate. The 4, Rosamund, Masouda, Godwin, and Wulf, ate also of some soup with wine in it, and after the hurts of Wulf had been tended by a skilled doctor, went to their beds, whence they did not rise again for 2 days. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Elroi. The Sultan Saladin. In the 3rd morning Godwin awoke, to see the ray of sunrise streaming through the latticed window. They fell upon another bed near by, where Wulf still lay sleeping, a bandage on his head that had been hurt in the last charge against the assassins, and other bandages about his arms and body, which were much bruised in the fight upon the dreadful bridge. Wondrous was it to Godwin to watch him lying there sleeping healthily, notwithstanding his injuries, and to think of what they had gone through together with so little harm, to think also of how they had rescued Rosamund out of the very mouth of that earthly hell, of which he could see the peaks through the open window place, out of the very hands of that fiend, its ruler. Reckoning the tale day by day, he reflected on their adventures since they landed at Beirut, and saw how heaven had guided their every step. In face of the warnings that were given them, to visit the Al-Jabal in his stronghold had seemed a madness. Yet there, where none could have thought that she would be, they had found Rosamund. There they had been avenged upon the false knight Sir Hugh Lazelle, who had betrayed her first to Saladin, then to Sinan, and sent him down to death and judgment, and thence they had rescued Rosamund. Oh, how wise they had been to obey the dying words of their uncle Sir Andrew, who doubtless was given foresight at the end. God and his saints had helped them, who could not have helped themselves, and his minister had been Masouda. But for Masouda, Rosamund would by now be lost or dead, and they, if their lives were still left to them, would be wanderers in the great land of Syria, seeking for one who never could be found. Why had Masouda done these things, again and again, putting her own life upon the hazard, to save theirs and the honour of another woman? As he asked himself the question, Godwin felt the red blood rise to his face. Because she hated Sinan, who had murdered her parents and degraded her, she said, and doubtless that had to do with the matter. But it was no longer possible to hide the truth. She loved him, and had loved him from the first hour when they met. He had always suspected it, in that wild trial of the horses upon the mountainside, when she sat with her arms about him and her face pressed against his face, when she kissed his feet after he had saved her from the lion, and many another time. But as they followed Wulf and Rosamund up the mountain pass, while the host of the assassins thundered at their heels, and in broken gasps she had told him of her sad history, then it was that he grew sure. Then, too, he had said that he held her not vile, but noble, as indeed he did. And, thinking their death upon them, she had answered that she held him dear, and looked on him as a woman looks upon her only love, a message in her eyes that no man could fail to read. Yet if this was so, why had Masouda saved Rosamund, the lady to whom she knew well that he was sworn? Reared among those cruel folk who could wade to their desire through blood and think it honour, would she not have left her rival to her doom, seeing that oaths do not hold beyond the grave? An answer came into the heart of Godwin, at the very thought of which he turned pale and trembled. His brother was also sworn to Rosamund, and she in her soul must be sworn to one of them. Was it not to Wulf? Wulf, who was handsomer and more strong than he? To Wulf, the conqueror of Lazelle? Had Rosamund told Masouda this? Nay, surely not. Yet women can read each other's hearts, piercing veils through which no man may see, and perchance Masouda had read the heart of Rosamund. She stood behind her during the dreadful duel at the gate, and watched her face when Wulf's death seemed sure. She might have heard words that broke in agony from her lips in those moments of torment. Oh, without doubt it was so. And Masouda had protected Rosamund because she knew that her love was for Wulf and not for him. The thought was very bitter, and in its pain Godwin groaned aloud, while a fierce jealousy of the brave and handsome knight who slept at his side, dreaming, doubtless, of the fame that he had won and the reward by which it would be crowned, gripped his vitals like the icy hand of death. Then Godwin remembered the oath that they two had sworn far away in the priory at Stangate, and the love passing the love of woman which he bore towards his brother, and the duty of a Christian warrior whereto he was vowed, and hiding his face in his pillows, he prayed for strength. It would seem that it came to him. At least when he lifted his head again, the jealousy was gone, and only the great grief remained. Fear remained also, for what of Masuda? How should he deal with her? He was certain that this was no fancy which would pass, until her life passed with it, and beautiful as she was, and noble as she was, he did not wish her love. He could find no answer to these questions, save this, that things might go on as they were decreed. For himself, he, Godwin, would strive to do his duty, to keep his hands clean, and await the end, whatever that might be. Wulf woke up, stretched his arms, exclaimed because that action hurt him, grumbled at the brightness of the light upon his eyes, and said that he was very hungry. Then he arose, and with the help of Godwin dressed himself, but not in his armour. Here were the yellow-coated soldiers of Saladin, grave-faced and watchful, pacing before the door, for night and day they were trebly guarded, lest assassins should creep in. There was no need for mail. In the fortress of Masyaf, indeed, where they were also guarded, it had been otherwise. Wulf heard the step of the sentries on the cemented pavement without, and shook his great shoulders as though he shivered. "That sound makes my backbone cold," he said. For a moment, as my eyes opened, I thought that we were back again in the guest chambers of Al-Jabal, where folk crept round us as we slept, and murderers marched to and fro outside the curtains, fingering their knife points. Well, whatever there is to come, thank the saints that is done with. I tell you, brother, I have had enough of mountains and narrow bridges and assassins. Henceforth I desire to live upon a flat, with never a hill in sight, amidst honest folk, as stupid as their own sheep, who go to church on Sundays and get drunk, not with hashish, but on brown ale, brought to them by no white-robed sorceress, but by a draggle-tailed wench in a tavern, with her musty bedstraw still sticking in her hair. Give me the saltings of Essex, with the east winds blowing over them, and the primrose abloom upon the bank, and the lanes fetlock deep in mud, and for your share you may take all the scented gardens of Sinan, and the cups and jewels of his ladies, with the fightings and adventures of the golden East thrown in. I never sought these things, and we are a long way from Essex, answered Godwin shortly. No, said Wulf, but they seem to seek you. What news of Masuda? Have you seen her while I slept, which has been long? I have seen no one except the apothecary who tended you, the slaves who brought us food, and last evening the Prince Hassan, who came to see how we fared. He told me that, like yourself, Rosamund and Masuda slept. I am glad to hear it, answered Wulf, for certainly their rest was earned. By St. Chad, what a woman is this Masuda! A heart of fire and nerves of steel. Beautiful too, most beautiful, and the best horseman that ever sat a steed. Had it not been for her, by heaven, when I think of it, I feel as though I loved her. Don't you? No, said Godwin, still more shortly. Ah, well, I dare say she can love enough for two who does nothing by halves. And all things considered, he added with one of his great laughs, I am glad it is I of whom she thinks so little. Yes, I who adore her as though she were my patron saint. Hark, the guard's challenge. And forgetting where he was, he snatched at his sword. Then the door opened, and through it appeared the Emir Hassan, who saluted them in the name of Allah, searching them with his quiet eyes. Few would judge to look at you, Sir Knights, he said with a smile, that you have been the guests of the old man of the mountain, and left his house so hastily by the back door. 3 days more, and you will be as lusty as when we met beyond the seas upon the wharf by a certain creek. Oh, you are brave men, both of you, though you be infidels, from which error may the prophet guide you. Brave men, the flower of knighthood. I, Hassan, who have known many Frankish knights, say it from my heart. And he placed his hand to his turban. He bowed before them in admiration that was not feigned. We thank you, Prince, for your praise, said Godwin gravely. But Wulf stepped forward, took his hand, and shook it. That was an ill trick, Prince, which you played us yonder in England, he said, and one that brought as good a warrior as ever drew a sword, our uncle Sir Andrew Darcy, to an end, sad as it was glorious. Still you obeyed your master, and because of all that has happened since, I forgive you, and call you friend, although should we ever meet in battle, I still hope to pay you for that drugged wine. Here Hassan bowed, and said softly, I admit that the debt is owing, also that none sorrow more for the death of the noble Lord Darcy than I, your servant, who by the will of God brought it upon him. When we meet, Sir Wulf, in war, and that I think will be an ill hour for me, strike and strike home. I shall not complain. Meanwhile we are friends, and in very truth all that I have is yours. But now I come to tell you that the Princess Rose of the World, Allah bless her footsteps, is recovered from her fatigues, and desires that you should breakfast with her in an hour's time. Also the doctor waits to tend your bruises, and slaves to lead you to the bath and clothe you. Nay, leave your hauberk. Here the faith of Saladin and of his servants is your best armour. Still, I think that we will take them, said Godwin, for faith is a poor defence against the daggers of these assassins, who dwell not so far away. True, answered Hassan, I had forgotten. So thus they departed. An hour later they were led to the hall, where presently came Rosamund, and with her Masuda and Hassan. She was dressed in the rich robes of an Eastern lady, but the gems with which she had been adorned as the bride-elect of Al-Jabal were gone. And when she lifted her veil, the brethren saw that though her face was still somewhat pallid, her strength had come back to her, and the terror had left her eyes. She greeted them with sweet and gentle words, thanking first Godwin and then Wulf for all that they had done, and turning to Masuda, who stood by, stately and watchful, thanked her also. Then they sat down, and ate with light hearts and a good appetite. Before their meal was finished, the guard at the door announced that messengers had arrived from the Sultan. They entered, grey-haired men, clad in the robes of secretaries, whom Hassan hastened to greet. When they were seated and had spoken with him a while, one of them drew forth a letter, which Hassan, touching his forehead with it in token of respect, gave to Rosamund. She broke its seal, and seeing that it was in Arabic, handed it to her cousin, saying, Do you read it, Godwin, who are more learned than I? So he read aloud, translating the letter sentence by sentence. This was its purport. Saladin, commander of the faithful, the strong to aid, to his niece beloved, Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbek. Our servant, the Emir Hassan, has sent us tidings of your rescue from the power of the accursed lord of the mountain, Sinan, and that you are now safe in our city of Emesa, guarded by many thousands of our soldiers, and with you a woman named Masuda, and your kinsmen, the 2 Frankish knights, by whose skill in arms and courage you were saved. Now this is to command you to come to our court at Damascus as soon as you may be fit to travel, knowing that here you will be received with love and honor. Also I invite your kinsmen to accompany you, since I knew their father, and would welcome knights who have done such great deeds, and the woman Masuda with them. Or, if they prefer it, all three of them may return to their own lands and peoples. Hasten, my niece, Lady Rose of the World. Hasten, for my spirit seeks you, and my eyes desire to look upon you. In the name of Allah, greeting. You have heard, said Rosamund, as Godwin finished reading the scroll. Now, my cousins, what will you do? What else but go with you, whom we have come so far to seek? Answered Wulf, and Godwin nodded his head in assent. And you, Masuda? Ay, lady. Oh, I go also, since were I to return yonder, and she nodded towards the mountains, my greeting would be one that I do not wish. Do you note their words, Prince Hassan? Asked Rosamund. I expected no other, he answered with a bow. Only, knights, you must give me a promise, for even in the midst of my army, such is needful from men who can fly like birds out of the fortress of Masyaf, and from the knives of the assassins, who are mounted, moreover, on the swiftest horses in Syria, that have been trained to carry a double burden. And he looked at them meaningly. It is that upon this journey you will not attempt to escape with the princess, whom you have followed from oversea to rescue her out of the hand of Saladin. Godwin drew from his tunic the cross, which Rosamund had left him in the hall at Steeple, and sang, I swear upon this holy symbol that during our journey to Damascus I will attempt no escape, with or without my cousin Rosamund. He kissed it. And I swear the same upon my sword, added Wulf, laying his hand upon the silver hilt of the great blade which had been his forefather's. A security that I like better, said Hassan with a smile. But in truth, knights, your word is enough for me. Then he looked at Masuda and went on, still smiling. Nay, it is useless. For women who have dwelt yonder, oaths have no meaning. Lady, we must be content to watch you, since my lord has bidden you to his city, which, fair and brave as you are, to be plain, I would not have done. Then he turned to speak to the secretaries, and Godwin, who was noting all, saw Masuda's dark eyes follow him, and in them a very strange light. Good, they seemed to say. As you have written, so shall you read. That same afternoon they started for Damascus, a great army of horsemen. In its midst, guarded by 1,000 spears, Rosamund was borne in a litter. In front of her rode Hassan, with his yellow-robed bodyguard. At her side Masuda, and behind, for notwithstanding his hurts, Wulf would not be carried, the brethren, mounted upon ambling palfreys. After them, led by slaves, came the chargers, Flame and Smoke, recovered now, but still walking somewhat stiffly, and then rank upon rank of turbaned Saracens. Through the open curtains of her litter, Rosamund beckoned to the brethren, who pushed alongside of her. Look, she said, pointing with her hand. They looked, and there, bathed in the glory of the sinking sun, saw the mountains crowned far, far away with the impregnable city and fortress of Masyaf, and below it the slopes down which they had ridden for their lives. Nearer to them flashed the river bordered by the town of Emesa. Set at intervals along its walls were spears, looking like filaments against the flaming sunset sky, and on each of them a black dot, which was the head of an assassin, while from the turrets above the golden banner of Saladin fluttered in the evening wind. Remembering all that she had undergone in that fearful home of devil-worshippers, and the fate from which she had been snatched, Rosamund shuddered. "It burns like a city in hell," she said, staring at Masyaf, environed by that lurid evening light, and canopied with black smoke like clouds. "Oh, such I think will be its doom." "I trust so," answered Wulf fervently. "At least in this world and the next, we have done with it." "Yes," added Godwin in his thoughtful voice. "Still, out of that evil place we won good, for there we found Rosamund, and there, my brother, you conquered in such a fray as you can never hope to fight again, gaining great glory and perhaps much more." Then reining in his horse, Godwin fell back behind the litter, while Wulf wondered, and Rosamund watched him with dreaming eyes. That evening they camped in the desert, and next morning, surrounded by wandering tribes of Bedouins mounted on their camels, marched on again, sleeping that night in the ancient fortress of Baalbek, whereof the garrison and people, having been warned by runners of the rank and titles of Rosamund, came out to do her homage as their lady. Hearing of it, she left her litter, and mounting a splendid horse which they had sent her as a present, rode to meet them, the brethren in full armour and once more bestriding flame and smoke beside her, and a guard of Saladin's own Mamelukes behind. Solemn turbaned men, who had been commanded so to do by messengers from the Sultan, brought her the keys of the gates on a cushion. Minstrels and soldiers marched before her, whilst crowding the walls and running alongside came the citizens in their thousands. Thus she went on, through the open gates, past the towering columns of ruined temples, once a home of the worship of heathen gods, through courts and vaults, to the citadel, surrounded by its gardens, that in the dead ages had been the Acropolis of forgotten Roman emperors. Here in the portico, Rosamund turned her horse, and received the salutations of the multitude, as though she also were one of the world's rulers. Indeed, it seemed to the brethren watching her, as she sat upon the great white horse, and surveyed the shouting, bending crowd with flashing eyes, splendid in her bearing and beautiful to see, a prince at her stirrup and an army at her back, that none of those who had trod that path before her could have seemed greater or more glorious in the hour of their pride than did this English girl, who by the whim of fate had suddenly been set so high. Truly, by blood and nature, she was fitted to be a queen. Yet as Rosamund sat thus, the pride passed from her face, and her eyes fell. "Of what are you thinking?" asked Godwin at her side. "That I would we were back among the summer fields at Steeple," she answered. "For those who are lifted high fall low. Prince Hassan, give the captains and people my thanks, and bid them be gone. I would rest." Thus for the first and last time did Rosamund behold her ancient fief of Baalbek, which her grandsire, the great Ayyub, had ruled before her. That night there was feasting in the mighty immemorial halls, and singing and minstrelsy, and the dancing of fair women, and the giving of gifts. For Baalbek, where birth and beauty were ever welcome, did honour to its lady, the favourite niece of the mighty Saladin. Yet there were some who murmured that she would bring no good fortune to the Sultan or this his city, who was not all of the blood of Ayyub, but half a Frank, and a cross-worshipper, though even these praised her beauty and her royal bearing. The brethren they praised also, although these were unbelievers, and the tale of how Wulf had fought the traitor knight upon the narrow way, and of how they had led their kinswoman from the haunted fortress of Masyaf, was passed from mouth to mouth. At dawn the next day, on orders received from the Sultan, they left Baalbek, escorted by the army, and many of the notables of the town. That afternoon they drew rein upon the heights which overlook the city of Damascus, bride of the earth, set amidst its 7 streams, and ringed about with gardens, one of the most beautiful and perhaps the most ancient city in the world. Then they rode down to the bounteous plain, and as night fell, having passed the encircling gardens, were escorted through the gates of Damascus, outside of which most of the army halted and encamped. Along the narrow streets, bordered by yellow flat-roofed houses, they rode slowly, looking now at the motley, many-coloured crowds, who watched them with grave interest, and now at the stately buildings, domed mosques, and towering minarets, which everywhere stood out against the deep blue of the evening sky. Thus at length they came to an open space planted like a garden, beyond which was seen a huge and fantastic castle that Hassan told them was the palace of Saladin. In its courtyard they were parted, Rosamund being led away by officers of state, whilst the brethren were taken to chambers that had been prepared, where, after they had bathed, they were served with food. Scarcely had they eaten it, when Hassan appeared, and bade them follow him. Passing down various passages, and across a court, they came to some guarded doors, where the soldiers demanded that they should give up their swords and daggers. "It is not needful," said Hassan, and they let them go by. Next came more passages and a curtain, beyond which they found themselves in a small domed room, lit by hanging silver lamps, and paved in tessellated marbles, strewn with rich rugs, and furnished with cushioned couches. At a sign from Hassan, the brethren stood still in the centre of this room, and looked about them, wondering. The place was empty and very silent. They felt afraid of what they knew not. Presently curtains upon its further side opened, and through them came a man, turbaned and wrapped in a dark robe, who stood a while in the shadow, gazing at them beneath the lamps. The man was not very tall, and slight in build, yet about him was much majesty, although his garb was such as the humblest might have worn. He came forward, lifting his head, and they saw that his features were small and finely cut, that he was bearded, and beneath his broad brow shone thoughtful, yet at times piercing eyes, which were brown in hue. Now the Prince Hassan sank to his knees, and touched the marble with his forehead, and guessing that they were in the presence of the mighty monarch Saladin, the brethren saluted in their Western fashion. Presently the Sultan spoke in a low, even voice to Hassan, to whom he motioned that he should rise, saying, "I can see that you trust these knights, Emir," and he pointed to their great swords. "Sire," was the answer, "I trust them as I trust myself. They are brave and honourable men, although they be infidels." The Sultan stroked his beard. "Ay," he said, "infidels. It is a pity. Yet doubtless they worship God after their own fashion. Noble to look on also, like their father, whom I remember well, and, if all I hear is true, brave indeed. Sir Knights, do you understand my language?" "Sufficiently to speak it, Lord," answered Godwin, "who have learnt it since childhood, yet ill enough." "Good. Then tell me, as soldiers to a soldier, what do you seek from Saladin?" "Our cousin, the Lady Rosamund, who by your command, Lord, was stolen from our home in England." "Knights, she is your cousin, that I know, as surely as I know that she is my niece. Tell me now, is she aught more to you?" And he searched them with those piercing eyes. Godwin looked at Wulf, who said in English, "Speak the whole truth, brother, From that man nothing can be hid." Then Godwin answered, "Sire, we love her, and are affianced to her." The Sultan stared at them in surprise. "What, both of you?" he asked. "Yes, both." "And does she love you both?" "Yes," replied Godwin. "Both, or so she says." Saladin stroked his beard and considered them, while Hassan smiled a little. "Then, knights," he said presently, "tell me, which of you does she love best?" "That, sire, is known to her alone. When the time comes she will say, and not before." "I perceive," said Saladin, "that behind this riddle hides a story. If it is your good pleasure, be seated, and set it out to me." So they sat down on the divan and obeyed, keeping nothing back from the beginning to the end, nor, although the tale was long, did the Sultan weary of listening. "A great story, truly," he said, when at length they had finished, "and one in which I seem to see the hand of Allah. Sir knights, you will think that I have wronged you, and your uncle Sir Andrew, who was once my friend, although an older man than I, and who by stealing away my sister laid the foundations of this house of love and war and woe, and perchance of happiness unforeseen. Now listen. The tale that those two Frankish knaves, the priest and the false knight Lozelle, told to you was true. As I wrote to your uncle in my letter, I dreamed a dream. Thrice I dreamt it, that this niece of mine lived, and that if I could bring her here to dwell at my side, she should save the shedding of much blood by some noble deed of hers, of the blood of tens of thousands. And in that dream I saw her face. Therefore I stretched out my arm and took her from far away. And now through you, yes, through you, she has been snatched from the power of the great assassin, and is safe in my court, and therefore henceforth I am your friend." "Sire, have you seen her?" asked Godwin. "Knights, I have seen her, and the face is the face of my dreams, and therefore I know full surely that in those dreams God spoke. Listen, Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf." Saladin went on in a changed voice, a stern, commanding voice. "Ask of me what you will, and Franks though you are, it shall be given you for your service's sake. Wealth, lands, titles, all that men desire and I can grant. But ask not of me my niece, Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbek, whom Allah has brought to me for his own purposes. Know, moreover, that if you strive to steal her away, you shall certainly die, and that if she escapes from me and I recapture her, then she shall die. These things I have told her already, and I swear them in the name of Allah. Here she is, and in my house she must abide, until the vision be fulfilled." Now in their dismay the brethren looked at each other, for they seemed further from their desire than they had been even in the castle of Sinan. Then a light broke upon the face of Godwin, and he stood up and answered, "Dread Lord of all the East, we hear you and we know our risk. You have given us your friendship, we accept it, and are grateful, and seek no more. God, you say, has brought our Lady Rosamund to you for his own purposes, of which you have no doubt, since her face is the very face of your dreams. Then let his purposes be accomplished according to his will, which may be in some way that we little guess. We abide his judgment, who has guided us in the past, and will guide us in the future." "Well spoken," replied Saladin. "I have warned you, my guests,
Therefore blame me not if I keep my word, but I ask no promise from you who would not tempt noble knights to lie. Yes, Allah has set the strange riddle. By Allah, let it be answered in His season." Then he waved his hand to show that the audience was ended. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Brethren depart from Damascus. At the court of Saladin, Godwin and Wulf were treated with much honour. A house was given them to dwell in, and a company of servants to minister to their comfort and to guard them. Mounted on their swift horses, Flame and Smoke, they were taken out into the desert to hunt, and had they so willed, it would have been easy for them to outdistance their retinue and companions, and ride away to the nearest Christian town. Indeed, no hand would have been lifted to stay them, who were free to come or go. But whither were they to go without Rosamund? Saladin they saw often, for it pleased him to tell them tales of those days when their father and uncle were in the East, or to talk with them of England and the Franks, and even now and again to reason with Godwin on matters of religion. Moreover, to show his faith in them, he gave them the rank of officers of his own bodyguard, and when, wearying of their idleness, they asked it of him, allowed them to take their share of duty in the guarding of his palace and person. This at a time when peace still reigned between Frank and Saracen, the brethren were not ashamed to do, who received no payment for their services. Peace reigned indeed, but Godwin and Wulf could guess that it would not reign for long. Damascus and the plain around it were one great camp, and every day new thousands of wild tribesmen poured in and took up the quarters that had been prepared for them. They asked Masuda, who knew everything, what it meant. She answered, "It means the jihad, the holy war, which has been preached in every mosque throughout the East. It means that the great struggle between cross and crescent is at hand, and then, pilgrims Peter and John, you will have to choose your standard." "There can be little doubt about that," said Wulf. "None," replied Masuda with one of her smiles. "Only it may pain you to have to make war upon the Princess of Baalbek and her uncle, the commander of the faithful." Then she went, still smiling. For this was the trouble of it. Rosamund, their cousin and their love, had in truth become the Princess of Baalbek, for them. She lived in great state and freedom, as Saladin had promised that she would live in his letter to Sir Andrew Darcy. No insult or violence were offered to her faith, no suitor was thrust upon her. But she was in a land where women do not consort with men, especially if they be high-placed. As a princess of the empire of Saladin, she must obey its rules, even to veiling herself when she went abroad, and exchanging no private words with men. Godwin and Wulf prayed Saladin that they might be allowed to speak with her from time to time, but he only answered shortly, "Sir Knights, our customs are our customs. Moreover, the less you see of the Princess of Baalbek, the better I think it will be for her, for you, whose blood I do not wish to have upon my hands, and for myself, who await the fulfillment of that dream which the angel brought." Then the brethren left his presence, sore at heart, for although they saw her from time to time at feasts and festivals, Rosamund was as far apart from them as though she sat in Steeple Hall, and further. Also they came to see that of rescuing her from Damascus there was no hope at all. She dwelt in her own palace, whereof the walls were guarded night and day by a company of the Sultan's Mamelukes, who knew that they were answerable for her with their lives.
Within its walls, again, lived trusted eunuchs, under the command of a cunning fellow named Mesrur, and her retinue of women, all of them spies and watchful. How could two men hope to snatch her from the heart of such a host, and to spirit her out of Damascus and through its encircling armies? One comfort, however, was left to them. When she reached the court, Rosamund had prayed of the Sultan that Masouda should not be separated from her, and this because of the part she had played in his niece's rescue from the power of Sinan. He had granted, though doubtfully. Moreover, Masouda, being a person of no account, except for her beauty, and a heretic, was allowed to go where she would, and to speak with whom she wished. So, as she wished to speak often with Godwin, they did not lack for tidings of Rosamund. From her they learned that in a fashion the princess was happy enough. Who would not be that had just escaped from Al-Jabal, yet weary of the strange Eastern life, of the restraints upon her, and of her aimless days, vexed also that she might not mix with the brethren. Day by day she sent them her greetings, and with them warnings to attempt nothing, not even to see her, since there was no hope that they would succeed. So much afraid of them was the Sultan, Rosamund said, that both she and they were watched day and night, and of any folly their lives would pay the price. When they heard all this, the brethren began to despair, and their spirits sank so low that they cared not what should happen to them. Then it was that a chance came to them of which the issue was to make them still more admired by Saladin, and to lift Masouda to honour. One hot morning they were seated in the courtyard of their house beside the fountain, staring at the passers-by through the bars of the bronze gates, and at the sentries who marched to and fro before them. This house was in one of the principal thoroughfares of Damascus, and in front of it flowed continually an unending many-coloured stream of folk. There were white-robed Arabs of the desert, mounted on their grumbling camels, caravans of merchandise from Egypt or elsewhere, asses laden with firewood, or the grey prickly growth of the wild thyme for the bakers' ovens. Water sellers with their goatskin bags and chinking brazen cups, vendors of birds or sweetmeats, women going to the bath in closed and curtained litters, escorted by the eunuchs of their households, great lords riding on their Arab horses and preceded by their runners, who thrust the crowd asunder and beat the poor with rods, beggars, halt, maimed, and blind, beseeching alms, lepers from whom all shrank away, who wailed their woes aloud, stately companies of soldiers, some mounted and some afoot, holy men who gave blessings and received alms, and so forth, without number and without end. Godwin and Wulf, seated in the shade of the painted house, watched them gloomily. They were weary of this ever-changing sameness, weary of the eternal glare and glitter of this unfamiliar life, weary of the insistent cries of the mullahs on the minarets, of the flash of the swords that would soon be red with the blood of their own people, weary, too, of the hopeless task to which they were sworn. Rosamund was one of this multitude. She was the princess of Baalbek, half an Eastern by her blood, and growing more Eastern day by day, or so they thought in their bitterness. As well might two Saracens hope to snatch the Queen of England from her palace at Westminster, as they to drag the Princess of Baalbek out of the power of a monarch more absolute than the King of England. So they sat silent, since they had nothing to say, and stared now at the passing crowd, and now at the thin stream of water falling continually into the marble basin. Presently they heard voices at the gate, and looking up, saw a woman wrapped in a long cloak, talking with a guard, who with a laugh thrust out his arm, as though to place it around her. Then a knife flashed, and the soldier stepped back, still laughing, and opened the wicket. The woman came in. It was Masuda. They rose and bowed to her, but she passed before them into the house. Thither they followed, while the soldier at the gate laughed again, and at the sound of his mockery Godwin's cheeks grew red. Even in the cool, darkened room she noticed it, and said bitterly enough, "What does it matter? Such insults are my daily bread whom they believe—" and she stopped. "They had best say nothing of what they believe to me," muttered Godwin. "I thank you," Masuda answered, with a sweet, swift smile, and throwing off her cloak, stood before them unveiled, clad in the white robes that befitted her tall and graceful form so well, and were blazoned on the breast with a cognizance of Baalbec. "Well for you," she went on, "that they hold me to be what I am not, since otherwise I should win no entry to this house." "What of our Lady Rosamund?" broke in Wulf awkwardly, for like Godwin he was pained. Masuda laid her hand upon her breast as though to still its heaving, then answered, "The Princess of Baalbec, my mistress, is well and as ever beautiful, though somewhat weary of the pomp in which she finds no joy. She sent her greetings, but did not say to which of you they should be delivered, so pilgrims, you must share them." Godwin winced, but Wulf asked if there were any hope of seeing her, to which Masuda answered, "None," adding in a low voice, "I came upon another business. Do you brethren wish to do Saladin a service?" "I don't know. What is it?" asked Godwin gloomily. "Only to save his life, for which he may be grateful or may not, according to his mood." "Speak on," said Godwin, "and tell us how we two Franks can save the life of the Sultan of the East." "Do you still remember Sinan and his Fedais? Yes, they are not easily forgotten, are they? Well, tonight he has plotted to murder Saladin, and afterwards to murder you if he can, and to carry away your Lady Rosamund if he can, or, failing that, to murder her also. Oh, the tale is true enough. I have it from one of them under the signet. Surely that signet has served us well. Who believes, poor fool, that I am in the plot? Now you are the officers of the bodyguard who watch in the antechamber tonight, are you not? Well, when the guard is changed at midnight, the 8 men who should replace them at the doors of the room of Saladin will not arrive. They will be decoyed away by a false order. In their stead will come 8 murderers, disguised in the robes and arms of Mamelukes. They look to deceive and cut you down, kill Saladin, and escape by the further door. Can you hold your own a while against 8 men, think you?" "We have done so before, and will try," answered Wulf. "But how shall we know that they are not Mamelukes?" "Thus, they will wish to pass the door, and you will say, 'Nay, sons of Sinan,' whereon they will spring on you to kill you. Then be ready and shout aloud." "And if they overcome us?" asked Godwin. "Then the Sultan would be slain?" "Nay, for you must lock the door of the chamber of Saladin and hide away the key. The sound of the fighting will arouse the outer guard ere hurt can come to him. Or," she added after thinking a while, "perhaps it will be best to reveal the plot to the Sultan at once." "No, no," answered Wulf. "Let us take the chance. I weary of doing nothing here. Hassan guards the outer gate. He will come swiftly at the sound of blows." "Good," said Masuda. "I will see that he is there and awake. Now farewell, and pray that we may meet again. I say nothing of the story to the Princess Rosamund until it is done with." Then throwing her cloak about her shoulders, she turned and went. "Is it true, think you?" asked Wulf of Godwin. "We have never found Masuda to be a liar," was his answer. "Come, let us see to our armour, for the knives of those Fedai are sharp." It was near midnight, and the brethren stood in the small domed antechamber, from which a door opened into the sleeping rooms of Saladin, The guard of 8 Mamelukes had left them, to be met by their relief in the courtyard, according to custom, but no relief had as yet appeared in the antechamber. "It would seem that Masuda's tale is true," said Godwin, and going to the door he locked it, and hid the key beneath a cushion. Then they took their stand in front of the locked door, before which hung curtains, standing in the shadow with the light from the hanging silver lamps pouring down in front of them. Here they waited a while in silence, till at length they heard the tramp of men, and 8 Mamelukes, clad in yellow above their mail, marched in and saluted. "Stand," said Godwin, and they stood a minute, then began to edge forward. "Stand," said both the brethren again, but still they edged forward. "Stand, sons of Sinan," they said a third time, drawing their swords. Then with a hiss of disappointed rage, the Fedai came at them. "Darcy! Darcy! Help for the Sultan!" shouted the brethren, and the fray began. 6 of the men attacked them, and while they were engaged with these, the other 2 slipped round and tried the door, only to find it fast. Then they also turned upon the brethren, thinking to take the key from off their bodies. At the first rush 2 of the Fedai went down beneath the sweep of the long swords, but after that the murderers would not come close, and while some engaged with them in front, others strove to pass and stab them from behind. Indeed, a blow from one of their long knives fell upon Godwin's shoulder, but the good mail turned it. "Give way," he cried to Wulf, "or they will best us." So suddenly they gave way before them, till their backs were against the door, and there they stood, shouting for help, and sweeping around them with their swords, into reach of which the Fedai dare not come. Now from without the chamber rose a cry and tumult, and the sound of heavy blows falling upon the gates that the murderers had barred behind them, while upon the further side of the door, which he could not open, was heard the voice of the Sultan demanding to know what passed. The Fedai heard these sounds also, and read in them their doom. Forgetting caution in their despair and rage, they hurled themselves upon the brethren, for they thought that if they could get them down, they might still break through the door and slay Saladin before they themselves were slain. But for a while the brethren stopped their rush with point and buckler, wounding 2 of them sorely, and when at length they closed in upon them, the gates were burst, and Hassan and the outer guard were at hand. A minute later, and but little hurt, Godwin and Wulf were leaning on their swords, and the Fedai, some of them dead or wounded, and some of them captive, lay before them on the marble floor. Moreover, the door had been opened, and through it came the Sultan in his night gear. "What has chanced?" he asked, looking at them doubtfully. "Only this, Lord," answered Godwin. "These men came to kill you, and we held them off till help arrived." "Kill me, my own guard, kill me." "They are not your guard, they are Fedai, disguised as your guard, and sent by Al-Jabal, as he promised." Now Saladin turned pale, for he who feared nothing else was all his life afraid of the assassins and their lord, who thrice had striven to murder him. "Strip the armour from those men," went on Godwin, "and I think that you will find truth in my words, or if not, question such of them as still live." They obeyed, and there upon the breast of one of them, burnt into his skin, was the symbol of the blood-red dagger. Now Saladin saw, and beckoned the brethren aside. "How knew you of this?" he asked, searching them with his piercing eyes. "Masuda, the Lady Rosamund's waiting woman, warned us that you, Lord, and we were to be murdered tonight by 8 men, so we made ready." "Why then did you not tell me?" "Because," answered Wulf, "we were not sure that the news was true, and did not wish to bring false tidings and be made foolish. Because also my brother and I thought that we could hold our own a while against 8 of Sinan's rats, disguised as soldiers of Saladin." You have done it well, though yours was a mad counsel, answered the Sultan. Then he gave his hand first to one and next to the other, and said simply, Sir Knights, Saladin owes his life to you. Should it ever come about that you owe your lives to Saladin, he will remember this. Thus this business ended. On the morrow, those of the Fedai who remained alive were questioned, and confessing freely that they had been sent to murder Saladin, who had robbed their master of his bride, the 2 Franks who had carried her off, and the woman Masuda who had guided them, they were put to death cruelly enough. Also many others in the city were seized and killed on suspicion, so that for a while there was no more fear from the assassins. Now from that day forward, Saladin held the brethren in great friendship, and pressed gifts upon them, and offered them honours. But they refused them all, saying that they needed but one thing of him, and he knew what it was, an answer at which his face sank. One morning he sent for them, and except for the presence of Prince Hassan, the most favourite of his emirs, and a famous imam, or priest of his religion, received them alone. Listen, he said briefly, addressing Godwin. I understand that my niece, the Princess of Baalbek, is beloved by you. Good. Subscribe the Quran, and I give her to you in marriage, for thus also she may be led to the true faith, whom I have sworn not to force thereto, and I gain a great warrior, and paradise a brave soul. The Imam here will instruct you in the truth. Thus he spoke, but Godwin only stared at him, with eyes set wide in wonderment, and answered, Sire, I thank you, but I cannot change my faith to win a woman, however dearly I may love her. So I thought, said Saladin with a sigh, though indeed it is sad that superstition should thus blind so brave and good a man. Now, Sir Wulf, it is your turn. What say you to my offer? Will you take the princess and her dominions with my love thrown in as a marriage portion? Wulf thought a moment, and as he thought there arose in his mind a vision of an autumn afternoon that seemed years and years ago, when they two and Rosamund had stood by the shrine of St. Chad on the shores of Essex, and jested of this very matter of a change of faith. Then he answered with one of his great laughs, Aye, sir, but on my own terms, not on yours. For if I took these, I think that my marriage would lack blessings. Nor indeed would Rosamund wish to wed a servant of your prophet, who, if it pleases him, might take other wives. Saladin leant his head upon his hand, and looked at them with disappointed eyes, yet not unkindly. The knight Lozelle was a cross-worshipper, he said, but you two are very different from the knight Lozelle, who accepted the faith when it was offered to him. To win your trade, said Godwin bitterly. I know not, answered Saladin, though it is true the man seems to have been a Christian among the Franks, who here was a follower of the prophet. At least he is dead at your hands, and though he sinned against me, and betrayed my niece to Sinan, peace be with his soul. Now I have one more thing to say to you. That Frank, Prince Arnat of Carak, whom you call Reginald de Chatillon, accursed be his name, and he spat upon the ground, has once more broken the peace between me and the King of Jerusalem, slaughtering my merchants and stealing my goods. I will suffer the shame no more, and very shortly I unfurl my standards, which shall not be folded up again until they float upon the mosque of Omar, and from every tower top in Palestine. Your people are doomed. I, Yusuf Saladin. And he rose as he said the words.
his very beard bristling with wrath. Declare the holy war, and will sweep them to the sea. Choose now, you brethren. Do you fight for me or against me? Or will you give up your swords and bide here as my prisoners? We are the servants of the cross, answered Godwin, and cannot lift steel against it and thereby lose our souls. Then he spoke with Wulf and added, As to your second question, whether we should bide here in chains, it is one that our Lady Rosamund must answer, for we are sworn to her service. We demand to see the Princess of Baalbek. Send for her, Emir, said Saladin to the Prince Hassan, who bowed and departed. A while later Rosamund came, looking beautiful, but, as they saw when she threw back her veil, very white and weary. She bowed to Saladin, and the brethren, who were not allowed to touch her hand, bowed to her, devouring her face with eager eyes. Greetings, my uncle, she said to the Sultan, and to you, my cousins, greetings also. What is your pleasure with me? Saladin motioned to her to be seated, and bade Godwin set out the case, which he did very clearly, ending, Is it your wish, Rosamund, that we stay in this court as prisoners, or go forth to fight with the Franks in the great war that is to be? Rosamund looked at them a while, then answered, To whom were you sworn the first? Was it to the service of our Lord, or to the service of a woman? I have said. Such words as we expected from you, being what you are, exclaimed Godwin, while Wulf nodded his head in assent, and added, Sultan, we ask your safe conduct to Jerusalem, and leave this lady in your charge, relying on your plighted word to do no violence to her faith, and to protect her person. My safe conduct you have, replied Saladin, and my friendship also. Nor indeed should I have thought well of you had you decided otherwise. Now henceforth we are enemies in the eyes of all men, and I shall strive to slay you, as you will strive to slay me. But as regards this lady, have no fear. What I have promised shall be fulfilled. Bid her farewell, whom you will see no more. Who taught your lips to say such words, O Sultan? Asked Godwin. Is it given to you to read the future and the decrees of God? I should have said, answered Saladin, whom you will see no more, if I am able to keep you apart. Can you complain, who both of you have refused to take her as a wife? Here Rosamund looked up wondering, and Wulf broke in, Tell her the price. Tell her that she was asked to wed either of us, who would bow the knee to Mohammed, and to be the head of his harem, and I think that she will not blame us. Never would I have spoken again to him who answered otherwise, exclaimed Rosamund, and Saladin frowned at the words. Oh, my uncle, she went on, you have been kind to me, and raised me high, but I do not seek this greatness, nor are your ways my ways, who am of a faith that you call accursed. Let me go, I beseech you, in care of these my kinsmen. And your lovers, said Saladin bitterly. Niece, it cannot be. I love you well, but did I know even that your life must pay the price of your sojourn here, here you still should stay, since, as my dream told me, on you hang the lives of thousands, and I believe that dream. What then is your life, or the lives of these knights, or even my life, that any or all of them should turn the scale against those of thousands? Oh, everything that my empire can give is at your feet. But here you stay, until the dream be accomplished, and,
he added, looking at the brethren. Death shall be the portion of any who would steal you from my hand. Until the dream be accomplished, said Rosamund, catching at the words. Then, when it is accomplished, shall I be free? Ay, answered the Sultan. Free to come or to go, unless you attempt escape, for then you know your certain doom. It is a decree. Take note, my cousins, it is a decree. And you, Prince Hassan, remember it also. Oh, I pray with all my soul, I pray, that it was no lying spirit who brought you that dream, my uncle. Though how I shall bring peace, who hitherto have brought nothing except war and bloodshed, I know not. Now go, my cousins, but if you will, leave me Masuda, who has no other friends. Go, and take my love and blessing with you, ay, and the blessing of Jesu and his saints, which shall protect you in the hour of battle, and bring us together again. So spoke Rosamund, and threw her veil before her face, that she might hide her tears. Then Godwin and Wulf stepped to where she stood by the throne of Saladin, bent the knee before her, and, taking her hand, kissed it in farewell. Nor did the Sultan say them nay. But when she was gone, and the brethren were gone, he turned to the Emir Hassan, and to the great Imam, who had sat silent all this while, and said, Now tell me, you who are old and wise, which of those men does the lady love? Speak, Hassan, you who know her well. But Hassan shook his head. One or the other, both or neither, I know not, he answered. Her counsel is too close for me. Then Saladin turned to the Imam, a cunning, silent man. When both the infidels are about to die before her face, as I still hope to see them do, we may learn the answer, but unless she wills it, never before, he replied, and the Sultan noted his saying. Next morning, having been warned that they would pass there by Masuda, Rosamund, watching through the lattice of one of her palace windows, saw the brethren go by. They were fully armed, and, mounted on their splendid chargers, flame and smoke, looked glorious men, as followed by their escort of swarthy, turbaned Mamelukes, they rode proudly side by side, the sunlight glinting on their mail. Opposite to her house they halted a while, and, knowing that Rosamund watched, although they could not see her, drew their swords and lifted them in salute. Then, sheathing them again, they rode forward in silence, and soon were lost to sight. Little did Rosamund guess how different they would appear when they three met again. Indeed, she scarcely dared to hope that they would ever meet, for she knew well that even if the war went in favour of the Christians, she would be hurried away to some place where they would never find her. She knew well also that from Damascus her rescue was impossible, and that although Saladin loved them, as he loved all who were honest and brave, he would receive them no more as friends, for fear lest they should rob him of her, whom he hoped in some way unforeseen would enable him to end his days in peace. Moreover, the struggle between cross and crescent would be fierce and to the death, and she was sure that where was the closest fighting, there in the midst of it would be found Godwin and Wulf. Well might it chance, therefore, that her eyes had looked their last upon them. Oh, she was great! Gold was hers, with gems more than she could count, and few were the weeks that did not bring her added wealth or gifts. She had palaces to dwell in, alone, gardens to wander in, alone, eunuchs and slaves to rule over, alone. But never a friend had she, save the woman of the assassins, to whom she clung because she, Masuda, had saved her from Sinan, and who clung to her, why, Rosamund could not be sure, for there was a veil between their spirits. They were gone. They were gone. Even the sound of their horses' hoofs had died away, and she was desolate as a child lost in a city full of folk. Oh, and her heart was filled with fears for them, and most of all for one of them. If he should not come back into it, what would her life be? Rosamund bowed her head and wept. Then, hearing a sound behind her, turned to see that Masuda was weeping also. "Why do you weep?" she asked. "The maid should copy her mistress," answered Masuda with a hard laugh. "But, lady, why do you weep? At least you are beloved, and come what may, nothing can take that from you. You are not of less value than the good horse between the rider's knees, or the faithful hound that runs at his side." A thought rose in Rosamund's mind, a new and terrible thought. The eyes of the two women met, and those of Rosamund asked, "Which?" Anxiously, as once in the moonlight, she had asked it with her voice from the gate above the narrow way. Between them stood a table inlaid with ivory and pearl, whereon the dust from the street had gathered through the open lattice. Masuda leant over, and with her forefinger wrote a single Arabic letter in the dust upon the table, then passed her hand across it. Rosamund's breast heaved twice or thrice, and was still. Then she asked, "Why did not you who are free go with him?" "Because he prayed me to bide here and watch over the lady whom he loved. So to the death I watch." Slowly Masuda spoke, and the heavy words seemed like blood dropping from a death wound. Then she sank forward into the arms of Rosamund. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. Wulf pays for the drugged wine. Many a day had gone by since the brethren bade farewell to Rosamund at Damascus. Now one burning July night they sat upon their horses, the moonlight gleaming on their mail. Still as statues they sat, looking out from a rocky mountain top, across that grey and arid plain which stretches from near Nazareth to the lip of the hills at whose foot lies Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee. Beneath them, camped around the fountain of Sepharia, were spread the hosts of the Franks, to which they did sentinel. 1,300 knights, 20,000 foot and hordes of Turcopoles, that is, natives of the country, armed after the fashion of the Saracens. 2 miles away to the southeast glimmered the white houses of Nazareth, set in the lap of the mountains. Nazareth, the holy city, where for 30 years lived and toiled the Saviour of the world. Doubtless, thought Godwin, his feet had often trod that mountain whereon they stood, and in the watered vales below his hands had sped the plough or reaped the corn. Long, long had his voice been silent, yet to Godwin's ears it still seemed to speak in the murmur of the vast camp, and to echo from the slopes of the Galilean hills, and the words it said were, "I bring not peace, but a sword." Tomorrow they were to advance, so rumour said, across yonder desert plain, and give battle to Saladin, who lay with all his power by Hattin, above Tiberias. Godwin and his brother thought that it was a madness, for they had seen the might of the Saracens, and ridden across that thirsty plain beneath the summer sun. But who were they, 2 wandering unattended knights, that they should dare to lift up their voices against those of the lords of the land, skilled from their birth in desert warfare? Yet Godwin's heart was troubled, and fear took hold of him, not for himself, but for all the countless army that lay asleep yonder, and for the cause of Christendom, which staked its last throw upon this battle. "I go to watch yonder. Bide you here," he said to Wulf, and turning the head of flame, rode some 60 yards over a shoulder of the rock to the further edge of the mountain, which looked towards the north. Here he could see neither the camp, nor Wulf, nor any living thing, but indeed was utterly alone. Dismounting, and bidding the horse stand, which it would do like a dog, he walked forward a few steps, to where there was a rock, and kneeling down, began to pray with all the strength of his pure warrior heart. "O Lord," he prayed, "who once wast man, and a dweller in these mountains, and knowest what is in man, hear me. I am afraid for all the thousands who sleep round Nazareth, not for myself, who care nothing for my life, but for all those, thy servants and my brethren, yes, and for the cross upon which thou didst hang, and for the faith itself throughout the East. O give me light. O let me hear and see, that I may warn them, unless my fears are vain." So he murmured to heaven above, and beat his hands against his brow, praying, ever praying, as he had never prayed before, that wisdom and vision might be given to his soul. It seemed to Godwin that a sleep fell on him. At least his mind grew clouded and confused. Then it cleared again slowly, as stirred water clears, till it was bright and still. Yet another mind to that which was his servant day by day, which never could see or hear those things he saw and heard in that strange hour. Lo, he heard the spirits pass, whispering as they went, whispering, and as it seemed to him weeping also, for some great woe which was to be, weeping yonder over Nazareth. Then like curtains the veils were lifted from his eyes, and as they swung aside he saw further, and yet further. He saw the king of the Franks in his tent beneath, and about him the council of his captains, among them the fierce-eyed master of the Templars, and a man whom he had seen in Jerusalem, where they had been dwelling, and knew for Count Raymond of Tripoli, the lord of Tiberias. They were reasoning together, till presently in a rage the master of the Templars drew his sword and dashed it down upon the table. Another veil was lifted, and lo, he saw the camp of Saladin, the mighty endless camp, with its 10,000 tents, amongst which the Saracens cried to Allah through all the watches of the night. He saw the royal pavilion, and in it the Sultan walked to and fro alone. None of his emirs, not even his son, were with him. He was lost in thought, and Godwin read his thought. It was, "Behind me the Jordan, and the Sea of Galilee, into which if my flanks were turned, I should be driven, I and all my host. In front the territories of the Franks, where I have no friend, and by Nazareth their great army. Allah alone can help me. If they sit still and force me to advance across the desert, and attack them before my army melts away, then I am lost. If they advance upon me round the mountain Tabor, and by the watered land, I may be lost. But if Allah should make them mad, and they should strike straight across the desert, then they are lost, and the reign of the cross in Syria is for ever at an end. I will wait here. I will wait here." Look, near to the pavilion of Saladin stood another tent, closely guarded, and in it on a cushioned bed lay 2 women. One was Rosamund, but she slept sound, and the other was Masuda, and she was waking, for her eyes met his in the darkness. The last veil was withdrawn, and now Godwin saw a sight at which his soul shivered. A fire-blackened plain, and above it a frowning mountain, and that mountain thick, thick with dead, thousands and thousands and thousands of dead, among which the hyenas wandered and the night birds screamed. He could see their faces, many of them he knew again as those of living men whom he had met in Jerusalem and elsewhere, or had noted with the army. He could hear also the moanings of the few who were yet alive. About that field, yes, and in the camp of Saladin, where lay more dead, his body seemed to wander, searching for something, he knew not what, till it came to him that it was the corpse of Wulf for which he sought, and found it not, nay, nor his own either. Then once more he heard the spirits pass, a very great company, for to them were gathered all those dead, heard them pass away, wailing, ever more faintly wailing, for the lost cause of Christ, wailing over Nazareth. Godwin awoke from his dream trembling, mounted his horse, and rode back to Wulf. Beneath, as before, lay the sleeping camp, yonder stretched the brown desert, and there sat Wulf watching both. "Tell me," said Godwin, "how long is it since I left you?" "Some few minutes, 10 perhaps," answered his brother. "A short while to have seen so much," replied Godwin. Then Wulf looked at him curiously and asked, "What have you seen?" "If I told you, Wulf, you would not believe." "Tell me, and I will say." So Godwin told him all, and at the end asked him, "What think you?" Wulf considered a while and answered, "Well, brother, you have touched no wine today, so you are not drunk, and you have done nothing foolish, so you are not mad. Therefore it would seem that the saints have been talking to you, or at least, so I should think of any other man whom I knew to be as good as you are. Yet it is folk like you that see visions, and those visions are not always true, for sometimes I believe the devil is their showman. Our watch is ended, for I hear the horses of the knights who come to relieve us. Listen, this is my counsel. In the camp yonder is our friend, with whom we travelled from Jerusalem, Egbert, the Bishop of Nazareth, who marches with a host. Let us go to him and lay this matter before him, for he is a holy man and learned, no false, self-seeking priest." Godwin nodded in assent, and presently when the other knights were come, and they had made their report to them, they rode off together to the tent of Egbert, and leaving their horses in charge of a servant, entered. Egbert was an Englishman, who had spent more than 30 years of his life in the East, whereof the suns had tanned his wrinkled face to the hue of bronze, that seemed the darker in contrast with his blue eyes, and snow-white hair and beard. Entering the tent, they found him at his prayers before a little image of the Virgin, and stood with bowed heads until he had finished. Presently he rose and greeted them with a blessing, asked them what they needed. "Your counsel, Holy Father," answered Wulf. "Godwin, set out your tale." So having seen that the tent flap was closed, and that none lingered near, Godwin told him his dream. The old man listened patiently, nor did he seem surprised at this strange story, since in those days men saw, or thought they saw, many such visions, which were accepted by the Church as true. When he had finished, Godwin asked of him as he had asked of Wulf, "What think you, Holy Father? Is this a dream, or is it a message? And if so, from whom comes the message?" "Godwin Darcy," he answered, "in my youth I knew your father. It was I who shrove him when he lay dying of his wounds, and a nobler soul never passed from earth to heaven. After you had left Damascus, when you were the guest of Saladin, we dwelt together in the same lodging in Jerusalem, and together we travelled here, during all which time I learned to know you also, as the worthy son of a worthy sire, no dissolute knight, but a true servant of the church. It well may be that to such a one as you foresight has been given, that through you those who rule us may be warned, and all Christendom saved from great sorrow and disgrace. Come, let us go to the king, and tell this story, for he still sits in council yonder. So they went out together, and rode to the royal tent. Here the bishop was admitted, leaving them without. Presently he returned, and beckoned to them, and as they passed, the guards whispered to them, "A strange council, sirs, and a fateful." Already it was near midnight, but still the great pavilion was crowded with barons and chief captains, who sat in groups, or sat round a narrow table made of boards placed upon trestles. At the head of that table sat the king, Guy of Lusignan, a weak-faced man, clad in splendid armour. On his right was the white-haired Count Raymond of Tripoli, and on his left the black-bearded frowning master of the Templars, clad in his white mantle, on the left breast of which the red cross was blazoned. Words had been running high, their faces showed it, but just then a silence reigned, as though the disputants were weary, and the king leaned back in his chair, passing his hand to and fro across his forehead. He looked up, and seeing the bishop, asked peevishly, "What is it now? Oh, I remember. Some tale from those tall twin knights. Well, bring them forward and speak it out, for we have no time to lose." So the three of them came forward, and at Godwin's prayer, the Bishop Egbert told of the vision that had come to him not more than an hour ago, while he kept watch upon the mountain top. At first one or two of the barons seemed disposed to laugh, but when they looked at Godwin's high and spiritual face, their laughter died away, for it did not seem wonderful to them that such a man should see visions. Indeed, as the tale of the rocky hill and the dead who was stretched upon it went on, they grew white with fear, and whitest of them all was the king, Guy of Lusignan. "Is this all true, Sir Godwin?" he asked, when the bishop had finished. "It is true, my lord king," answered Godwin. "His word is not enough," broke in the master of the Templars. "Let him swear it on the holy rood, knowing that if he lies, it will blast his soul to all eternity." And the council muttered, "Ay, let him swear." Now there was an annex to the tent, rudely furnished as a chapel, and at the end of this annex a tall veiled object. Rufinus, the Bishop of Acre, who was clad in the armour of a knight, went to the object, and drawing the veil revealed a broken, blackened cross, set around with jewels, that stood about the height of a man above the ground, for all the lower part was gone. At the sight of it, Godwin and every man present there fell upon his knees, for since St. Helena found it, over 7 centuries before, this had been accounted the most precious relic in all Christendom, the very wood upon which the Saviour suffered, as indeed it may have been. Millions had worshipped it, tens of thousands had died for it, and now, in the hour of this great struggle between Christ and the false prophet, it was brought from its shrine, that the host which escorted it might prove invincible in battle. Soldiers who fought round the very cross could not be defeated, they said, for if need were, legions of angels would come to aid them. Godwin and Wulf stared at the relic with wonder, fear, and adoration. There were the nail marks, there was the place where the scroll of Pilate had been affixed above the holy head. Almost could they seem to see that form divine and dying. "Now," broke in the voice of the Master of the Templars, "let Sir Godwin Darcy swear to the truth of his tale upon this rood." Rising from his knees, Godwin advanced to the cross, and laying his hand upon the wood, said, "Upon the very rood, I swear that not much more than an hour ago, I saw the vision which has been told to the King's Highness and to all, that I believe this vision was sent to me in answer to my prayer, to preserve our host and the holy city from the power of the Saracen, and that it is a true foreshadowing of what will come about should we advance upon the Sultan. I can say no more. I swear, knowing that if I lie, eternal damnation is my doom." The bishop drew back the covering over the cross, and in silence the council took their seats again about the table. Now the king was very pale and fearful. Indeed, a gloom lay upon all of them. "It would seem," he said, "that here a messenger has been sent to us from heaven. Dare we disobey his message?" The Grand Templar lifted his rugged, frowning face. "A messenger from heaven, said you, King? To me he seems more like a messenger from Saladin. Tell us, Sir Godwin, were not you and your brother once the Sultan's guests at Damascus?" "That is so, my Lord Templar. We left before the war was declared." "And," went on the master, "were you not officers of the Sultan's bodyguard?" Now all looked intently at Godwin, who hesitated a little, foreseeing how this answer would be read, whereon Wulf spoke in his loud voice. We acted as such for a while, and doubtless you have heard this story, saved Saladin's life while he was attacked by the assassins." "Oh," said the Templar with bitter sarcasm, "you saved Saladin's life, did you? I can well believe it. You being Christians, who above everything should desire the death of Saladin, save his life. Now, Sir Knights, answer me one more question." "Sir Templar, with my tongue or my sword?" broke in Wulf, but the king held up his hand and bade him be silent. "A truce to your tavern ruffling, young sir, and answer," went on the Templar. "Or rather do you answer, Sir Godwin. Is your cousin Rosamund the daughter of Sir Andrew Darcy, a niece of Saladin? And has she been created by him Princess of Baalbek? And is she at this moment in his city of Damascus?" "She is his niece," answered Godwin quietly. "She is the Princess of Baalbek, but at this moment she is not in Damascus." "How do you know that, Sir Godwin?" "I know it because in the vision of which you have been told, I saw her sleeping in a tent in the camp of Saladin." Now the council began to laugh, but Godwin with a set white face went on. My Lord Templar, and near that very blazoned tent I saw scores of the Templars, and of the Hospitallers, lying dead. Remember it when the dreadful hour comes and you see them also." Now the laughter died away, and a murmur of fear ran around the board, mixed with such words as wizardry, he has learnt it from the Paynhams, a black sorcerer without doubt. Only the Templar, who feared neither man nor spirit, laughed, and gave him the lie with his eyes. "You do not believe me," said Godwin, "nor will you believe me when I say that while I was on guard on yonder hilltop, I saw you wrangling with the Count of Tripoli, and draw your sword and dash it down in front of him upon this very table." Now again the council stared and muttered, for they too had seen this thing, but the master answered,
He may have learnt it otherwise than from an angel. Folk have been in and out of this tent. My lord king, have we more time to waste upon these visions of a knight, of whom all we know for certain is that, like his brother, he has been in the service of Saladin, which they left, he says, in order to fight against him in this war. It may be so. It is not for us to judge. Though were the times different, I would inform against Sir Godwin Darcy as a sorcerer, and one who has been in traitorous communication with our common foe. And I would thrust the lie down your throat with my sword's point, shouted Wulf. But Godwin only shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, and the master went on, taking no heed. King, we await your word, and it must be spoken soon, for in 4 hours it will be dawn. Do we march against Saladin like bold Christian men, or do we bide here like cowards? Then Count Raymond of Tripoli rose and said, Before you answer, King, hear me, if it be for the last time, who am old in war, and know the Saracens. My town of Tiberias is sacked, my vassals have been put to the sword by thousands. My wife is imprisoned in her citadel, and soon must yield, if she be not rescued. Yet I say to you, and to the barons here assembled, better so than that you should take advance across the desert to attack Saladin. Leave Tiberias to its fate, and my wife with it, and save your army, which is the last hope of the Christians of the East. Christ has no more soldiers in these lands. Jerusalem has no other shield. The army of the Sultan is larger than yours. His cavalry are more skilled. Turn his flank, or better still, bide here and await his attack, and victory will be to the soldiers of the cross. Advance, and the vision of that knight at whom you scoff will come true, and the cause of Christendom will be lost in Syria. I have spoken, and for the last time. Like his friend the Knights of Visions, sneered the Grand Master. The Count Raymond is an old ally of Saladin. Will you take such coward counsel? On, and smite these heathen dogs, or be forever shamed. On, in the name of the cross. The cross is with us. Ay, answered Raymond, for the last time. Then there arose a tumult, through which every man shouted to his fellow, some saying one thing and some another, while the king sat at the head of the board, his face hidden in his hands. Presently he lifted it and said, I command that we march at dawn. If the Count Raymond and those brethren think the words unwise, let them leave us and remain here under guard until the issue be known. Now followed a great silence, for all they knew that the words were fateful, in the midst of which Count Raymond said, Nay, I go with you, while Godwin echoed, And we go also to show whether or not we are the spies of Saladin. Of these speeches none of them seemed to take heed, for all were lost in their own thoughts. One by one they rose, bowed to the king, and left the tent to give their commands and rest awhile, before it was time to ride. Godwin and Wulf went also, and with them the Bishop of Nazareth, who wrung his hands and seemed ill at ease. But Wulf comforted him, saying, Grieve no more, father. Let us think of the joy of battle, not of the sorrow by which it may be followed. I find no joy in battles, answered the holy Egbert. When they had slept a while, Godwin and Wulf rose and fed their horses. After they had washed and groomed them, they tested and did on their armour, then took them down to the spring to drink their fill, as their masters did.
Also Wulf, who was cunning in war, brought with him 4 large wineskins, which he had provided against this hour, and filling them with pure water, fastened 2 of them with thongs behind the saddle of Godwin, and 2 behind his own. Further, he filled the water bottles at their saddle bows, saying, "At least we will be among the last to die of thirst." Then they went back, and watched the host break its camp, which it did with no light heart, for many of them knew of the danger in which they stood. Moreover, the tale of Godwin's vision had been spread abroad. Not knowing where to go, they and Egbert the Bishop of Nazareth, who was unarmed and rode upon a mule, for stay behind he would not, joined themselves to the great body of knights who followed the king. As they did so, the Templars, 500 strong, came up, a fierce and gallant band, and the master, who was at their head, saw the brethren and called out, pointing to the wineskins which were hung behind their saddles, "What do these water-carriers here among brave knights who trust in God alone?" Wulf would have answered, but Godwin bade him be silent, saying, "Fall back, we will find less ill-omened company." So they stood on one side, and bowed themselves as the cross went by, guarded by the mailed Bishop of Acre. Then came Reginald of Chatillon, Saladin's enemy, the cause of all this woe, who saw them and cried, "Sir Knights, whatever they may say, I know you for brave men, for I have heard the tale of your doings among the assassins. There is room for you among my suite. Follow me." "As well him as another," said Godwin. "Let us go where we are led." So they followed him. By the time that the army reached Kenna, where once the water was made wine, the July sun was already hot, and the spring was soon drunk dry, that many men could get no water. On they pushed into the desert lands below, which lay between them and Tiberias, and were bordered on the right and left by hills. Now clouds of dust were seen moving across the plains, and in the heart of them bodies of Saracen horsemen, which continually attacked the vanguard under Count Raymond, and as continually retreated before they could be crushed, slaying many with their spears and arrows. Also these came round behind them, and charged the rearguard, where marched the Templars and the light-armed troops, named Turcopoles, and the band of Reginald de Chatillon, with which rode the brethren. From noon till near sundown, the long harassed line, broken now into fragments, straggled forward across the rough stony plain, the burning heat beating upon their armour, till the air danced about as it does before a fire. Towards evening men and horses became exhausted, and the soldiers cried to their captains to lead them to water. But in that place there was no water. The rearguard fell behind, worn out with constant attacks that must be repelled in the burning heat, so that there was a great gap between it and the king, who marched in the centre. Messengers reached them to push on, but they could not, and at length camp was pitched in the desert near a place called Marascalcia, and upon this camp Raymond and his vanguard were forced back. As Godwin and Wulf rode up, they saw him come in bringing his wounded with him, and heard him pray the king to push on, and at all hazards to cut his way through to the lake, where they might drink. And heard the king say that he could not, since the soldiers would march no more that day. Then Raymond wrung his hands in despair, and rode back to his men, crying aloud, "Alas, alas! O Lord God, alas! We are dead, and thy kingdom is lost." That night none slept, for all were athirst, and who can sleep with a burning throat? Now also Godwin and Wulf were no longer laughed at because of the water-skins they carried on their horses. Rather did great nobles come to them, and almost on their knees crave for the boon of a single cup. Having watered their horses sparingly from a bowl, they gave what they could, till at length only 2 skins remained, and one of these was spilt by a thief, who crept up and slashed it with his knife, that he may drink while the water ran to waste. After this the brethren drew their swords and watched, swearing that they would kill any man who so much as touched the skin which was left. All that long night through there arose a confused clamour from the camp, of which the burdens seemed to be, "Water! Give us water!" While from without came the shouts of the Saracens, calling upon Allah. Here too the hot ground was covered with scrub dried to tinder by the summer drought, and to this the Saracens set fire, so that the smoke rolled down on the Christian host and choked them, and the place became a hell. Day dawned at last, and the army was formed up in order of battle, its 2 wings being thrown forward. Thus they struggled on, those of them that were not too weak to stir, who were slaughtered as they lay. Nor as yet did the Saracens attack them, since they knew that the sun was stronger than all their spears. On they laboured towards the northern wells, till about midday the battle began with a flight of arrows so thick that for a while it hid the heavens. After this came charge and counter-charge, attack and repulse, and always above the noise of war that dreadful cry for water. What chanced Godwin and Wulf never knew, for the smoke and dust blinded them so that they could see but a little way. At length there was a last furious charge, and the knights with whom they were clove the dense mass of Saracens like a serpent of steel, leaving a broad trail of dead behind them. When they pulled the rein and wiped the sweat from their eyes, it was to find themselves with thousands of others upon the top of a steep hill, of which the sides were thick with dry grass and bush that already was being fired. "The Rood! The Rood! Rally around the Rood!" said a voice. And looking behind them they saw the black and jewelled fragment of the true cross set upon a rock, and by it the bishop of Acre. Then the smoke of the burning grass rose up and hid it from their sights. Now began one of the most hideous fights that is told of in the history of the world. Again and again the Saracens attacked in thousands, and again they were driven back by the desperate valour of the Franks, who fought on, their jaws agape with thirst. A black-bearded man stumbled up to the brethren, his tongue protruding from his lips, and they knew him for the master of the Templars. "For the love of Christ, give me to drink," he said, recognizing them as the knights at whom he had mocked as water-carriers. They gave him of the little they had left, and while they and their horses drank the rest themselves, saw him rush down the hill refreshed, shaking his red sword. Then came a pause, and they heard the voice of the Bishop of Nazareth, who had clung to them all this while, saying as though to himself, "And here it was that the Saviour preached the Sermon on the Mount. Yes, he preached the words of peace upon this very spot. Oh, it cannot be that he will desert us. It cannot be." While the Saracens held off, the soldiers began to put up the king's pavilion, and with it other tents, round the rock on which stood the cross. "Do they mean to camp here?" asked Wulf bitterly. "Peace," answered Godwin. "They hope to make a wall about the Rood, but it is of no avail, for this is the place of my dream." Wulf shrugged his shoulders. "At least let us die well." Then the last attack began. Up the hillside rose dense volumes of smoke, and with the smoke came the Saracens. Thrice they were driven back, thrice they came on. At the fourth onset few of the Franks could fight more, for thirst had conquered them on this waterless hill of Hattin. They laid down upon the dry grass with gaping jaws and protruding tongues, and let themselves be slain or taken prisoners. A great company of Saracen horsemen broke through the ring and rushed at the scarlet tent. It rocked to and fro, then down it fell in a red heap, entangling the king in its folds. At the foot of the cross, Rufinus, the bishop of Acre, still fought on bravely. Suddenly an arrow struck him in the throat, and throwing his arms wide, he fell to earth. Then the Saracens hurled themselves upon the rood, tore it from its place, and with mockery and spittings bore it down the hill towards their camp, as ants may be seen carrying a little stick into their nest, while all who were left alive of the Christian army stared upwards as though they awaited some miracle from heaven. But no angels appeared in the brazen sky, and knowing that God had deserted them, they groaned aloud in their shame and wretchedness. "Come," said Godwin to Wulf, in a strange, quiet voice. "We have seen enough. It is time to die. Look, yonder below us are the Mamelukes, our old regiment, and amongst them Saladin, for I see his banner. Having had water, we and our horses are still fresh and strong. Now let us make an end, of which they will tell in Essex yonder. Charge for the flag of Saladin." Wulf nodded, and side by side they sped down the hill. Scimitars flashed at them, arrows struck upon their mail, and the shields blazoned with the death's head Darcy crest. Through it all they went unscathed, and while the army of the Saracens stared, at the foot of the horn of Hattin, turned their horses' heads straight for the royal standard of Saladin. On they struggled, felling or riding down a foe at every stride. On, still on, although flame and smoke bled from a score of wounds. They were among the Mamelukes, where their line was thin. By heaven, they were through them, and riding straight at the well-known figure of the Sultan, mounted on his white horse, with his young son and his emir, the Prince Hassan, at his side. "Saladin for you, Hassan for me," shouted Wulf. Then they met, and all the host of Islam cried out in dismay as they saw the commander of the faithful and his horse borne to the earth before the last despairing charge of these mad Christian knights. Another instant, and the Sultan was on his feet again, and a score of scimitars were striking at Godwin. His horse Flame sank down, dying, but he sprang from the saddle, swinging the long sword. Now Saladin recognized the crest upon the buckler, and cried out, "Yield you, Sir Godwin. You have done well. Yield you." But Godwin, who would not yield, answered, "When I am dead, not before." Thereupon Saladin spoke a word, and while certain of his Mamelukes engaged Godwin in front, keeping out of reach of that red and terrible sword, others crept up behind, and springing on him, seized his arms, and dragged him to the ground, where they bound him fast. Meanwhile Wulf had fared otherwise, for it was his horse Smoke, already stabbed to the vitals, that fell as he plunged on Prince Hassan. Yet he also arose, but little hurt, and cried out, "Thus, Hassan, old fear and friend, we meet at last in war. Come, I would pay the debt I owe you for that drugged wine, man to man and sword to sword." "Indeed it is due, Sir Wulf," answered the prince, laughing. "Guards, touch not this brave knight, who has dared so much to reach me. Sultan, I ask a boon. Between Sir Wulf and me there is an ancient quarrel that can only be washed away in blood. Let it be decided here and now, and let this be your decree, that if I fall in fair fight, none shall set upon my conqueror, and no vengeance shall be taken for my blood."
"Good," said Saladin. "Then Sir Wulf shall be my prisoner, and no more, as his brother is already. I owe it to the men who saved my life when we were friends. Give the Frank to drink, that the fight may be fair."
So they gave Wulf a cup, of which he drank, and when he had done, it was handed to Godwin. For even the Mamelukes knew and loved these brethren, who had been their officers, and praised the fierce charge that they had dared to make alone. Hassan sprang to the ground, saying, "Your horse is dead, Sir Wulf, so we must fight afoot."
"Generous as ever," laughed Wulf. "Even the poisoned wine was a gift." "If so, for the last time, I fear me," answered Hassan with a smile. Then they faced each other, and oh, the scene was strange. Up on the slopes of Khatin the fight still raged. There amidst the smoke and fires of the burning grass, little companies of soldiers stood back to back, while the Saracens wheeled round them, thrusting and cutting at them, till they fell. Here and there knights charged singly or in groups, and so came to death or capture. About the plain hundreds of foot soldiers were being slaughtered, while their officers were taken prisoners. Towards the camp of Saladin a company advanced with sounds of triumph, carrying aloft a black stump, which was the Holy Rood, while others drove or led mobs of prisoners, among them the king and his chosen knights. The wilderness was red with blood, the air was rent with shouts of victory and cries of agony or despair. And there, in the midst of it all, ringed round with grave courteous Saracens, stood the Emir, clad above his mail in his white robe and jewelled turban, facing the great Christian knight, with harness hacked and reddened, the light of battle shining in his fierce eyes, and a smile upon his stained features. For those who watched the battle was forgotten, or rather its interest was centred on this point. "It will be a good fight," said one of them to Godwin, whom they had suffered to rise. "For though your brother is the younger and heavier man, he is hurt and weary, whereas the Emir is fresh and unwounded. Ah, they are at it." Hassan had struck first, and the blow went home. Falling upon the point of Wulf's steel helm, the heavy razor-edged scimitar glanced from it, and shore away the links from the flap which hung upon his shoulder, causing the Frank to stagger. Again he struck, this time upon the shield, and so heavily that Wulf came to his knees. "Your brother is sped," said the Saracen captain to Godwin, but Godwin only answered, "Wait." As he spoke, Wulf twisted his body out of reach of a third blow, and while Hassan staggered forward with the weight of the missed stroke, placed his hand upon the ground, and springing to his feet ran backwards 6 or 8 paces. "He flies!" cried the Saracens. But again Godwin said, "Wait." Nor was there long to wait. For now, throwing aside his buckler, and grasping the great sword in both his hands, with a shout of "Adarsi! Adarsi!" Wulf leapt at Hassan as a wounded lion leaps. The sword wheeled and fell, and lo, the shield of the Saracen was severed in two. Again it fell, and his turbaned helm was cloven. A third time, and the right arm and shoulder, with the scimitar that grasped it, seemed to spring from his body, and Hassan sank, dying, to the ground. Wulf stood and looked at him, while a murmur of grief went up from those who watched, for they loved this Emir. Hassan beckoned to the victor with his left hand, and throwing down his sword, to show that he feared no treachery, Wulf came to him and knelt beside him. "A good stroke,"
Hassan said faintly, that could shear the double links of Damascus steel, as though it was silk. Well, as I told you long ago, I knew that the hour of our meeting in war would be an ill hour for me, and my debt is paid. Farewell, brave knight. Would I could hope that we should meet in paradise. Take that star jewel, the badge of my house, from my turban, and wear it in memory of me. Long, long and happy be your days. Then, while Wulf held him in his arms, Saladin came up and spoke to him, till he fell back and was dead. Thus died Hassan, and thus ended the battle of Hattin, which broke the power of the Christians in the east. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. Before the walls of Ascalon. When Hassan was dead, at a sign from Saladin, a captain of the Mamelukes named Abdullah unfastened the jewel from the emir's turban and handed it to Wulf. It was a glorious star-shaped thing, made of great emeralds set round with diamonds, and the captain Abdullah, who like all Easterns loved such ornaments, looked at it greedily and muttered, "Alas, that an unbeliever should wear the enchanted star, the ancient luck of the house of Hassan." A saying that Wulf remembered. He took the jewel, then turned to Saladin and said, pointing to the dead body of Hassan, "Have I your peace, Sultan, after such a deed?" "Did I not give you and your brother to drink?" asked Saladin with meaning. "Whoever dies, you are safe. There is but one sin which I will not pardon you. You know what it is." And he looked at them. "As for Hassan, he was my beloved friend and servant, but you slew him in a fair fight, and his soul is now in paradise. None in my army will raise a blood feud against you on that score." Then, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, he turned to receive a great body of Christian prisoners that, panting and stumbling like overdriven sheep, were being thrust on towards the camp with curses, blows, and mockery by the victorious Saracens. Among them the brethren rejoiced to see Egbert, the gentle and holy Bishop of Nazareth, whom they had thought dead. Also wounded in many places, his hacked harness hanging about him like a beggar's rags, there was the black-browed master of the Templars, who even now could be fierce and insolent. "So I was right," he mocked in a husky voice. "And here you are, safe with your friends, the Saracens, Sir Knights of the Visions and the Waterskins, from which you were glad enough to drink just now," said Godwin. "Also," he added sadly, "all the vision is not done." And turning, he looked towards a blazoned tent, which with the Sultan's great pavilion, and not far behind it, was being pitched by the Arab camp-setters. The master saw and remembered Godwin's vision of the dead Templars. "Is it there that you mean to murder me, traitor and wizard?" he asked. Then rage took hold of Godwin, and he answered him, "Were it not for your plight here and now, I would thrust those words down your throat, as should we both live, I yet shall hope to do. You call us traitors. Is it the work of traitors to have charged alone through all this host until our horses died beneath us?" He pointed to where smoke and flame lay with glazing eyes. "To have unhorsed Saladin, and to have slain this prince in single combat?" And he turned to the body of the Emir Hassan, which his servants were carrying away. "You speak of me as wizard and murderer," he went on. because some angel brought me a vision, which, had you believed it, Templar, would have saved tens of thousands from a bloody death, the Christian kingdom from destruction, and yonder holy thing from mockery. And with a shudder he glanced at the rood, which its captors had set up upon a rock, not far away, with a dead knight tied to its black arms. You, Sir Templar, are the murderer who by your madness and ambition have brought ruin on the cause of Christ, as was foretold by the Count Raymond. That other traitor who also has escaped, snarled the master. Then Saracen guards dragged him away, and they were parted. By now the pavilion was up, and Saladin entered it, saying, Bring before me the king of the Franks, and Prince Arnat, he who is called Reginald of Chatillon. Then a thought struck him, and he called Godwin and Wulf, saying, Sir knights, you know our tongue. Give up your swords to the officer. They will be returned to you, and come, be my interpreters. So the brethren followed him into the tent, where presently were brought the wretched king and the grey-haired Reginald of Chatillon, and with them a few other great knights, who, even in the midst of their misery, stared at Godwin and Wulf in wonderment. Saladin read the look, and explained, lest their presence should be misunderstood. King and nobles, be not mistaken. These knights are my prisoners as you are, and none have shown themselves braver today, or done me and mine more damage. Indeed, had it not been for my guards, within the hour I should have fallen beneath the sword of Sir Godwin. But as they know Arabic, I have asked them to render my words into your tongue. Do you accept them as interpreters? If not, others must be found. When they had translated this, the king said that he accepted them, adding to Godwin, Would that I had also accepted you, 2 nights gone, as an interpreter of the will of heaven. The Sultan bade his captains be seated, and seeing their terrible thirst, commanded slaves to bring a great bowl of sherbet, made of rose water cooled with snow, and with his own hand gave it to King Guy. He drank in great gulps, then passed the bowl to Reginald de Chatillon, whereon Saladin cried out to Godwin, Say to the king it is he, and not I, who gives this man to drink. There is no bond of salt between me and the Prince Arnat. Godwin translated sorrowfully enough, and Reginald, who knew the habits of the Saracens, answered, No need to explain, Sir Knight. Those words are my death warrant. Well, I never expected less. Then Saladin spoke again. Prince Arnat, you strove to take the holy city of Mecca, and to desecrate the tomb of the Prophet, and then I swore to kill you. Again, when in a time of peace, a caravan came from Egypt, and passed by Esh-Shobek, where you were, forgetting your oath, you fell upon them and slew them. They asked for mercy in the name of Allah, saying that there was truce between Saracen and Frank. But you mocked them, telling them to seek aid from Mohammed, in whom they trusted. Then for the second time I swore to kill you. Yet I gave you one more chance. Will you subscribe the Quran and embrace the faith of Islam, or will you die? Now the lips of Reginald turned pale, and for a moment he swayed upon his seat. Then his courage came back to him, and he answered in a strong voice, Sultan, I will have none of your mercy at such a price, nor do I bow the knee to your dog of a false prophet, who perish in the faith of Christ, and, being weary of the world, am content to go to him. Saladin sprang to his feet, his very beard bristling with wrath, and drawing his sabre, shouted aloud,
You scorn Mahomet. Behold, I avenge Mahomet upon you. Take him away. And he struck him with the flat of his scimitar. Then Mamelukes leapt upon the prince. Dragging him to the entrance of the tent, they forced him to his knees, and there beheaded him in sight of the soldiers and of the other prisoners. Thus bravely enough died Reginald de Chatillon, whom the Saracens called Prince Arnat. In the hush that followed this terrible deed, King Guy said to Godwin, "Ask the Sultan if it is my turn next." "Nay," answered Saladin, "kings do not kill kings, but that truce-breaker has met with no more than he deserts." Then came a scene still more dreadful. Saladin went to the door of his tent, and standing over the body of Reginald, bade them parade the captive Templars and Hospitallers before them. They were brought to the number of over 200, for it was easy to distinguish them by the red and white crosses on their breasts. "These are also faith breakers," he shouted, "and of their unclean tribes will I rid the world. Ho, my emirs and doctors of the law!" And he turned to the great crowd of his captains about him. "Take each of you one of them and kill him." Now the emirs hung back, for though fanatics they were brave, and loved not the slaughter of defenceless men, and even the Mamelukes murmured aloud. But Saladin cried again, "They are worthy of death, and he who disobeys my command shall himself be slain." "Sultan," said Godwin, "we cannot witness such a crime. We ask that we may die with them." "Nay," he answered, "you have eaten of my salt, and to kill you would be murder. Get you to the tent of the Princess of Baalbek yonder, for there you will see nothing of the death of these Franks, your fellow worshippers." So the brethren turned, and led by a Mameluke, fled aghast for the first time in their lives, past the long lines of Templars and Hospitallers, who in the last red light of the dying day knelt upon the sand and prayed, while the emirs came up to kill them. They entered the tent, none forbidding them, and at the end of it saw two women crouched together on some cushions, who rose, clinging to each other. Then the woman saw also and sprang forward with a cry of joy, saying, "So you live, you live!" "Ay, Rosamund," answered Godwin, "to see this shame, would God that we did not, whilst others die. They murder the knights of the holy orders. To your knees, and pray for their passing souls." So they knelt down and prayed till the tumult died away, and they knew that all was done. "Oh, my cousins," said Rosamund, as she staggered to her feet at length, "what a hell of wickedness and bloodshed is this in which we dwell! Save me from it if you love me. I beseech you, save me." "We will do our best," they answered. "But let us talk no more of these things which are the decree of God, lest we should go mad. Tell us your story." But Rosamund had little to tell, except that she had been well treated, and always kept by the person of the Sultan, marching to and fro with his army, for he awaited the fulfillment of his dream concerning her. Then they told her all that had chanced to them, also of the vision of Godwin, and its dreadful accomplishment, and of the death of Hassan beneath the sword of Wulf. At that story Rosamund wept, and shrank from him a little, for though it was this prince who had stolen her from her home, she loved Hassan. Yet when Wulf said humbly, "The fault is not mine, it was so fated. Would that I had died instead of this Saracen," Rosamund answered, "No, no, I am proud that you should have conquered." But Wulf shook his head and said,
I am not proud. Although weary with that awful battle, I was still the younger and stronger man, though at first he well nigh mastered me by his skill and quickness. At least we parted friends. Look, he gave me this." And he showed her the great emerald badge which the dying prince had given him. Masuda, who all this while had sat very quiet, came forward and looked at it. "Do you know," she asked, "that this jewel is very famous, not only for its value, but because it is said to have belonged to one of the children of the Prophet, and to bring good fortune to its owner?" Wulf smiled. "It brought little to poor Hassan but now, when my grandsire's sword shore the Damascus steel as though it were wet clay, and sent him swift to paradise, where he would be at the hands of a gallant foe," answered Masuda. "Nay, all his life this emir was happy and beloved by his sovereign, his wives, his fellows, and his servants, nor do I think that he would have desired another end, whose wish was to die in battle with the Franks. At least there is scarce a soldier in the Sultan's army who would not give all he has for yonder trinket, which is known throughout the land as the Star of Hassan. So beware, Sir Wulf, lest you be robbed or murdered, although you have eaten the salt of Saladin." I remember the Captain Abdullah looking at it greedily, and lamenting that the luck of the house of Hassan should pass to an unbeliever, said Wulf. "Well, enough of this jewel and its dangers. I think Godwin has words to say." "Yes," said Godwin. "We are here in your tent through the kindness of Saladin, who did not wish us to witness the death of our comrades. But tomorrow we shall be separated again. Now if you are to escape—" "I will escape. I must escape, even if I am recaptured and die for it," broke in Rosamund passionately. "Speak low," said Masuda. "I saw the eunuch Mesrur pass the door of the tent, and he is a spy. They are all spies." "If you are to escape," repeated Godwin in a whisper, "it must be within the next few weeks, while the army is on the march. The risk is great to all of us, even to you, and we have no plan. But, Masuda, you are clever. Make one, and tell it to us." She lifted her head to speak, when suddenly a shadow fell upon them. It was that of the head eunuch, Mesrur, a fat, cunning-faced man, with a cringing air. Low he bowed before them, saying, "Your pardon, O Princess. A messenger has come from Saladin demanding the presence of these knights at the banquet that he has made ready for his noble prisoners." "We obey," said Godwin, and rising they bowed to Rosamund and to Masuda, then turned to go, leaving the star jewel where they had been seated. Very skilfully Mesrur covered it with a fold of his robe, and under shelter of the fold slipped down his hand and grasped it, not knowing that although she seemed to be turned away, Masuda was watching him out of the corner of her eye. Waiting till the brethren reached the tent door, she called out, "Sir Wulf, are you already weary of the enchanted Star of Fortune, or would you bequeath it to us?" Now Wulf came back, saying heavily, "I forgot the thing. Who would not at such a time? Where is it? I left it on the cushion." "Try the hand of Mesrur," said Masuda, whereat with a very crooked smile the eunuch produced it, and said, "I wish to show you, Sir Knight, that you must be careful with such gems as these, especially in a camp where there are many dishonest persons." "I thank you," answered Wulf as he took it. "You have shown me." Then, followed by the sound of Masuda's mocking laughter, they left the tent. The Sultan's messenger led them forward across the ground, strewn with the bodies of the murdered Templars and Hospitallers, lying as Godwin had seen them in his dream on the mountain top near Nazareth. Over one of these corpses Godwin stumbled in the gloom, so heavily that he fell to his knees. He searched the face in the starlight, to find it was that of a knight of the Hospitallers of whom he had made a friend at Jerusalem, a very good and gentle Frenchman, who had abandoned high station and large lands to join the order for the love of Christ and charity. Such was his reward on earth, to be struck down in cold blood, like an ox by its butcher. Then, muttering a prayer for the repose of this knight's soul, Godwin rose, and filled with horror followed on to the royal pavilion, wondering why such things were. Of all the strange feasts that they ever ate, the brethren found this the strangest and the most sad. Saladin was seated at the head of the table with guards and officers standing behind him, and as each dish was brought, he tasted it, and no more, to show that it was not poisoned. Not far from him sat the king of Jerusalem and his brother, and all down the board great captive nobles to the number of 50 or more. Sorry spectacles were these gallant knights in their hewn and blood-stained armour, pale-faced too, with eyes set wide in horror at the dread deeds they had just seen done. Yet they ate, and ate ravenously, for now that their thirst was satisfied, they were mad with hunger. 30,000 Christians lay dead on the horn and plain of Hattin. The kingdom of Jerusalem was destroyed, and its king a prisoner. The holy rood was taken as a trophy. 200 knights of the sacred orders lay within a few score of yards of them, butchered cruelly by those very emirs and doctors of the law who stood grave and silent behind their master's seat, at the express command of that merciless master. Defeated, shamed, bereaved, yet they ate, and being human, could take comfort from the thought that having eaten by the law of the Arabs, at least their lives were safe. Saladin called Godwin and Wulf to him, that they might interpret for him, and gave them food, and they also ate, who were compelled to it by hunger. "Have you seen your cousin, the princess?" he asked. "And how found you her?" he asked presently. Then, remembering over what he had fallen outside her tent, and looking at those miserable feasters, anger took hold of Godwin, and he answered boldly, "Sire, we found her sick with the sights and sounds of war and murder, shamed to know also that her uncle, the conquering sovereign of the East, had slaughtered 200 unarmed men." Wulf trembled at his words, but Saladin listened and showed no anger. "Doubtless," he answered, "she thinks me cruel, and you also think me cruel, a despot who delights in the death of his enemies. Yet it is not so, for I desire peace and to save life, not to destroy it. It is you Christians who for hard upon 100 years have drenched these sands with blood, because you say that you wish to possess the land where your prophet lived and died more than 11 centuries ago. How many Saracens have you slain? Hundreds of thousands of them. Moreover, with your peace is no peace. Those orders that I destroyed tonight have broken it a score of times. Well, I will bear no more. Allah has given me and my army the victory, and I will take your cities and drive the Franks back into the sea. Let them seek their own lands, and worship God there after their own fashion, and leave the East in quiet. Now, Sir Godwin, tell these captives for me that tomorrow I send those of them who are unwounded to Damascus, there to await ransom while I besiege Jerusalem and the other Christian cities. Let them have no fear. I have emptied the cup of my anger. No more of them shall die. And a priest of their faith
the Bishop of Nazareth, shall stay with their sick in my army, to minister to them after their own rites. So Godwin rose and told them, and they answered not a word, who had lost all hope and courage. Afterwards he asked whether he and his brother were also to be sent to Damascus. Saladin replied, no, he would keep them for a while to interpret. Then they might go their ways without ransom. On the morrow, accordingly, the captives were sent to Damascus, and that day Saladin took the castle of Tiberias, setting at liberty Eshiva, the wife of Raymond, and her children. Then he moved on to Acre, which he took, relieving 4,000 Muslim captives, and so on to other towns, all of which fell before him, till at length he came to Ascalon, which he besieged in form, setting up his mangonels against its walls. The night was dark outside of Ascalon, save when the flashes of lightning in the storm that rolled down from the mountains to the sea lit it up, showing the thousands of white tents set round the city, the walls and the sentries who watched upon them, the feathery palms that stood against the sky, the mighty snow-crowned range of Lebanon, and encircling all the black breast of the troubled ocean. In a little open space of the garden of an empty house that stood without walls, a man and a woman were talking, both of them wrapped in dark cloaks. They were Godwin and Masouda. "Well," said Godwin eagerly, "is all ready?" She nodded and answered, "At length all. Tomorrow afternoon an assault will be made upon Ascalon, but even if it is taken, the camp will not be moved that night. There will be great confusion, and Abdullah, who is somewhat sick, will be the captain of the guard over the princess's tent. He will allow the soldiers to slip away to assist in the sack of the city, nor will they betray him. At sunset but one eunuch will be on watch, Mesrur, and I will find means to put him to sleep. Abdullah will bring the princess to this garden, disguised as his young son, and there you two and I shall meet them." "What then?" asked Godwin. "Do you remember the old Arab who brought you the horses Flame and Smoke, and took no payment for them? He who is named Son of the Sand? Well, as you know, he is my uncle, and he has more horses of that breed. I have seen him, and he is well pleased at the tale of Flame and Smoke, and the knights who rode them, and more particularly at the way in which they came to their end, which he says has brought credit to their ancient blood. At the foot of this garden is a cave, which was once a sepulchre. There we shall find the horses, 4 of them, and with them my uncle, Son of the Sand. And by the morning light we will be 100 miles away, and lie hid with his tribe, until we can slip to the coast and board a Christian ship. Does it please you?" "Very well, but what is Abdullah's price?" "One only, the enchanted star, the luck of the house of Hassan. For nothing else will he take such risks. Will Sir Wulf give it?" "Surely," answered Godwin with a laugh. "Good, then it must be done tonight. When I return I will send Abdullah to your tent. Fear not, if he takes the jewel he will give the price, since otherwise he thinks it will bring him ill fortune." "Does the Lady Rosamund know?" asked Godwin again. She shook her head. "Nay, she is mad to escape. She thinks of little else all day long. But what is the use of telling her till the time comes? The fewer in such a plot the better, and if anything goes wrong, it is well that she should be innocent, for then—" "Then death and farewell to all things," said Godwin. "Nor indeed should I grieve to say them goodbye. But Masouda, you run great peril. Tell me now honestly, why do you do this?" As he spoke, the lightning flashed and showed her face as she stood there against a background of green leaves and red lily flowers,
There was a strange look upon it, a look that made Godwin feel afraid. He knew not of what. "Why did I take you into my inn yonder in Beirut when you were the pilgrims Peter and John? Why did I find you the best horses in Syria and guide you to the Aljabal? Why did I often dare death by torment for you there? Why did I save the three of you? And why for all this weary while have I, for after all am nobly born, become the mock of soldiers and the tire woman of the Princess of Baalbek? Shall I answer?" she went on laughing. "Doubtless in the beginning because I was the agent of Sinan, charged to betray such knights as you are into his hands, and afterwards because my heart was filled with pity and love for the Lady Rosamund." Again the lightning flashed, and this time that strange look had spread from Masuda's face to the face of Godwin. "Masuda," he said in a whisper, "oh, think me no vain fool, but since it is best, perhaps, that both should know full surely, tell me, is it as I have sometimes feared?" broke in Masuda with a little mocking laugh. "Sir Godwin, it is so. What does your faith teach? The faith in which I was bred and lost, but that now is mine again, because it is yours? That men and women are free, or so some read it. Well, it or they are wrong. We are not free. Was I free when first I saw your eyes in Beirut? The eyes for which I had been watching all my life? And something came from you to me, and I, the cast-off plaything of Sinan, loved you, loved you, loved you, to my own doom? Yes, and rejoiced that it was so, and still rejoice that it is so, and would choose no other fate, because in that love I learned that there is a meaning in this life, and that there is an answer to it in lives to be, otherwhere if not here. Nay, speak not, I know your oath, nor would I tempt you to its breaking. But, Sir Godwin, a woman such as the Lady Rosamund cannot love two men." And as she spoke, Masuda strove to search his face while the shaft went home. But Godwin showed neither surprise nor pain. "So you know what I have known for long," he said. "So long that my sorrow is lost in the hope of my brother's joy. Moreover, it is well that she should have chosen the better knight." "Sometimes," said Masuda reflectively, "sometimes I have watched the Lady Rosamund and said to myself, what do you lack? You are beautiful, you are high-born, you are learned, and you are brave, and you are good. Then I have answered, you lack wisdom and true sight, else you would not have chosen Wulf when you might have taken Godwin. Or perchance your eyes are blinded also? Speak not thus of one who is my better in all things, I pray you, said Godwin in a vexed voice. By which you mean whose arm is perhaps a little stronger, and who at a pinch could cut down a few more Saracens? Well, it takes more than strength to make a man. You must add spirit. Masuda, went on Godwin, taking no note of her words, although we may guess her mind, our lady has said nothing yet. Also Wulf may fall, and then I fill his place as best I can. I am no free man, Masuda. The lovesick are never free, she answered. I have no right to love the woman who loves my brother. To her are due my friendship and my reverence, no more. She has not declared that she loves your brother. We may guess wrongly in this matter. They are your words, not mine. And we may guess rightly. What then? Then, answered Masuda, there are many knightly orders or monasteries for those who desire such places as you do in your heart. Nay, talk no more of all these things that may or may not be. Back to your tent, Sir Godwin. where I will send Abdullah to you to receive the jewel. So farewell, farewell." He took her outstretched hand, hesitated a moment, then lifted it to his lips and went. It was cold as that of a corpse, and fell against her side again like the hand of a corpse. Masuda shrank back among the flowers of the garden, as though to hide herself from him and all the world. When he had gone a few paces, 8 or 10 perhaps, Godwin turned and glanced behind him, and at that moment there came a great blaze of lightning. In its fierce and fiery glare, he saw Masuda standing with outstretched arms, pale, upturned face, closed eyes, and parted lips. Illumined by the ghastly sheen of the levin, her face looked like that of one new dead, and the tall red lilies which climbed up her dark, paw-like robe to her throat, yes, they looked like streams of fresh shed blood. Godwin shuddered a little and went his way, but as she slid thence into the black embracing night, Masuda said to herself, "Had I played a little more upon his gentleness and pity, I think that he would have offered me his heart, after Rosamund had done with it, and in payment for my services. Nay, not his heart, for he has none on earth, but his hand and loyalty, and being honourable, he would have kept his promise, and I, who have passed through the harem of Al-Jabal, might yet have become the Lady Darcy, and so lived out my life, and nursed his babes. Nay, Sir Godwin, when you love me, not before, and you will never love me until I am dead." Snatching a bloom of the lilies into her hand, the hand that he had kissed, Masuda pressed it convulsively against her breast, till the red juice ran from the crushed flower and stained her like a wound. Then she glided away and was lost in the storm and the darkness. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Luck of the Star of Hassan. An hour later, the captain Abdullah might have been seen walking carelessly towards the tent where the brethren slept. Also, had there been any who cared to watch, something else might have been seen in that low moonlight. For now the storm and the heavy rain which followed it had passed, namely the fat shape of the eunuch Mesrur, slipping after him, wrapped in a dark camel-hair cloak, such as was commonly worn by camp followers, and taking shelter cunningly behind every rock and shrub and rise of the ground. Hidden among some picketed dromedaries, he saw Abdullah enter the tent of the brethren. Then, waiting till a cloud crossed the moon, Mesrur ran to it unseen, and throwing himself down on its shadowed side, lay there like a drunken man, and listened with all his ears. But the thick canvas was heavy with wet, nor would the ropes and the trench that was dug around permit him, who did not love to lie in the water, to place his head against it. Also those within spoke low, and he could only hear single words, such as garden, the star, princess. So important did these seem to him, however, that at length Mesrur crept under the cords, and although he shuddered at its cold, drew his body into the trench of water, and with the sharp point of his knife cut a little slit in the taut canvas. To this he set his eye, only to find that it served him nothing, for there was no light in the tent. Still the men were there who talked in the darkness. "Good," said a voice. It was that of one of the brethren, but which he could not tell, for even to those who knew them best they seemed to be the same. "Good, then it is settled. Tomorrow at the hour arranged, you bring the princess to the place agreed upon, disguised as you have said. In payment for this service, I hand you the luck of Hassan, which you covet. Take it, here it is, and swear to do your part, since otherwise it will bring no luck to you, for I will kill you the first time we meet. Yes, and the other also. I swear it by Allah and his Prophet, answered Abdullah in a hoarse, trembling voice. It is enough. See that you keep the oath. And now away. It is not safe that you should tarry here. Then came the sound of a man leaving the tent. Passing round it cautiously, he halted, and opening his hand, looked at its contents to make sure that no trick had been played upon him in the darkness. Mesrur screwed his head round to look also, and saw the light gleam faintly on the surface of the splendid jewel, which he too desired so eagerly. In so doing his foot struck a stone, and instantly Abdullah glanced down to see a dead or drunken man lying almost at his feet. With a swift movement he hid the jewel and started to walk away. Then, bethinking him that it would be well to make sure that this fellow was dead or sleeping, he turned and kicked the prostrate Mesrur upon the back, and with all his strength. Indeed, he did this thrice, putting the eunuch to the greatest agony. I thought I saw him move, Abdullah muttered after the third kick. It is best to make sure. And he drew his knife. Now, had not terror paralyzed him, Mesrur would have cried out, but fortunately for himself, before he found his voice, Abdullah had buried the knife 3 inches deep in his fat thigh. With an effort, Mesrur bore this also, knowing that if he showed signs of life, the next stroke would be in his heart. Then, satisfied that this fellow, whoever he might be, was either a corpse or insensible, Abdullah drew out the knife, wiped it on his victim's robe, and departed. Not long afterwards, Mesrur departed also, towards the Sultan's house, bellowing with rage and pain, and vowing vengeance. It was not long delayed. That very night Abdullah was seized and put to the question. In his suffering he confessed that he had been to the tent of the brethren, and received from one of them the jewel which was found upon him, as a bribe to bring the princess to a certain garden outside the camp. But he named the wrong garden. Further, when they asked which of the brethren it was who bribed him, he said he did not know, as their voices were alike, and their tent was in darkness. Moreover, that he believed there was only one man in it. At least he heard or saw no other. He added that he was summoned to the tent by an Arab man, whom he had never seen before, but who told him that if he wished for what he most desired, and good fortune, he was to be there at a certain hour after sunset. Then he fainted, and was put back in prison till the morning by the command of Saladin. When the morning came, Abdullah was dead, who desired no more torments with doom at the end of them, having made shift to strangle himself with his robe. But first he had scrawled upon the wall with a piece of charcoal, "May that accursed star of Hassan, which tempted me, bring better luck to others, and may hell receive the soul of Mesrur." Thus died Abdullah, as faithful as he could be in such sore straits, since he had betrayed neither Masuda nor his son, both of whom were in the plot, and said that only one of the brethren was present in the tent, whereas he knew well that the 2 of them were there, and which of these spoke and gave him the jewel. Very early that morning the brethren, who were lying wakeful, heard sounds without their tent, and looking out saw that it was surrounded by Mamelukes. "The plot is discovered," said Godwin to Wulf quietly, but with despair in his face. "Now, my brother, admit nothing, even under torture, lest others perish with us." "Shall we fight?" asked Wulf, as they threw on their mail. But Godwin answered, "Nay, it would serve us nothing to kill a few brave men." Then an officer entered the tent, and commanded them to give up their swords and to follow him to Saladin, to answer a charge that had been laid against them both, nor would he say any more. So they went as prisoners, and after waiting a while, were ushered into a large room of the house where Saladin lodged, which was arranged as a court, with a dais at one end. Before this they were stood, till presently the Sultan entered through a further door, and with him certain of his emirs and secretaries. Also Rosamund, who looked very pale, was brought there, and in attendance on her Masuda, calm-faced as ever. The brethren bowed to them, but Saladin, whose eyes were full of rage, took no notice of their salutation. For a moment there was silence. Then Saladin bade a secretary read the charge, which was brief. It was that they had conspired to steal away the Princess of Baalbek. "Where is the evidence against us?" asked Godwin boldly. "The Sultan is just, and convicts no man save on testimony." Again Saladin motioned to the secretary, who read the words that had been taken down from the lips of the Captain Abdullah. They demanded to be allowed to examine the Captain Abdullah, and learned that he was already dead. Then the eunuch Mesrur was carried forward, for walk he could not, owing to the wound that Abdullah had given him, and told all his tale, how he had suspected Abdullah and followed him, had heard him and one of the brethren speaking in the tent, and the words that passed, and afterwards seen Abdullah with a jewel in his hand. When he had finished, Godwin asked which of them he had heard speaking with Abdullah, and he answered that he could not say, as their voices were so alike, but one voice only had spoken. Then Rosamund was ordered to give her testimony, and said truly enough that she knew nothing of the plot, and had not thought of this flight. Masuda also swore that she now heard of it for the first time. After this, the secretary announced that there was no more evidence, and prayed of the Sultan to give judgment in the matter. "Against which of us?" asked Godwin, "seeing that both the dead and the living witness declare they heard but one voice, and whose that voice was they did not know. According to your own law, you cannot condemn a man against whom there is no good testimony." "There is testimony against one of you," answered Saladin sternly, "that of 2 witnesses, as is required, and as I have warned you long ago, that man shall die. Indeed, both of you should die, for I am sure that both are guilty. Still, you have been put upon your trial according to the law, and as a just judge, I will not strain the law against you. Let the guilty one die by beheading at sundown, the hour at which he planned to commit his crime. The other may go free with the citizens of Jerusalem, who depart tonight, bearing my message to the Frankish leaders in that holy town." "Which of us then is to die, and which to go free?" asked Godwin. "Tell us, that he who is doomed may prepare his soul." "Say you who know the truth," answered Saladin. "We admit nothing," said Godwin. "Yet if one of us must die, I as the elder claim that right." "And I claim it as the younger. The jewel was Hassan's gift to me. Who else could give it to Abdullah?" added Wulf, speaking for the first time, whereat all the Saracens there assembled, brave men who loved a knightly deed, murmured in admiration, and even Saladin said, "Well spoken, both of you. So it seems that both must die." Then Rosamund stepped forward, and threw herself upon her knees before him, exclaiming, "Sire, my uncle, such is not your justice, that 2 should be slain for the offence of one, if offence there be. if you know not which is guilty, spare them both, I beseech you." He stretched out his hand, and raised her from her knees, then thought a while, and said, "Nay, plead not with me, for however much you love him, the guilty man must suffer as he deserves. But of this matter Allah alone knows the truth, therefore let it be decided by Allah." And he rested his head upon his hand, looking at Wulf and Godwin as though to read their souls. Now behind Saladin stood that old and famous Imam, whom had been with him and Hassan when he commanded the brethren to depart from Damascus, who all this while had listened to everything that passed with a sour smile. Leaning forward, he whispered in his master's ear, who considered a moment, then answered him, "It is good. Do so." So the Imam left the court, and returned presently, carrying 2 small boxes of sandalwood, tied with silk and sealed, so like each other that none could tell them apart, which boxes he passed continually from his right hand to his left, and from his left hand to his right, then gave them to Saladin. "In one of these," said Saladin, "is that jewel known as the enchanted star, and the luck of the house of Hassan, which the prince presented to his conqueror on the day of Hattin, and for the desire of which my captain Abdullah became a traitor, and was brought to death. In the other is a pebble of the same weight. Come, my niece, take you these boxes, and give them to your kinsman. To each the box you will. The jewel that is called the Star of Hassan is magical, and has virtue, so they say. Let it choose, therefore, which of these knights is ripe for death, and let him perish in whose box the star is found." "Now," muttered the Imam into the ear of the master, "now at length we shall learn which it is of these 2 men that the lady loves." "That is what I seek to know," answered Saladin in the same low voice. As she heard this decree, Rosamund looked round wildly and pleaded, "Oh, be not so cruel! I beseech you, spare me this task. Let it be another hand that is chosen to deal death to one of those of my own blood, with whom I have dwelt since childhood. Let me not be the blind sword of fate that frees his spirit, lest it should haunt my dreams and turn all my will to woe. Spare me, I beseech you." But Saladin looked at her very sternly and answered, "Princess, you know why I have brought you to the East, and raised you to great honor here, why also I have made you my companion in these wars. It is for my dream's sake, the dream which told me that by some noble act of yours you should save the lives of thousands. Yet I am sure that you desire to escape, and plots are made to take you from me, though of these plots you say that you and your woman," and he looked darkly at Masuda, "know nothing. But these men know, and it is right that you, for whose sake, if not by whose command, the thing was done, should mete out its reward, and that the blood of him whom you appoint, which is spilt for you, should be on your and no other head. Now do my bidding." For a moment Rosamund stared at the boxes, then suddenly she closed her eyes, and taking them up at hazard, stretched out her arms, leaning forward over the edge of the dais. Thereon, calmly enough, the brethren took, each of them, the box that was nearest to him, that in Rosamund's left hand falling to Godwin, and that in her right to Wulf. Then she opened her eyes again, stood still, and watched. "Cousin," said Godwin, "before we break this cord that is our chain of doom, know well that whatever chances, we blame you not at all. It is God who acts through you, and you are as innocent of the death of either of us as of that plot whereof we stand accused." Then he began to unknot the silk which was bound about his box. Wulf, knowing that it would tell all the tale, did not trouble himself as yet, but looked round the room, thinking that, whether he lived or died, never would he see a stranger sight. Every eye in it was fixed upon the box in Godwin's hand. Even Saladin stared, as though it held his own destiny. No, not every one, for those of the old Imwam were fixed upon the face of Rosamund, which was piteous to see, for all its beauty had left it, and even her parted lips were ashy. Masuda alone still stood upright and unmoved, as though she watched some play. But he noted that her rich-hued cheek grew pale, and that beneath her robe her hand was pressed upon her heart. The silence also was intense, and broken only by the little grating noise of Godwin's nails, as, having no knife to cut it, he patiently untied the silk. "Trouble enough about one man's life in a land where lives are cheap," exclaimed Wulf, thinking aloud. And at the sound of his voice all men started, as though it had thundered suddenly in a summer sky. Then with a laugh he tore the silk about his box asunder with his strong fingers, and breaking the seal, shook out its contents. Lo, there on the floor before him, gleaming green and white, with emerald and diamond, lay the enchanted star of Hassan. Masuda saw, and the colour crept back to her cheek. Rosamund saw also, and nature was too strong for her, for in one bitter cry the truth broke from her lips at last. "Not Wulf! Not Wulf!" she wailed, and sank back senseless into Masuda's arms. "Now, sire," said the old Imam with a chuckle, "you know which of those two the lady loves. Being a woman as usual, she chooses badly, for the other has a finer spirit." "Yes, I know now," said Saladin, "and I am glad to know, for the matter has vexed me much." But Wulf, who had paled for a moment, flushed with joy as the truth came home to him, and he understood the end of all their doubts. "The star is well named the Luck," he said, as bending down he took it from the floor and fastened it to his cloak above his heart. "Nor do I hold it dearly earned." Then he turned to his brother, who stood by him white and still, saying, "Forgive me, Godwin, but such is the fortune of love and war. Grudge it not to me, for when I am sped tonight, this luck, and all that hangs to it, will be yours." So that strange scene ended. The afternoon drew towards evening, and Godwin stood before Saladin in his private chamber. "What seek you now?" said the Sultan sternly. "A boon," answered Godwin. "My brother is doomed to die before nightfall. I ask to die instead of him." "Why, Sir Godwin?" "For 2 reasons, sire. As you learned today, at length the riddle is answered. It is Wulf who is beloved of the Lady Rosamund, and therefore to kill him would be a crime. Further, it is I, and not he, whom the eunuch heard bargaining with the Captain Abdullah in the tent. I swear it. Take your vengeance upon me, and let him go to fulfill his fate." Saladin pulled at his beard, then answered, "If this is to be so, time is short, Sir Godwin. What farewells have you to make? You say that you would speak with my niece Rosamund. Nay, the princess you shall not see, and indeed cannot, for she lies swooning in her chamber. Do you desire to meet your brother for the last time?" "No, sire, for then he might learn the truth, and—" "Refuse this sacrifice, Sir Godwin, which perchance will be scarcely to his liking."
I wish to say goodbye to Masuda, she who is waiting woman to the princess. That you cannot do, for no, I mistrust this Masuda, and believe that she was at the bottom of your plot. I have dismissed her from the person of the princess, and from my camp, which she is to leave, if she has not already left, with some Arabs who are her kin. Had it not been for her services in the land of the assassins, and afterwards, I should have put her to death. Then, said Godwin with a sigh, I desire only to see Egbert the bishop, that he may shrive me according to our faith, and make note of my last wishes. Good, he shall be sent to you. I accept your statement that you are the guilty man, and not Sir Wulf, and take your life for his. Leave me now, who have greater matters on my mind. The God will seek you at the appointed time. Godwin bowed and walked away with a steady step, while Saladin, looking after him, muttered, The world could ill spare so brave and good a man. 2 hours later, guards summoned Godwin from the place where he was prisoned, and accompanied by the old bishop who had shriven him, he passed its door with a happy countenance, such as a bridegroom might have worn. In a fashion, indeed, he was happy, whose troubles were done with, who had few sins to mourn, whose faith was the faith of a child, and who laid down his life for his friend and brother. They took him to a vault of the great house where Saladin was lodged, a large rough place lit with torches, in which waited the headsman and his assistants. Presently Saladin entered, and looking at him curiously said, Are you still of the same mind, Sir Godwin? I am. Good. Yet I have changed mine. You shall say farewell to your cousin, as you desired. Let the princess of Baalbek be brought hither, sick or well, that she may see her work. Let her come alone. Sire, pleaded Godwin, spare her such a sight. But he pleaded in vain, for Saladin answered only, I have said. A while passed, and Godwin, hearing the sweep of robes, looked up and saw the tall shape of a veiled woman standing in the corner of the vault, where the shadow was so deep that the torchlight only glimmered faintly upon her royal ornaments. They told me that you were sick, princess, sick with sorrow, as well you may be, because the man you love was about to die for you, said Saladin in a slow voice. Now, I have had pity on your grief, and his life has been bought with another life, that of the knight who stands yonder. The veiled form started wildly, then sank back against the wall. Rosamund, broke in Godwin, speaking in French, I beseech you, be silent and do not unman me with words or tears. It is best thus, and you know that it is best. Wulf you love as he loves you, and I believe that in time you will be brought together. Me you do not love, save as a friend, and never have. Moreover, I tell you this, that it may ease your pain and my conscience. I no longer seek you as my wife, whose bride is death. I pray you, give to Wulf my love and blessing, and to Masuda, that truest and most sweet woman, say or write that I offer her the homage of my heart, that I thought of her in my last moments, and that my prayer is we may meet again, where all crooked paths are straightened. Rosamund, farewell. Peace and joy go with you through many years, aye, and with your children's children. Of Godwin I only ask you to remember this, that he lived serving you, and so died.
She heard and stretched out her arms, and, none forbidding him, Godwin walked to where she stood. Without lifting her veil, she bent forward, and kissed him first upon the brow, and next upon the lips. Then with a low moaning cry, she turned and fled from that gloomy place, nor did Saladin seek to stay her. Only to himself the Sultan wondered how it came about that if it was Wulf whom Rosamund loved, she still kissed Godwin thus upon the lips. As he walked back to the death place, Godwin wondered also, first that Rosamund should have spoken no single word, and secondly because she had kissed him thus, even in that hour. Why or wherefore he did not know, but there rose in his mind a memory of that wild ride down the mountain steeps at Beirut, and of lips which then had touched his cheek, and of the odour of hair that then was blown about his breast. With a sigh he thrust the thought aside, blushing to think that such memories should come to him who had done with earth and its delights, knelt down before the headsman, and turning to the bishops said, "Bless me, Father, and bid them strike." Then it was that he heard a well-known footstep, and looked up to see Wulf staring at him. "What do you here, Godwin?" asked Wulf. "Has yonder fox snared both of us?" And he nodded at Saladin. "Let the fox speak," said the Sultan with a smile. "Know, Sir Wulf, that your brother was about to die in your place, and of his own wish. But I refuse such sacrifice, who yet have made use of it to teach my niece, the princess, that should she continue in her plottings to escape, or allow you to continue in them, certainly it will bring you to your deaths, and if need be, her also. Knights, you are brave men, whom I prefer to kill in war. Good horses stand without, take them as my gift, and ride with these foolish citizens of Jerusalem. We may meet again within its streets. Nay, thank me not, I thank you, who have taught Saladin how perfect a thing can be the love of brothers." The brethren stood a while bewildered, for it is a strange thing thus to come back from death to life. Each of them had made sure that he must die within some few minutes, and pass through the blackness which walls man in, to find he knew not what. And now, behold, the road that led to that blackness turned again at its very edge, and ran forward through the familiar things of earth to some end unknown. They were brave, both of them, and accustomed to face death daily, as in such a place and time all men must be. Moreover, they had been shriven, and looked to see the gates of paradise open on their newborn sight. Yet, since no man loves that journey, it was very sweet to know it done with for a while, and that they still might hope to dwell in this world for many years. Little wonder, then, that their brains swam, and their eyes grew dim, as they passed from the shadow to the light again. It was Wulf who spoke the first. "A noble deed, Godwin, yet one for which I should not have thanked you had it been accomplished, and who then must have lived on by grace of your sacrifice. Sultan, we are grateful for your boon of life, though had you shed this innocent blood, surely it would have stained your soul. May we bid farewell to our cousin Rosamund before we ride?" "Nay," answered Saladin, "Sir Godwin has done that already. Let it serve for both. Tomorrow she shall learn the truth of this story. Now go, and return no more." "That must be as fate wills," answered Godwin, and they bowed and went. Outside that gloomy place of death, their swords were given them, and 2 good horses which they mounted. Hence guides led them to the embassy from Jerusalem that was already in the saddle, who were very glad to welcome 2 such knights to their company. Then, having bid farewell to the Bishop Egbert, who wept for joy at their escape, escorted for a while by Saladin's soldiers, They rode away from Ascalon at the fall of night. Soon they had told each other all there was to tell. When he heard of the woe of Rosamund, Wulf well nigh shed tears. "We have our lives," he said, "but how shall we save her? While Masuda stayed there with her, there was some hope, but now I can see none." "There is none except in God," answered Godwin, "who can do all things, even free Rosamund and make her your wife. Also, if Masuda is at liberty, we shall hear from her ere long, so let us keep a good heart." But though he spoke thus, the soul of Godwin was oppressed with a fear which he could not understand. It seemed as though some great terror came very close to him, or to one who was near and dear. Deeper and deeper he sank into that pit of dread, of he knew not what, until at length he could have cried aloud, and his brow was bathed with a sweat of anguish. Wulf saw his face in the moonlight and asked, "What ails you, Godwin? Have you some secret wound?" "Yes, brother," he answered, "a wound in my spirit. Ill fortune threatens us, great ill fortune." "That is no new thing," said Wulf, "in this land of blood and sorrows. Let us meet it as we have met the rest." "Alas, brother!" exclaimed Godwin, "I fear that Rosamund is in sore danger, Rosamund or another." "Then," answered Wulf, turning pale, "since we cannot, let us pray that some angel may deliver her." "Ay," said Godwin. And as they rode through the desert sands beneath the silent stars, they prayed to the Blessed Mother and to their saints, St. Peter and St. Chad, prayed with all their strength. Yet the prayer availed not. Sharper and sharper grew Godwin's agony, till as the slow hours went by, his very soul reeled beneath the spiritual pain, and the death which he had escaped seemed a thing desirable. The dawn was breaking, and at its first sign the escort of Saladin's soldiers had turned and left them, saying that now they were safe in their own country. All night they had ridden fast and far. The plain was behind them, and their road ran among hills. Suddenly it turned, and in the flaming lights of the newborn day showed them a sight so beautiful that for a moment all that little company drew rein to gaze. For yonder before them, though far away as yet, throned upon her hills, stood the holy city of Jerusalem. There were her walls and towers, and there, stained red as though with the blood of its worshippers, soared the great cross upon the mosque of Omar, that cross which was so soon to fall. Yes, yonder was the city for which throughout the ages men had died by tens and hundreds of thousands, and still must die until the doom was done. Saladin had offered to spare her citizens if they consented to surrender, but they would not. This embassy had told him that they had sworn to perish with the holy places, and now, looking at it in its splendour, they knew that the hour was near, and groaned aloud. Godwin groaned also, but not for Jerusalem. Oh, now the last terror was upon him. Blackness surged round him, and in the blackness swords and a sound as of a woman's voice murmuring his name. Clutching the pommel of his saddle, he swayed to and fro, till suddenly the anguish passed. A strange wind seemed to blow about him and lift his hair. A deep, unearthly peace sank into his spirit. The world seemed far away, and heaven very near. "It is over," he said to Wulf. "I fear that Rosamund is dead." "If so, we must make haste to follow her," answered Wulf with a sob. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. What befell Godwin? At the village of Betir, some 7 miles from Jerusalem, the embassy dismounted to rest. Then again they pressed forward down the valley in the hope of reaching the Zion gate before the midday heat was upon them. At the end of this valley swelled the shoulder of a hill, whence the eye could command its length, and on the crest of that shoulder appeared suddenly a man and a woman, seated on beautiful horses. The company halted, fearing lest these might herald some attack, and that the woman was a man disguised to deceive them. While they waited thus irresolute, the pair upon the hill turned their horses' heads, and, notwithstanding its steepness, began to gallop towards them very swiftly. Wulf looked at them curiously, and said to Godwin, "Now I am put in mind of a certain ride which once we took outside the walls of Beirut. Almost could I think that yonder Arab was he who sat behind my saddle, and yonder woman she who rode with you, and that those 2 horses were flame and smoke reborn. Note their whirlwind pace, and strength and stride." Almost as he finished speaking, the strangers pulled up their steeds in front of the company, to whom the man bowed his salutations. Then Godwin saw his face, and knew him at once as the old Arab called Son of the Sand, who had given them the horses Flame and Smoke. "Sir," said the Arab to the leader of the embassy, "I have come to ask a favour of yonder knights who travel with you, which I think that they, who have ridden my horses, will not refuse me. This woman," and he pointed to the closely veiled shape of his companion, "is a relative of mine, whom I desire to deliver to friends in Jerusalem, but dare not do so myself, because the hill dwellers between here and there are hostile to my tribe. She is of the Christian faith, and no spy, but cannot speak your language. Within the south gate she will be met by her relatives. I have spoken." "Let the knights settle it," said the commander, shrugging his shoulders impatiently and spurring his horse. "Surely we will take her," said Godwin, "though what we shall do with her if her friends are wanting, I do not know. Come, lady, ride between us." She turned her head to the Arab as though in question, and he repeated the words, whereon she fell into the place that was shown to her between and a little behind the brethren. "Perhaps," went on the Arab to Godwin, "by now you have learnt more of our tongue than you knew when we met in past days at Beirut, and rode the mountainside on the good horses Flame and Smoke. Still, if so, I pray you of your knightly courtesy, disturb not this woman with your words, nor ask her to unveil her face, since such is not the custom of her people. It is but an hour's journey to the city gate, during which you will be troubled with her. This is the payment that I ask of you for the 2 good horses, which, as I am told, bore you none so ill upon the narrow way, and across plain and mountain, when you fled from Sinan, also on the evil day of Khatin, when you unhorsed Saladin and slew Hassan." "It shall be as you wish," said Godwin, "and, Son of the Sand, we thank you for those horses." "Good. When you want more, let it be known in the marketplaces that you seek me." And he began to turn his horse's head. "Stay," said Godwin. "What do you know of Miss Suda, your niece? Is she with you?" "Nay," answered the Arab in a low voice, "but she bade me be in a certain garden of which you have heard, near Ascalon, at an appointed hour, to take her away, as she is leaving the camp of Saladin. So thither I go. Farewell." Then with a reverence to the veiled lady, He shook his reins and departed like an arrow by the road along which they had come. Godwin gave a sigh of relief. If Masuda had appointed to meet her uncle the Arab, at least she must be safe. So it was no voice of hers which seemed to whisper his name in the darkness of the night when terror had hold of him, terror born perhaps of all that he had endured, and the shadow of death through which he had so lately passed. Then he looked up, to find Wulf staring back at the woman behind him, and reproved him, saying that he must keep to the spirit of the bargain as well as to the letter, and that if he might not speak he must not look either. "That is a pity," answered Wulf, "for though she is so tied up, she must be a tall and noble lady by the way she sits her horse. The horse too is noble, own cousin or brother to Smoke, I think. Perhaps she will sell it when we get to Jerusalem." Then they rode on, and because they thought their honour in it, neither spoke nor looked more at the companion of this adventure, though had they known it, she looked hard enough at them. At length they reached the gate of Jerusalem, which was crowded with folk awaiting the return of their ambassadors. They all passed through, and the embassy was escorted thence by the chief people, most of the multitude following them to know if they brought peace or war. Now Godwin and Wulf stared at each other, wondering whither they were to go and where to find the relatives of their veiled companion, of whom they saw nothing. Out of the street opened an archway, and beyond this archway was a garden which seemed to be deserted. They rode into it to take counsel, and their companion followed, but, as always, a little behind them. "Jerusalem is reached, and we must speak to her now," said Wulf, "if only to ask her whether she wishes to be taken." Godwin nodded, and they wheeled their horses around. "Lady," he said in Arabic, "we have fulfilled our charge. Be pleased to tell us, where are those kindred of whom we must lead you?" "Here," answered a soft voice. They stared about the deserted garden, in which stones and sacks of earth had been stored, ready for a siege, and finding no one, said, "We do not see them." Then the lady let slip her cloak, though not her veil, revealing the robe beneath. "By St. Peter," said Godwin, "I know the embroidery on that dress. Masuda! Say, is it you, Masuda?" As he spoke, the veil fell also, and lo, before them was a woman like to Masuda, and yet not Masuda. The hair was dressed like hers, the ornaments and the necklace made of the claws of the lion which Godwin killed were hers. The skin was of the same rich hue. There even was the tiny mole upon her cheek. But as the head was bent, they could not see her eyes. Suddenly, with a little moan, she lifted it and looked at them. "Rosamund! It is Rosamund herself!" gasped Wulf. "Rosamund disguised as Masuda!" And he fell rather than leaped from his saddle and ran to her, murmuring, "God, I thank thee!" Now she seemed to faint, and slid from her horse into his arms, and lay there a moment, while Godwin turned aside his head. "Yes," said Rosamund, freeing herself, "it is I and no other. Yet I rode with you all this way, and neither of you knew me." "Have we eyes that can pierce veils and woolen garments?" asked Wulf indignantly. But Godwin said in a strange, strained voice, "You are Rosamund disguised as Masuda. Who then was that woman to whom I bade farewell before Saladin, while the headsman awaited me? A veiled woman who wore the robes and gems of Rosamund?" "I know not, Godwin," she answered, "unless it were Masuda clad in my garments as I left her. Nor do I know anything of the story of the headsman who awaited you. I thought it was for Wulf that he waited. Oh, heaven, I thought that." "Tell us your tale," answered Godwin hoarsely. "It is short," she answered. "After the casting of the lot, of which I shall dream till my death day, I fainted. When I found my senses again, I thought that I must be mad. For there before me stood a woman dressed in my garments, whose face seemed like my face, yet not the same. 'Have no fear,' she said. 'I am Masuda, who amongst many other things have learned how to play a part. Listen, there is no time to lose. I have been ordered to leave the camp. Even now my uncle the Arab awaits without, with 2 swift horses. You, princess, will leave in my place. Look, you wear my robes and my face, almost, and are of my height, and the man who guides you will know no difference. I have seen to that. For although a soldier of Saladin, he is of my tribe. I will go with you to the door, and there bid you farewell before the eunuchs and the guards, with weeping. And who will guess that Masuda is the princess of Baalbek, and that the princess of Baalbek is Masuda?' 'And whither shall I go?' I asked. 'My uncle, son of the sand, will give you over to the embassy which rides to Jerusalem, or failing that, will take you to the city, or failing that, will hide you in the mountains among his own people. See, here is a letter that he must read. I place it in your breast.' 'And what of you, Masuda?' I cried again. 'Of me, oh, it is all planned, a plan that cannot fail,' she answered. 'Fear not, I escape tonight. I have no time to tell you how, and will join you in a day or 2. Also I think that you will find Sir Godwin, who will bring you home to England.' 'But Wulf, what of Wulf?' I asked again. 'He is doomed to die, and I will not leave him.' 'The living and the dead can keep no company,' she answered. 'Moreover, I have seen him, and all this is done by his most urgent order. If you love him, he bids that you will obey.' 'I never saw Masuda. I never spoke such words. I knew nothing of this plot,' exclaimed Wulf, and the brethren looked at each other with white faces. 'Speak on,' said Godwin. 'Afterwards we can debate.' 'Moreover,' continued Rosamund, bowing her head, 'Masuda added these words, I think that Sir Wulf will escape his doom. If you would see him again, obey his word, for unless you obey you can never hope to look upon him living. Go now before we are both discovered, which would mean your death and mine, who, if you go, am safe.' 'How knew she that I should escape?' asked Wulf. 'She did not know it. She only said she knew, to force Rosamund away,' answered Godwin in the same strained voice. 'And then?' 'And then, oh, having Wulf's express commands, then I went, like one in a dream. I remember little of it. At the door we kissed and parted weeping, and while the guard bowed before her, she blessed me beneath her breath. A soldier stepped forward and said, "Follow me, daughter of Sinan," and I followed him, none taking any note, for at that hour, although perhaps you did not see it in your prisons, a strange shadow passed across the sun, of which all folk were afraid, thinking that it portended evil, either to Saladin or Ascalon. In the gloom we came to a place where was an old Arab among some trees, and with him 2 led horses. The soldier spoke to the Arab, and I gave him Masuda's letter, which he read. Then he put me on one of the led horses, and the soldier mounted the other, and we departed at a gallop. All that evening and last night we rode hard, but in the darkness the soldier left us, and I do not know whither he went. At length we came to that mountain shoulder and waited there, resting the horses and eating food which the Arab had with him, till we saw the embassy, and among them 2 tall knights. "See," said the old Arab, "yonder come the brethren whom you seek. See and give thanks to Allah and to Masuda, who has not lied to you, and to whom I must now return." Oh, my heart wept as though it would burst, and I wept in my joy, wept and blessed God and Masuda. But the Arab, son of the sand, told me that for my life's sake I must be silent, and keep myself close veiled and disguised, even from you, until we reach Jerusalem, lest perhaps if they knew me, the embassy might refuse escort to the Princess of Baalbek and niece of Saladin, or even give me up to him. Then I promised and asked, what of Masuda? He said that he rode back at speed to save her also, as had been arranged, and that was why he did not take me to Jerusalem himself. But how that was to be done he was not sure as yet. Only he was sure that she was hidden away safely, and would find a way of escape when she wished it. And you know the rest, and here by the grace of God we three are together again.
Ay, said Godwin, but where is Masuda, and what will happen to her who has dared to venture such a plot as this? Oh, know you what this woman did? I was condemned to die in place of Wulf. How does not matter, you will learn it afterwards. And the Princess of Baalbek was brought to say me farewell. There, under the very eyes of Saladin, Masuda played her part, and mimicked you so well that the Sultan was deceived, and I, even I, was deceived. Yes, when for the first and last time I embraced her, I was deceived. Although it is true, I wondered. Also since then a great fear has been with me, although here again I was deceived, for I thought I feared for you. Now hark you, Wulf. Take Rosamund and lodge her with some lady in the city, or better still, place her in sanctuary with the nuns of the Holy Cross, whence none will dare to drag her, and let her don their habit. The abbess may remember you, for we have met her, and at least she will not refuse Rosamund a refuge. Yes, yes, I mind me she asked us news of folk in England. But you, where do you go, Godwin? Said his brother. I ride back to Ascalon to find Masuda. Why? Asked Wulf. Cannot Masuda save herself, as she told her uncle the Arab she would do? And has he not returned thither to take her away? I do not know, answered Godwin, but this I do know, that for the sake of Rosamund, and perhaps for my sake also, Masuda has run a fearful risk. Bethink you, what will be the mood of Saladin, when at length he finds that she upon whom he had built such hopes has gone, leaving a waiting woman decked out in her attire. Oh, broke in Rosamund, I feared it, but I awoke to find myself disguised, and she persuaded me that all was well, also that this was done by the will of Wulf, whom she thought would escape. That is the worst of if, said Godwin. To carry out her plan she held it necessary to lie, as I think she lied when she said that she believed we should both escape, though it is true that so it came about. I will tell you why she lied. It was that she might give her life to set you free, to join me in Jerusalem. Now Rosamund, who knew the secret of Masuda's heart, looked at him strangely, wondering within herself how it came about that, thinking Wulf dead or about to die, she should sacrifice herself, that she, Rosamund, might be sent to the care of Godwin. Surely it could not be for love of her, although they loved each other well. From love of Godwin, then? How strange a way to show it! Yet now she began to understand. So true and high was this great love of Masuda's, that for Godwin's sake she was ready to hide herself in death, leaving him. Now that, as she thought, his rival was removed, to live on with the lady whom he loved. Ay, and at the price of her own life,
giving that lady to his arms. Oh, how noble must she be who could thus plan and act, and whatever her past had been, how pure and high of soul! Surely if she lived, earth had no grander woman, and if she were dead, heaven had won a saint indeed. Rosamund looked at Godwin, and Godwin looked at Rosamund, and there was understanding in their eyes, for now both of them saw the truth in all its glory and all its horrors. "I think that I should go back also," said Rosamund. "That shall not be," answered Wulf. "Saladin would kill you for this flight, as he has sworn." "That cannot be," added Godwin. "Shall the sacrifice of blood be offered in vain? Moreover, it is our duty to prevent you." Rosamund looked at him again and stammered, If that dreadful thing has happened, Godwin, if the sacrifice, oh, what will it serve?" "Rosamund, I know not what has chanced. I go to see. I care not what may chance. I go to meet it. Through life, through death, and if there be need, through all the fires of hell, I ride on till I find Masuda, and kneel to her in homage." "And in love," claimed Rosamund, as though the words broke from her lips against her will. "Mayhap," Godwin answered, speaking more to himself than to her. Then, seeing the look upon his face, the set mouth and the flashing eyes, neither of them sought to stay him further. "Farewell, my liege lady and cousin Rosamund," Godwin said. "My part is played. Now I leave you in the keeping of God in heaven and of Wulf on earth. Should we meet no more, my counsel is that you two wed here in Jerusalem, and travel back to Steeple, there to live in peace, if it may be so. Brother Wulf, fare you well also. We part today for the first time, who from our birth have lived together and loved together, and done many a deed together, some of which we can look back upon without shame. Go on your course rejoicing, take the love and gladness that heaven has given you, and living a good and Christian knight, mindful of the end which draws on apace, and of eternity beyond." "O Godwin, speak not thus," said Wulf, "for in truth it breaks my heart to hear such fateful words. Moreover, we do not part thus easily. Our lady here will be safe enough among the nuns, more safe than I can keep her. Give me an hour, and I will set her there and join you. Both of us owe a debt to Masuda, and it is not right that it should be paid by you alone." "Nay," answered Godwin, "look upon Rosamund, and think what is about to befall this city. Can you leave her at such a time?" Then Wulf dropped his head, and trusting himself to speak no more words, Godwin mounted his horse, and without so much as looking back, rode into the narrow street and out through the gateway, till presently he was lost in the distance and the desert. Wulf and Rosamund watched him go in silence, for they were choked with tears. "Little did I look to part with my brother thus," said Wulf at length in a thick and angry voice. "By God's wounds, I had more gladly died at his side in battle than leave him to meet his doom alone." "And leave me to meet my doom alone," murmured Rosamund, then added, "Oh, I would that I were dead, who have lived to bring all this woe upon you both, and upon that great heart, Masuda. I say, Wulf, I would that I were dead." "Likely enough the wish will be fulfilled before all is done," answered Wulf wearily. "Only then I pray that I may be dead with you. For now, Rosamund, Godwin has gone, for ever as I fear, and you alone are left to me. Come, let us cease complaining, since to dwell upon these griefs cannot help us, and be thankful that for a while at least we are free. Follow me, Rosamund, and we will ride to this nunnery to find you shelter, if we may." So they rode on through the narrow streets that were crowded with scared people, for now the news was spread that the embassy had rejected the terms of Saladin. He had offered to give the city food and to suffer its inhabitants to fortify the walls, and to hold them till the following Whitsuntide. If, should no help reach them, they would swear to surrender then. But they had answered that while they had life, they would never abandon the place where their God had died. So now war was before them, war to the end. And who were they that must bear its brunt? Their leaders were slain or captive. Their king was a prisoner, their soldiers skeletons on the field of Hattin. Only the women and children, the sick, the old, and the wounded remained. Perhaps 80,000 souls in all, but few of whom could bear arms. Yet these few must defend Jerusalem against the might of the victorious Saracen. Little wonder that they wailed in the streets till the cry of their despair went up to heaven, for in their hearts all of them knew that the holy place was doomed and their lives were forfeited. Pushing their path through the sad multitude, who took little note of them, at length they came to the nunnery on the sacred Via Dolorosa, which Wulf had seen when Godwin and he were in Jerusalem, after they had been dismissed by Saladin from Damascus. Its door stood in the shadow of that arch where the Roman Pilate had uttered to all generations the words, "Behold the man." Here the porter told him that the nuns were at prayer in their chapel. Wulf replied that he must see the lady abbess upon a matter which would not delay, and they were shown into a cool and lofty room. Presently the door opened, and through it came the abbess in her white robes, a tall and stately Englishwoman of middle age, who looked at them curiously. "Lady Abbess," said Wulf, bowing low, "my name is Wulf Darcy. Do you remember me?" "Yes, we met in Jerusalem before the battle of Hattin," she answered. "Also I know something of your story in this land, a very strange one." "This lady," went on Wulf, "is the daughter and heiress of Sir Andrew Darcy, my dead uncle, and in Syria the Princess of Baalbek, and the niece of Saladin." The abbess started and asked, "Is she then of the accursed faith, as her garb would seem to show?" "Nay, mother," said Rosamund, "I am a Christian, if a sinful one, and I come here to seek sanctuary, lest when they know who I am, and he clamours at their gates, my fellow Christians may surrender me to my uncle, the Sultan." "Tell me the story," said the abbess, and they told her briefly, while she listened amazed. When they had finished, she said, "Alas, my daughter, how can we save you, whose own lives are at stake? That belongs to God alone. Still, what we can we will do gladly, and here, at least, you may rest for some short while. At the most holy altar of our chapel you shall be given sanctuary, after which no Christian man dare lay a hand upon you, since to do so is a sacrilege that would cost him his soul. Moreover, I counsel that you be enrolled upon our books as a novice, and don our garb. Nay," she added with a smile, noting the look of alarm on the face of Wulf, "the Lady Rosamund need not wear it always, unless such should be her wish. Not every novice proceeds to the final vows." "Long have I been decked in gold-embroidered silks and priceless gems," answered Rosamund, "and now I seem to desire that white robe of yours more than anything on earth." So they led Rosamund to the chapel, and in sight of all their order, and of priests who had been summoned, at the altar there, upon that holy spot where they said that once Christ had answered Pilate, they placed her hand and gave her sanctuary, and threw over her tired head the white veil of a novice. There too Wulf left her, and riding away reported himself to Balian of Ibelin, the elected commander of the city, who was glad enough to welcome so stout a knight where knights were few. Oh, weary, weary was that ride of Godwin's beneath the sun, beneath the stars. Behind him, the brother who had been his companion and closest friend, and the woman whom he had loved in vain. And in front he knew not what. What went he forth to seek? Another woman who had risked her life for them, all because she loved him. And if he found her, what then? Must he wed her? And did he wish this? Nay, he desired no woman on the earth. Yet what was right that he would do? And if he found her not, what then? Well, at least he would give himself up to Saladin, who must think ill of them, by whom he had dealt well, and tell him that of this plot they had no knowledge. Indeed, to him he would go first, if it were but to beg forgiveness for Masuda, should she still be in his hands. Then, for he could not hope to be believed or pardoned a second time, then let death come, and he would welcome it, who greatly longed for peace. It was evening, and Godwin's tired horse stumbled slowly through the great camp of the Saracens, without the walls of fallen Ascalon. None hindered him, for having been so long a prisoner he was known by many, while others thought that he was but one of the surrendered Christian knights. So he came to the great house where Saladin lodged, and bade the guard take his name to the Sultan, saying that he craved audience of him. Presently he was admitted, and found Saladin seated in council among his ministers.
"Sir Godwin," he said sternly, "seeing how you have dealt by me, what brings you back into my camp? I gave you, brethren, your lives, and you have robbed me of one whom I would not lose." "We did not rob you, sire," answered Godwin. "We knew nothing of this plot. Nevertheless, as I was sure that you would think thus, I am come from Jerusalem, leaving the princess and my brother there, to tell the truth and to surrender myself to you, that I may bear in her place any punishment which you think fit to inflict upon the woman Masuda." "Why should you bear it?" asked Saladin. "Because, Sultan," answered Godwin sadly and with bent head, "whatever she did for love of me, though without my knowledge. Tell me, is she still here, or has she fled?" "She is still here," answered Saladin shortly. "Would you wish to see her?"
Godwin breathed a sigh of relief. At least Masuda still lived, and the terror that had struck him in the night was but an evil dream, born of his own fears and sufferings. "I do," he answered. "Once, if no more. I have words to say to her."
"Doubtless she will be glad to learn how her plot prospered," said Saladin with a grim smile. "In truth it was well laid and boldly executed."
Calling to one of his council, that same old Imam, who had planned the casting of the lots, the Sultan spoke with him aside. Then he said, "Let this knight be led to the woman Masuda. Tomorrow we will judge him." Taking a silver lamp from the wall, the Imam beckoned to Godwin, who bowed to the Sultan and followed. As he passed wearily through the throng in the audience room, It seemed to Godwin that the emirs and captains gathered there looked at him with pity in their eyes. So strong was this feeling in him that he halted in his walk and asked, "Tell me, Lord, do I go to my death?" "All of us go thither," answered Saladin in the silence. "But Allah has not written that death is yours tonight." They passed down long passages. They came to a door which the Imam, who hobbled in front, unlocked. "She is under ward, then," said Godwin. "Ay," was the answer. "Under ward. Enter." And he handed him the lamp. "I remain without." "Perchance she sleeps, and I shall disturb her," said Godwin, as he hesitated upon the threshold. "Did you not say she loved you? Then doubtless, even if she sleeps, she who has dwelt at Masyaf will not take your visit ill, who have ridden so far to find her," said the Imam with a sneering laugh. "Enter, I say." So Godwin took the lamp and went in, and the door was shut behind him. Surely the place was familiar to him. He knew that arched roof and these rough stone walls. Why, it was here that he had been brought to die, and through that very door the false Rosamund had come to bid him farewell, who now returned to greet her in the same darksome den. Well, it was empty. Doubtless she would soon come, and he waited, looking at the door. It did not stir. He heard no footsteps. Nothing broke that utter silence. He turned again and stared about him. Something glinted on the ground yonder, towards the end of the vault, just where he had knelt before the executioner. A shape lay there. Doubtless it was Masuda, imprisoned and asleep. "Masuda!" he said, and the sounding echoes from the arched walls answered back, "Masuda!" He must awaken her. There is no choice. Yes, it was she, asleep, and she still wore the royal robes of Rosamund, and a clasp of Rosamund's still glittered on her breast. How sound Masuda slept! Would she never wake? He knelt down beside her and put out his hand to lift the long hair that hid her face. Now it touched her, and lo, the head fell over. Then with horror in his heart, Godwin held down the lamp and looked. Oh, those robes were red, and those lips were ashen. It was Masuda, whose spirit had passed him in the desert. Masuda, slain by the headsman's sword. This was the evil jest that had been played upon him, and thus they met again. Godwin rose to his feet, and stood over her still shape as a man stands in a dream, while words broke from his lips, and a fountain in his heart was unsealed. "Masuda," he whispered, "I know now that I love you, and you only, henceforth and forever. O woman with a royal heart, wait for me, Masuda, wherever you may dwell." While the whispered words left his lips, it seemed to Godwin that once more, as when he rode with Wulf from Ascalon, the strange wind blew about his brow, bringing with it the presence of Masuda, and that once more the unearthly peace sank into his soul. Then all was past and over, and he turned to see the old Imam standing at his side. "Did I not tell you that you would find her sleeping?" he said with his bitter, chuckling laugh. "Call on her, Sir Knight, call on her. Love, they say, can bridge great gulfs, even that between severed neck and bosom." With a silver lamp in his hand, Godwin smote, and the man went down like a felled ox, leaving him once more in silence and in darkness. For a moment Godwin stood thus, till his brain was filled with fire, and he too fell across the corpse of Masuda, and lay there still. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. At Jerusalem. Godwin knew that he lay sick, but save that Masuda seemed to tend him in his sickness, he knew no more. For all the past had gone from him. There she was always, clad in a white robe, and looking at him with eyes full of ineffable calm and love. And he noted that round her neck ran a thin red line, and wondered how it came there. He knew also that he travelled while he was ill, for at dawn he would hear the camp break up with a mighty noise, and feel his litter lifted by slaves who bore him along for hours across the burning sand, till at length the evening came, and with a humming sound, like the sound of hiving bees, the great army set its bivouac. Then came the night, and the pale moon floating like a boat upon the azure sea above, and everywhere the bright eternal stars, to which went up the constant cry of Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest, there is none but He. It is a false God, he would say. Tell them to cry upon the Saviour of this world. Then the voice of Masuda would seem to answer, Judge not. No God whom men worship with a pure and single heart is wholly false. Many be the ladders that lead to heaven. Judge not, you Christian knight. At length that journey was done, and there arose new noises, as of the roar of battle. Orders were given, and men marched out in thousands. Then rose that roar, and they marched back again, mourning their dead. At last came a day when, opening his eyes, Godwin turned to rest them on Masuda, and lo, she was gone. And in her accustomed place there sat a man whom he knew well, Egbert, once Bishop of Nazareth, who gave him to drink of sherbet cooled with snow. Yes, the woman had departed, and the priest was there. Where am I? He asked. Outside the walls of Jerusalem, my son, a prisoner in the camp of Saladin, was the answer. And where is Masuda, who has sat by me all these days? In heaven, as I trust, came the gentle answer. For she was a brave lady. It is I who have sat by you. Nay, said Godwin obstinately, it was Masuda. If so, answered the bishop again, it was her spirit, for I shrove her and have prayed over her open grave, her spirit, which came to visit you from heaven, and has gone back to heaven now that you are of the earth again. Then Godwin remembered the truth, and groaning fell asleep. Afterwards, as he grew stronger, Egbert told him all the story. He learned that when he was found lying senseless on the body of Masuda, the emirs wished Saladin to kill him, if for no other reason because he had dashed out the eye of the holy imam with a lamp. But the Sultan, who had discovered the truth, would not, for he said that it was unworthy of the imam to have mocked his grief, and that Sir Godwin had dealt with him as he deserved. Also that this Frank was one of the bravest of knights, who had returned to bear the punishment of a sin which he did not commit, and that although he was a Christian, he loved him as a friend. So the imam lost both his eye and his vengeance. Thus it had come about that the Bishop Egbert was ordered to nurse him, and if possible to save his life. And when at last they marched upon Jerusalem, soldiers were told off to bear his litter, and a good tent was set apart to cover him. Now the siege of the holy city had begun, and there was much slaughter on both sides. "Will it fall?" asked Godwin. I fear so, unless the saints help them, answered Egbert. Alas, I fear so. Will not Saladin be merciful? He asked again. Why should he be merciful, my son, since they have refused his terms and defied him? Nay, he has sworn that as Godfrey took the place nigh upon 100 years ago and slaughtered the Mussulmen who dwelt there by thousands, men, women, and children together, so will he do it to the Christians. Oh, why should he spare them? They must die, they must die. And wringing his hands, Egbert left the tent. Godwin lay still, wondering what the answer to this riddle might be. He could think of one, and of one only. In Jerusalem was Rosamund, the Sultan's niece, whom he must desire to recapture above all things, not only because she was of his blood, but since he feared that if he did not do so, his vision concerning her would come to nothing. Now what was this vision? That through Rosamund much slaughter should be spared. Well, if Jerusalem was saved, would not tens of thousands of Muslim and Christian lives be saved also? Oh, surely here was the answer, and some angel had put it into his heart, and now he prayed for strength to plant it in the heart of Saladin, for strength and opportunity. This very day Godwin found the opportunity. As he lay dozing in his tent that evening, being still too weak to rise, a shadow fell upon him, and opening his eyes he saw the Sultan himself standing alone by his bedside. Now he strove to rise to salute him, but in a kind voice Saladin bade him lie still, and seating himself began to talk. "Sir Godwin," he said, "I am come to ask your pardon. When I sent you to visit that dead woman who had suffered justly for her crime, I did an act unworthy of a king. But my heart was bitter against her and you, and the Imam whom you smote put into my mind the trick that cost him his eye, and almost cost a worn-out and sorrowful man his life. I have spoken. I thank you, sire, who were always noble," answered Godwin. "You say so. Yet I have done things to you and yours that you can scarcely hold as noble," said Saladin. "I stole your cousin from her home, as her mother had been stolen from mine, paying back ill with ill, which is against the law. And in his own hall my servants slew her father and your uncle, who was once my friend. Well, these things I did because a fate drove me on, the fate of a dream, the fate of a dream. Say, Sir Godwin, is that story which they tell in the camps true, that a vision came to you before the battle of Hattin, and that you warned the leaders of the Franks not to advance against me?" "Yes, it is true," answered Godwin, and he told the vision, and of how he had sworn it on the rood. "And what did they say to you?" "They laughed at me, and hinted that I was a sorcerer or a traitor in your pay, or both." "Blind fools, who would not hear the truth when it was sent to them by the pure mouth of a prophet," muttered Saladin. "Well, they paid the price, and I and my faith are the gainers. Do you wonder then, Sir Godwin, that I also believe my vision, which came to me thrice in the night season, bringing with it the picture of the very face of my niece, the Princess of Baalbek? "I do not wonder," answered Godwin. "Do you wonder also that I was mad with rage when I learned that at last yonder brave dead woman had outwitted me and all my spies and guards, and this after I had spared your lives. Do you wonder that I am still so wroth, believing as I do that a great occasion has been taken from me? I do not wonder, but Sultan, I who have seen a vision speak to you, who also have seen a vision, a prophet to a prophet. And I tell you that the occasion has not been taken. It has been brought, yes, to your very door, and that all these things have happened that it might thus be brought. Say on, said Saladin, gazing at him earnestly. See now, Saladin, the Princess Rosamund is in Jerusalem. She has been led to Jerusalem, that you may spare it for her sake, and thus make an end of bloodshed, and save the lives of folk uncounted. Never, said the Sultan, springing up. They have rejected my mercy, and I have sworn to sweep them away, man, woman, and child, and be avenged upon all their unclean and faithless race. Is Rosamund unclean, that you would be avenged upon her? Will her dead body bring you peace? If Jerusalem is put to the sword, she must perish also. I will give orders that she is to be saved, that she may be judged for her crime by me, he added grimly. How can she be saved when the stormers are drunk with slaughter, and she but one disguised woman among 10,000 others? Then, he answered, stamping his foot, she shall be brought or dragged out of Jerusalem before the slaughter begins. That, I think, will not happen while Wulf is there to protect her, said Godwin quietly. Yet I say that it must be so. It shall be so. Then, without more words, Saladin left the tent with a troubled brow. Within Jerusalem all was misery, all was despair. There were crowded thousands and tens of thousands of fugitives, women and children, many of them, whose husbands and fathers had been slain at Hattin or elsewhere. The fighting men who were left had few commanders, and thus it came about that soon Wulf found himself the captain of very many of them. First, Saladin attacked from the west, between the gates of Saint Stephen and of David. But here stood strong fortresses, called the Castle of the Pisans, and the Tower of Tancred, whence the defenders made sallies upon him, driving back his stormers. So he determined to change his ground, and moved his army to the east, camping it near the valley of Kedron. When they saw the tents being struck, the Christians thought that he was abandoning the siege, and gave thanks to God in all their churches. But lo, next morning, the white array of these appeared again on the east, and they knew that their doom was sealed. There were in the city many who desired to surrender to the Sultan, and fierce grew the debates between them and those who swore that they would rather die. At length it was agreed that an embassy should be sent, so it came under safe conduct, and was received by Saladin in presence of his emirs and councillors. He asked them what was their wish, and they replied that they had come to discuss terms. Then he answered thus: In Jerusalem is a certain lady, my niece, known among us as the Princess of Baalbek, and among the Christians as Rosamund Darcy, who escaped thither a while ago in the company of the knight, Sir Wulf Darcy, whom I have seen fighting bravely among your warriors. Let her be surrendered to me, that I may deal with her as she deserves, and we will talk again.
Till then I have no more to say." Now most of the embassy knew nothing of this lady, but one or two said they thought that they had heard of her, but had no knowledge of where she was hidden. "Then return and search her out," said Saladin, and so dismissed them. Back came their envoys to the council, and told what Saladin had said. "At least," claimed Heraclius the patriarch, "in this matter it is easy to satisfy the Sultan. Let his niece be found and delivered to him. Where is she?" Now one declared that was known by the knight, Sir Wulf Darcy, with whom she had entered the city. So he was sent for, and came with armour rent and red sword in hand, for he had just beaten back an attack upon the Barbican, and asked what was their pleasure. "We desire to know, Sir Wulf," said the patriarch, "where you have hidden away the lady known as the Princess of Baalbek, whom you stole from the Sultan." "What is that to your holiness?" asked Wulf shortly. "A great deal, to me and to all, seeing that Saladin will not even treat with us until she is delivered to him." "Does this council then propose to hand over a Christian lady to the Saracens against her will?" asked Wulf sternly. "We must," answered Heraclius. "Moreover, she belongs to them." "She does not belong," answered Wulf. "She was kidnapped by Saladin in England, and ever since has striven to escape from him." "Waste not our time," exclaimed the patriarch impatiently. "We understand that you are this woman's lover, but however that may be, Saladin demands her, and to Saladin she must go. So tell us where she is without more ado, Sir Wulf." "Discover that for yourself, Sir Patriarch," replied Wulf in fury. "Or if you cannot, send one of your own women in her place." Now there was a murmur in the council, but of wonder at his boldness rather than of indignation, for this patriarch was a very evil liver. "I care not if I speak the truth," went on Wulf, "for it is known to all. Moreover, I tell this man that it is well for him that he is a priest, however shameful, for otherwise I would cleave his head in two, who has dared to call the Lady Rosamund my lover." Then, still shaking with wrath, the great knight turned and stalked from the council chamber. "A dangerous man," said Heraclius, who was white to the lips. "A very dangerous man. I propose that he should be imprisoned." "Ay," answered the Lord Balian of Ibelin, who was in supreme command of the city. "A very dangerous man, to his foes, as I can testify. I saw him and his brother charge through the hosts of the Saracens at the battle of Hattin, and I have seen him in the breach upon the wall. Would that we had more such dangerous men just now." "But he has insulted me," shouted the patriarch, "me and my holy office." "The truth shall be no insult," answered Balian with meaning. "At least it is a private matter between you and him, on account of which we cannot spare one of our few captains. Now as regards this lady, I like not the business." As he spoke, a messenger entered the room, and said that the hiding place of Rosamund had been discovered. She had been admitted a novice into the community of the Virgins of the Holy Cross, who had their house by the arch on the Via Dolorosa. "Now I like it still less," Balian went on, "for to touch her would be sacrilege." "His Holiness Heraclius will give us absolution," said a mocking voice. Then another leader rose. He was one of the party who desired peace, and pointed out that this was no time to stand on scruples, for the Sultan would not listen to them in their sore plight,
unless the lady were delivered to him to be judged for her offence. Perhaps, being his own niece, she would in fact suffer no harm at his hands. And whether this were so or not, it was better that one should endure wrong, or even death, than many. With such words he over-persuaded the most of them, so that in the end they rose and went to the convent of the Holy Cross, where the patriarch demanded admission from them, which indeed could not be refused. The stately abbess received them in the refectory and asked their pleasure. "Daughter," said the patriarch, "you have in your keeping a lady named Rosamund Darcy, with whom we desire to speak. Where is she?" "The novice Rosamund," answered the abbess, "prays by the holy altar in the chapel." Now one murmured, "She has taken sanctuary." But the patriarch said, "Tell us, daughter, does she pray alone?" "A knight guards her prayers," was the answer. "Ah, as I thought. He has been beforehand with us. Also, daughter, surely your discipline is somewhat lax, if you suffer knights thus to invade your chapel. But lead us thither." "The dangers of the times and of the lady must answer for it," the abbess replied boldly as she obeyed. Presently they were in the great dim place, where the lamps burned day and night. There by the altar, built, it was said, upon the spot where the Lord stood to receive judgment, they saw a kneeling woman, who, clad in the robe of a novice, grasped the stonework with her hands. Without the rails, also kneeling, was the knight Wulf, still as a statue on a sepulchre. Hearing them he rose, turned him about, and drew his great sword. "Sheath that sword!" commanded Heraclius. "When I became a knight," answered Wulf, "I swore to defend the innocent from harm, and the altars of God from sacrilege, at the hands of wicked men. Therefore I sheath not my sword." "Take no heed of him," said one, and Heraclius, standing back in the aisle, addressed Rosamund. "Daughter," he cried, "with bitter grief we are come to ask of you a sacrifice, that you should give yourself for the people, as our master gave himself for the people. Saladin demands you as a fugitive of his blood, and until you are delivered to him, he will not treat with us for the saving of the city. Come forth then, we pray you." Now Rosamund rose and faced them, with her hand resting upon the altar. "I risked my life, and I believe another gave her life," she said, "that I might escape from the power of the Muslims. I will not come forth to return to them." "Then our need being sore, we must take you," answered Heraclius sullenly. "What?" she cried. "You, the patriarch of the sacred city, would tear me from the sanctuary of its holiest altar? Oh, then indeed shall the curse fall upon it, and you. Hence, they say, our sweet Lord was haled to sacrifice by the command of an unjust judge, and thereafter Jerusalem was taken by the sword. Must I too be dragged from the spot that his feet have hallowed, and even in these weeds?" And she pointed to her white robe. "Thrown as an offering to your foes, who mayhap will bid me choose between death and the Koran? If so, I say assuredly that offering will be made in vain, and assuredly your streets shall run red with the blood of those who tore me from my sanctuary." Now they consulted together, some taking one side and some the other, but the most of them declared that she must be given up to Saladin. "Come of your own will, I pray you," said the patriarch, "since we would not take you by force." "By force only will you take me," answered Rosamund. Then the abbess spoke. Sirs, will you commit so great a crime? Then I tell you that it cannot go without its punishment. With this lady I say, and she drew up her tall shape, that it shall be paid for in your blood, and mayhap in the blood of all of us. Remember my words, when the Saracens have won the city, and are putting its children to the sword. I absolve you from this sin, shouted the patriarch, if sin it is. Absolve yourself, broke in Wulf sternly, and know this, I am but one man, but I have some strength and skill. If you seek but to lay a hand upon the novice Rosamund, to hale her away to be slain by Saladin, as he has sworn that he would do, should she dare to fly from him, before I die there are those among you who have looked the last upon the light. Then standing there before the altar rails, he lifted his great blade, and settling the skull-blazoned shield upon his arm. Now the patriarch raved and stormed, and one among them cried that they would fetch bows and shoot Wulf down from a distance. And thus, broke in Rosamund, add murder to sacrilege. O sirs, bethink what you do, and remember this, that you do it all in vain. Saladin has promised you nothing, except that if you deliver me to him, he will talk with you, and then you may find that you have sinned for nothing. Have pity on me and go your ways, leaving the issue in the hand of God. That is true, cried some. Saladin made no promises. Now Balian, the guardian of the city, who had followed them to the chapel, and standing in the background heard what passed there, stepped forward and said, My lord patriarch, I pray you let this thing be, since from such a crime no good could come to us or any. That altar is the holiest and most noted place of sanctuaries in all Jerusalem. Will you dare to tear a maiden from it, whose only sin is that she, a Christian, has escaped the Saracens by whom she was stolen? Do you dare to give her back to them and death? For such will be her doom at the hand of Saladin. Surely that would be the act of cowards, and bring upon us the fate of cowards. So, Wulf, put up your sword and fear nothing. If there is any safety in Jerusalem, your lady is safe. Abbess, lead her to her cell. Nay, answered the abbess with fine sarcasm, it is not fitting that we should leave this place before his holiness. Then you have not long to wait, shouted the patriarch in fury. Is this a time for scruples about altars? Is this a time to listen to the prayers of a girl, or to threats of a single knight, or the doubts of a superstitious captain? Well, take your way, and let your lives pay its cost. Yet I say that if Saladin asked for half the noble maidens in the city, it would be cheap to let him have them in payment for the blood of 80,000 folk. And he stalked towards the door. So they went away, all except Wulf, who stayed to make sure that they were gone, and the abbess, who came to Rosamund and embraced her, saying that for the while the danger was past, and she might rest quiet. Yes, mother, answered Rosamund with a sob. But, oh, have I done right? Should I not have surrendered myself to the wrath of Saladin, if the lives of so many hang upon it? Perhaps, after all, he would forget his oath and spare my life, though at best I should never be suffered to escape again, while there is a castle in Baalbek, or a guarded harem in Damascus. Moreover, it is hard to bid farewell to all one loves for ever. And she glanced towards Wulf, who stood out of hearing. Yes, answered the abbess, it is hard, as we nuns know well. But, daughter, that sore choice has not yet been thrust upon you. When Saladin says that he sets you against the lives of all this cityful, then you must judge. Ay, repeated Rosamund, then I must judge. The siege went on. From terror to terror it went on. The mangonels hurled their stones unceasingly. The arrows flew in clouds, so that none could stand upon the walls. Thousands of the cavalry of Saladin hovered round St. Stephen's Gate, while the engines poured fire and bolts upon the doomed town, and the Saracen miners worked their way beneath the barbican and the wall. The soldiers within could not sally, because of the multitude of the watching horsemen. They could not show themselves, since he who did so was at once destroyed by 1,000 darts, and they could not build up the breaches of the crumbling wall. As day was added to day, their despair grew even deeper. The despair grew ever deeper. In every street might be met long processions of monks, bearing crosses and chanting penitential psalms and prayers, while in the house doors women wailed to Christ for mercy, and held to their breasts the children who must so soon be given to death, or torn from them to deck some Mussulman harem. The commander Balian called the knights together in council, and showed them that Jerusalem was doomed. "Then," said one of the leaders, "let us sally out and die fighting in the midst of foes." "Ay," added Heraclius, "and leave our children and our women to death and dishonour. Then that surrender is better, since there is no hope of succour." "Nay," answered Balian, "we will not surrender. While God lives there is hope." "He lived on the day of Khatin, and suffered it," said Heraclius, and the council broke up, having decided nothing. That afternoon Balian stood once more before Saladin, and implored him to spare the city. Saladin led him to the door of the tent, and pointed to his yellow banners floating here and there upon the wall, and to one that at this moment rose upon the breach itself. "Why should I spare what I have already conquered, and what I have sworn to destroy?" he asked. "When I offered you mercy, you would have none of it. Why do you ask it now?" Then Balian answered him in those words that will ring throughout history forever. "For this reason, Sultan, before God, if die we must, we will first slaughter our women and our little children, leaving you neither male nor female to enslave. We will burn the city and its wealth. We will grind the holy rock to powder, and make of the Mosque Al-Aqsa and the other sacred places a heap of ruins. We will cut the throats of the 5,000 followers of the Prophet who are in our power, and then every man of us who can bear arms, we will sally out into the midst of you and fight on till we fall. So I think Jerusalem shall cost you dear." The Sultan stared at him and stroked his beard. 80,000 lives, he muttered. 80,000 lives, besides those of my soldiers whom you will slay. A great slaughter, and the holy city destroyed forever. Oh, it was of such a massacre as this that once I dreamed. Then Saladin sat still and thought a while, his head bowed upon his breast. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. Saint Rosamund. From the day when he saw Saladin, Godwin began to grow strong again, and as his health came back, so he fell to thinking. Rosamund was lost to him, and Masuda was dead, and at times he wished that he were dead also. What more had he to do with his life, which had been so full of sorrow, struggle, and bloodshed? Go back to England to live there upon his lands, and wait until old age and death overtook him? The prospect would have pleased many, but it did not please Godwin, who felt that his days were not given to him for this purpose, and that while he lived he must also labour. As he sat thinking thus, and was very unhappy, the aged Bishop Egbert, who had nursed him so well, entered his tent, and noting his face, asked, "What ails you, my son?" "Would you wish to hear?" said Godwin. "Am I not your confessor, with the right to hear?" answered the gentle old man. "Show me your trouble." So Godwin began at the beginning, and told it all, how as a lad he had secretly desired to enter the church, how the old prior of the abbey at Stangate counselled him that he was too young to judge, how then the love of Rosamund had entered into his life with his manhood, and he had thought no more of religion. He told him also of the dream that he had dreamed, when he lay wounded after the fight on Death Creek, of the vows which he and Wulf had vowed at the time of their knighting, and of how by degrees he had learned that Rosamund's love was not for him. Lastly he told him of Masuda, but of her Egbert, who had shriven her, knew already. The bishop listened in silence till he had finished. Then he looked up, saying, "And now?" "Now," answered Godwin, "I know not. Yet it seems to me that I hear the sound of my own feet walking upon cloister stones, and of my own voice lifted up in prayer before the altar." "You are still young to talk thus, and though Rosamund be lost to you and Masuda dead, there are other women in the world," said Egbert. Godwin shook his head. "Not for me, my father." "Then there are the knightly orders in which you might rise high." Again he shook his head. "The Templars and the Hospitallers are crushed. Moreover, I watched them in Jerusalem and the field, and love them not. Should they change their ways, or should I be needed to fight against the infidel, I can join them, by dispensation in days to come. But counsel me, what shall I do now?" "O my son," the old bishop said, his face lighting up, "if God calls you, come to God. I will show you the road." "Yes, I will come," Godwin answered quietly. "I will come, and unless the cross should once more call me to follow it in war, I will strive to spend the time that is left to me in his service and that of men. For I think, my father, that to this end I was born." 3 days later, Godwin was ordained a priest, there in the camp of Saladin, by the hand of the Bishop Egbert, while around his tent the servants of Muhammad, triumphant at the approaching downfall of the cross, shouted that God is great and Muhammad his only prophet. Saladin lifted his head and looked at Balian. "Tell me," he said, "what of the Princess of Baalbek, whom you know is the Lady Rosamund Darcy? I told you that I would speak no more with you of the safety of Jerusalem until she was delivered to me for judgment. Yet I see her not." "Sultan," answered Balian, "we found this lady in the convent of the Holy Cross, wearing the robe of a novice of that order. She had taken the sanctuary there by the altar, which we deem so sacred and inviolable, and refused to come. Saladin laughed. Cannot all your men at arms drag one maiden from an altar stone? Unless, indeed, the great knight Wulf stood before it with sword aloft, he added. So he stood, answered Balian, but it was not of him that we thought, though assuredly he would have slain some of us. To do this thing would have been an awful crime, which we were sure must bring down the vengeance of our God upon us and upon the city. What of the vengeance of Saladin? So as is our case, Sultan, we still fear God more than Saladin. Ay, Sir Balian, but Saladin may be a sword in the hand of God. Which sword, Sultan, would have fallen swiftly had we done this deed. I think that is about to fall, said Saladin, and again was silent and stroked his beard. Listen now, he said at length. Let the princess, my niece, come to me and ask it of my grace, and I think that I will grant you terms for which in your plight you may be thankful. Then we must dare the great sin and take her, answered Balian sadly, having first slain the knight Wulf, who will not let her go while he is alive. Nay, Sir Balian, for that I should be sorry, nor will I suffer it, for though a Christian he is a man after my own heart. This time I said, let her come to me, not let her be brought. Ay, come of her own free will, to answer to me for her sin against me, understanding that I promise her nothing, who in the old days promised her much, and kept my word. Then she was the princess of Baalbek, with all the rights belonging to that great rank, to whom I had sworn that no husband should be forced upon her, nor any change of faith. Now I take back these oaths, and if she comes as an escaped cross-worshipping slave, to whom I offer only the choice of Islam or of a shameful death. What high-born lady would take such terms? Asked Balian in dismay. Rather, I think, would she choose to die by her own hand than by that of your hangman, since she can never abjure her faith, and thereby doom 80,000 of her fellow Christians, who must accompany her to that death, answered Saladin sternly. No, Sir Balian, I swear it before Allah, and for the last time, that if my niece Rosamund does not come of her own free will, unforced by any, Jerusalem shall be put to sack. Then the fate of the holy city and all its inhabitants hangs upon the nobleness of a single woman? Stammered Balian. Ay, upon the nobleness of a single woman, as my vision told me it should be. If her spirit is high enough, Jerusalem may yet be saved. If it is baser than I thought, as well may chance, then assuredly with her it is doomed. I have no more to say, but my envoys shall ride with you, bearing a letter, which with their own hands they must present to my niece, the Princess of Baalbek. Then she can return with them to me, or she can bide where she is, when I shall know that I saw but a lying vision of peace and mercy flowing from her hands, and will press on this war to its bloody end. Within an hour, Balian rode to the city under safe conduct, taking with him the envoys of Saladin and the letter, which they were charged to deliver to Rosamund. It was night, and in their lamplit chapel, the virgins of the Holy Cross upon bended knees chanted the slow and solemn Miserere. From their hearts they sang, to whom death and dishonour were so near, praying their Lord and the merciful Mother of God to have pity, and to spare them and the inhabitants of the hallowed town where he had dwelt and suffered, and to lead them safe through the shadow of a fate as awful as his own. They knew that the end was near, that the walls were tottering to their fall, that the defenders were exhausted, and that soon the wild soldiers of Saladin would be surging through the narrow streets. Then would come the sack and the slaughter, either by the sword of the Saracens, or perchance, if these found time and they were not forgotten, more mercifully at the hands of Christian men, who thus would save them from the worst. Their dirge ended, the abbess rose and addressed them. Her bearing was still proud, but her voice quivered. "My daughters in the Lord," she said, "the doom is almost at our door, and we must brace our hearts to meet it. If the commanders of the city do what they have promised, they will send some here to behead us at the last, and so we shall pass happily to glory, and be ever with the Lord. But perchance they will forget us, who are but a few among 80,000 souls, of whom some 50,000 must thus be killed. Or their arms may grow weary, or themselves they may fall before ever they reach this house. And what, my daughters, shall we do then?" Now some of the nuns clung together, and sobbed in their affright, and some were silent. Only Rosamund drew herself to her full height, and spoke proudly. "My mother," she said, "I am a newcomer among you, but I have seen the slaughter of Khatin, and I know what befalls Christian women and children among the unbelievers. Therefore I ask your leave to say my say." "Speak," said the abbess. "This is my counsel," went on Rosamund, "and it is short and plain. When we know that the Saracens are in the city, let us set fire to this convent, and get us to our knees, and so perish." "Well spoken, it is best," muttered several, but the abbess answered with a sad smile, "High counsel indeed, such as might be looked for from high blood, yet it may not be taken, since self-slaughter is a deadly sin." "I see little difference between it," said Rosamund, "and the stretching out of our necks to the swords of friends. Yet although for others I cannot judge, for myself I do judge, who am bound by no final vows. I tell you that rather than fall into the hands of the Paynims, I will dare that sin, and leave them nothing but the vile mound which once held the spirit of a woman." And she laid her hand upon the dagger hilt that was hidden in her robe. Then again the abbess spoke. "To you, daughter, I cannot forbid the deed, but to those who have fully sworn to obey me, I do forbid it, and to them I show another, if a more piteous way, of escape from the last shame of womanhood. Some of us are old and withered, and have naught to fear but death, but others are still young and fair. To these I say, when the end is nigh, let them take steel, and score face and bosom, and seat themselves here in this chapel, red with their own blood, and made loathsome to the sight of man. Then will the end come upon them quickly, and they will pass hence unstained, to be the brides of heaven." Now a great groan of horror went up from those miserable women, who already saw themselves seated in stained robes, and hideous to behold, there in the carved chairs of their choir, awaiting death by the swords of furious and savage men, as in a day to come their sisters of the faith were to await it in the doomed convent of the Virgins of St. Clare at Acre. Yet one by one, except the aged among them, they came up to the abbess and swore that they would obey her in this, as in everything, while the abbess said that herself she would lead them down that dreadful road of pain and mutilation. Yes, save Rosamund, who declared that she would die undisfigured, as God had made her, and 2 other novices, they swore it one by one, laying their hands upon the altar. Then again they got them to their knees, and sang the Miserere. Presently above their mournful chant, the sound of loud, insistent knockings echoed down the vaulted roofs. They sprang up screaming, "The Saracens are here! Give us knives! Give us knives!" Rosamund drew the dagger from its sheath. "Wait a while," cried the abbess. "These may be friends, not foes. Sister Ursula, go to the door and seek tidings." The sister, an aged woman, obeyed with tottering steps, and reaching the massive portal, undid the guichette or lattice, and asked with a quivering voice, "Who are you that knock?" While the nuns within held their breath, and strained their ears to catch the answer. Presently it came, in a woman's silvery tones, that sounded strangely still and small in the spaces of that tomb-like church. "I am the Queen Sibylla, with her ladies." "And what would you with us, O Queen? The right of sanctuary?" "Nay, I bring with me some envoys from Saladin, who would have speech with a lady named Rosamund Darcy, who is among you." Now at these words Rosamund fled to the altar, and stood there, still holding the naked dagger in her hand. "Let her not fear," went on the silvery voice, "for no harm shall come to her against her will. Admit us, holy abbess, we beseech you in the name of Christ." Then the abbess said, "Let us receive the Queen with such dignity as we may." Motioning to the nuns to take their appointed seats in the choir, she placed herself in the great chair at the head of them, whilst behind her at the raised altar stood Rosamund, the bare knife in her hand. The door was opened, and through it swept a strange procession. First came the beauteous Queen, wearing her insignia of royalty, but with a black veil upon her head. Next followed ladies of her court, 12 of them, trembling with fright, but splendidly apparelled, and after these 3 stern and turbaned Saracens, clad in mail, their jewelled scimitars at their sides. Then appeared a procession of women, most of them draped in mourning, and leading scared children by the hand, the wives, sisters, and widows of nobles, knights, and burgesses of Jerusalem. Last of all marched 100 or more of captains and warriors, among them Wulf, headed by Sir Balian, and ended by the patriarch Heraclius, in his gorgeous robes, with his attendant priests and acolytes. On swept the Queen, up the length of the long church, and as she came, the abbess and her nuns rose and bowed to her, while one offered her the chair of state that was set apart to be used by the bishop in his visitations, but she would have none of it. "Nay," said the Queen, "mock me with no honourable seat, who come here as a humble suppliant, and will make my prayer upon my knees." So down she went upon the marble floor, with all her ladies and the following women, while the solemn Saracens looked at her wondering, and the knights and nobles massed themselves behind. "What can we give you, O Queen?" asked the abbess, "who have nothing left save our treasure, to which you are most welcome, our honour and our lives." "Alas," answered the royal lady, "alas, that I must say it. I come to ask the life of one of you." "Of whom, O Queen?" Sibylla lifted her head, and with her outstretched arm pointed to Rosamund, who stood above them all by the high altar. For a moment Rosamund turned pale, then spoke in a steady voice. "Say, what service can my poor life be to you, O Queen, and by whom is it sought?" Thrice Sibylla strove to answer, and at last murmured, "I cannot. Let the envoys give her the letter, if she is able to read their tongue." "I am able," answered Rosamund, and a Saracen emir drew forth a roll and laid it against his forehead, then gave it to the abbess, who brought it to Rosamund. With her dagger blade she cut its silk, opened it, and read aloud, always in the same quiet voice, translating as she read. "In the name of Allah, the One, the All-Merciful, to my niece, aforetime the Princess of Baalbek, Rosamund Darcy by name, now a fugitive, hidden in a convent of the Franks, in the city Al-Quds esh-Sharif, the holy city of Jerusalem. Niece, all my promises to you I have performed, and more, since for your sake I spared the lives of your cousins the twin knights. But you have repaid me with ingratitude and trickery, after the manner of those of your false and accursed faith, and have fled from me. I promised you also, again and yet again, that if you attempt this thing, death should be your portion. No longer, therefore, are you the Princess of Baalbek, but only an escaped Christian slave, and as such doomed to die whenever my sword reaches you. Of my vision concerning you, which caused me to bring you to the east from England, you know well. Repeat it in your heart before you answer. That vision told me that by your nobleness and sacrifice you should save the lives of many. I demanded that you should be brought back to me, and the request was refused. Why, it matters not. Now I understand the reason, that this was so ordained. I demand no more that force should be used to you. I demand that you shall come of your own free will, to suffer the bitter and shameful reward of your sin. Or if you so desire, bide where you are of your own free will, and be dealt with as God shall decree. This hangs upon your judgment. If you come and ask it of me, I will consider the question of the sparing of Jerusalem and its inhabitants. If you refuse to come, I will certainly put every one of them to the sword, save such of the women and children as may be kept for slaves. Decide then, niece, and quickly, whether you will return with my envoys, or bide where they find you. Yusuf Salahuddin. Rosamund finished reading, and the letter fluttered from her hand down to the marble floor. Then the Queen said, "Lady, we ask this sacrifice of you, in the name of these and all their fellows." And she pointed to the women and the children behind her. "And my life?" mused Rosamund aloud. It is all I have. When I have paid it away, I shall be beggared." And her eyes wandered to where the tall shape of Wulf stood by the pillar of the church. "Perchance Saladin will be merciful," hazarded the queen. "Why should he be merciful?" answered Rosamund, "who has always warned me that if I escaped from him and was recaptured, certainly I must die. Nay, he will offer me Islam or death, which means death by the rope, or in some worse fashion." "But if you stay here, you must die," pleaded the queen, "or at best fall into the hands of the soldiers. O lady, your life is but one life, and with it you can buy those of 80,000 souls." "Is that so sure?" asked Rosamund. "The Sultan has made no promise. He says only that if I pray it of him, he will consider the question of the sparing of Jerusalem." But, went on the queen, "he says also that if you do not come, he will surely put Jerusalem to the sword. And to Sir Balian he said that if you gave yourself up, he thought he might grant terms which we should be glad to take. Therefore we dare to ask of you to give your life in payment for such a hope. Think what otherwise might be the lot of these." And again she pointed to the women and children. "Ay, and your own sisterhood, and of all of us. Whereas if you die, it will be with much honour, and your name shall be worshipped as a saint and martyr in every church in Christendom. Oh, refuse not our prayer, but show that you indeed are great enough to step forward to meet the death which comes to every one of us, and thereby earn the blessings of half the world, and make sure your place in heaven nigh to him who also died for men. Plead with her, my sisters, plead with her." Then the women and the children threw themselves down before her, and with tears and sobbing prayed her that she would give up her life for theirs. Rosamund looked at them and smiled, then said in a clear voice, "What say you, my cousin and betrothed, Sir Wulf Darcy? Come hither, and, as is fitting in this strait, give me your counsel." So the grey-eyed, war-worn Wulf strode up the aisle, and standing by the altar rails, saluted her. "You have heard," said Rosamund, "your counsel. Would you have me die?" "Alas," he answered in a hoarse voice, "it is hard to speak. Yet they are many. You are but one." Now there was a murmur of applause, for it was known that this knight loved his lady dearly, and that but the other day he had stood there to defend her to the death against those who would give her up to Saladin. Now Rosamund laughed out, and the sweet sound of her laughter was strange in that solemn place and hour. "Ah, Wulf," she said, "Wulf, who must ever speak the truth, even when it costs him dear. Well, I would not have it otherwise. Queen, and all you foolish people, I did but try your tempers. Could you then think me so base that I would spare to spend this poor life of mine, and to forego such few joys as God might have in store for me on earth, when those of tens of thousands may hang upon the issue? Nay, nay, it is far otherwise." Then Rosamund sheathed the dagger that all this while she had held in her hand, and lifting the letter from the floor, touched her brow with it in signal of obedience, saying in Arabic to the envoys, "I am the slave of Saladin, commander of the faithful. I am the small dust beneath his feet. Take notice, Emirs, that in presence of all here gathered, of my own free will, I, Rosamund Darcy, aforetime princess and sovereign lady of Baalbek, determined to accompany you to the Sultan's camp, there to make prayer for the sparing of the lives of the citizens of Jerusalem, and afterwards to suffer the punishment of death in payment of my flight, according to my royal uncle's high decree. One request I make only, if he be pleased to grant it, that my body be brought back to Jerusalem for burial before this altar, where of my own act I lay down my life. Emirs, I am ready. Now the envoys bowed before her in grave admiration, and the air grew thick with blessings. As Rosamund stepped down from the altar, the queen threw her arms about her neck and kissed her, while lords and knights, women and children, pressed their lips upon her hands, upon the hem of her white robe, and even on her feet, calling her Saint and Deliverer. Alas, she answered, waving them back, as yet I am neither of these things, though the latter of them I hope to be. Come, let us be going. Ay, echoed Wulf, stepping to her side. Let us be going. Rosamund started at the words, and all there stared. Listen, Queen, Emirs, and people, he went on. I am this lady's kinsman, and her betrothed knight, sworn to serve her to the end. If she be guilty of a crime against the Sultan, I am more guilty, and on me also shall fall his vengeance. Let us be going. Wulf, Wulf, she said, it shall not be. One life is asked, not both. Yet, lady, both shall be given, that the measure of atonement may run over, and Saladin move to mercy. Nay, forbid me not. I have lived for you, and for you I die. Yes, if they hold me by force, still I die, if need be, on my own sword. When I counselled you just now, I counselled myself also. Surely you never dreamed that I would suffer you to go alone, when by sharing it I could make your doom easier. Oh, Wulf, she cried, you will but make it harder. No, no. Faced hand in hand, death loses half its terrors. Moreover, Saladin is my friend, and I also would plead with him for the people of Jerusalem. Then he whispered in her ear, Sweet Rosamund, deny me not, lest you should drive me to madness and self-murder, who would have no more of earth without you. Now her eyes full of tears, and shining with love, Rosamund murmured back, You are too strong for me. Let it befall as God wills. Nor did the others attempt to stay him any more. Going to the abbess, Rosamund would have knelt before her, but it was the abbess who knelt and called her blessed and kissed her. The sisters also kissed her one by one in farewell. Then a priest was brought, not the patriarch, of whom she would have none, but another, a holy man. To him apart at the altar, first Rosamund and then Wulf made confession of their sins, receiving absolution, and the sacrament in that form in which it was given to the dying, while, save the emirs, all in the church knelt and prayed as for souls that pass. The solemn ritual was ended. They rose, and followed by two of the envoys, for already the third had departed under escort to the court of Saladin to give him warning. The queen, her ladies, and all the company walked from the church and through the convent halls down into the narrow street of woe. Here Wulf, as her kinsman, took Rosamund by the hand, leading her as a man leads his sister to her bridal. Without it was bright moonlight, moonlight clear as day, and by now tidings of this strange story had spread through all Jerusalem, so that its narrow streets were crowded with spectators, who stood also upon every roof and at every window. "The Lady Rosamund," they shouted, "the blessed Rosamund, who goes to a martyr's death to save us, the pure Saint Rosamund, and her brave knight Wulf." And they tore flowers and green leaves from the gardens, and threw them in their path. Down the long winding streets, with bent heads and humble mien, companioned ever by the multitude, through which soldiers cleared the way, they walked thus, while women held up their children to touch the robe of Rosamund, or to look upon her face. At length the gate was reached, and while it was unbarred, they halted. Then came forward Sir Balian of Ibelin, bareheaded, and said, "Lady, on behalf of the people of Jerusalem, and of the whole of Christendom, I give you honour and thanks, and to you also, Sir Wulf Darcy, the bravest and most faithful of all knights." The company of priests also, headed by a bishop, advanced, chanting and swinging censers, and blessed them solemnly in the name of the Church and of Christ its Master. "Give us not praise and thanks, but prayers," answered Rosamund, "prayers that we may succeed in our mission, to which we gladly offer up our lives, and afterwards, when we are dead, prayers for the welfare of our sinful souls. But should we fail, as it may chance, then remember of us only that we did our best. O good people, great sorrows have come upon this land, and the cross of Christ is veiled with shame. Yet it shall shine forth once more, and to it through the ages shall all men bow the knee. O may you live, may no more death come among you. It is our last petition, and with it this, that when at length you die, we may meet again in heaven. Now fare you well." Then they passed through the gate, and as the envoys declared that none might accompany them further, walked forward, followed by the sound of the weeping of the multitude, towards the camp of Saladin, two strange and lonesome figures in the moonlight. At last these lamentations could be heard no more, and there on the outskirts of the Moslem lines an escort met them, and bearers with a litter. But into this Rosamund would not enter, so they walked onwards up the hill, till they came to the great square, in the centre of the camp upon the Mount of Olives, beyond the grey trees of the Garden of Gethsemane. There, awaiting them at the head of the square, sat Saladin in state, while all about, rank upon rank, in thousands and tens of thousands, was gathered his vast army, who watched them pass in silence. Thus they came into the presence of the Sultan, and knelt before him, Rosamund in her novice's white robe, and Wulf in his battered mail. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroi. The Dregs of the Cup. Saladin looked at them, but gave them no greeting. Then he spoke. "Woman, you have had my message. You know that your rank is taken from you, and that with it my promises are at an end. You know also that you come hither to suffer the death of faithless woman. Is it so?" "I know all these things, great Saladin," answered Rosamund. "Tell me, then, do you come of your own free will, unforced by any? And why does the knight Sir Wulf, whose life I spared, and do not seek, kneel at your side? I come of my own free will, Saladin, as your emirs can tell you. Ask them. For the rest, my kinsman must answer for himself. Sultan, said Wulf, I counselled the Lady Rosamund that she should come, not that she needed such counsel, and having given it, I accompanied her by right of blood and of justice, since her offence against you is mine also. Her fate is my fate. I have no quarrel against you whom I forgave. Therefore you must take your own way to follow the path she goes. Doubtless, answered Wulf, being a Christian among many sons of the Prophet, it will not be hard to find a friendly scimitar to help me on that road. I ask of your goodness that her fate may be my fate. What? Said Saladin. You are ready to die with her, although you are young and strong, and there are so many other women in the world. Wulf smiled and nodded his head. Good. Who am I that I should stand between a fool and his folly? I grant the boon. Your fate shall be her fate. Wulf Darcy, you shall drink of the cup of my slave Rosamund to its last bitterest dregs. I desire no less, said Wulf coolly. Now Saladin looked at Rosamund and asked, Woman, why have you come here to brave my vengeance? Speak on if you have aught to ask. Then Rosamund rose from her knees, and standing before him said, I am come, O my mighty lord, to plead for the people of Jerusalem, because it was told me that you would listen to no other voice than that of this your slave. See, many moons ago you had a vision concerning me. Thrice you dreamed in the night that I, the niece whom you had never seen, by some act of mine, should be the means of saving much life and a way of peace. Therefore you tore me from my home, and brought my father to a bloody death, as you are about to bring his daughter. And after much suffering and danger, I fell into your power, and was treated with great honour. Still I, who am a Christian, and who grew sick with the sight of the daily slaughter and outrage of my kin, strove to escape from you, although you had warned me that the price of this crime was death, and in the end, through the wit and sacrifice of another woman, I did escape. Now I return to pay that price, and behold, your vision is fulfilled, or at the least you can fulfill it, if God should touch your heart with grace, seeing that of my own will I am come to pray you, Saladin, to spare the city, and for its blood to accept mine as a token and an offering. O my Lord, as you are great, be merciful. What will it avail you in the day of your own judgment, that you have added another 80,000 to the tally of your slain, and with them many more thousands of your own folk, since the warriors of Jerusalem will not die unavenged? Give them their lives, and let them go free, and win thereby the gratitude of mankind, and the forgiveness of God above. So Rosamund spoke, and stretching out her arms towards him, was silent. These things I offered to them, and they were refused, answered Saladin. Why should I grant them now that they are conquered? My lord, strong to aid, said Rosamund, do you, who are so brave, blame yonder knights and soldiers because they fought on against desperate odds? Would you not have called them cowards if they had yielded up the city where their Saviour died, and struck no blow to save it? Oh, I am outworn. I can say no more. But once again, most humbly and on my knees, I beseech you, speak the word of mercy, and let not your triumph be dyed red with the blood of women and of little children." Then casting herself upon her face, Rosamund clasped the hem of his royal robe with her hands, and pressed it to her forehead. So for a while she lay there, in the shimmering moonlight, while utter silence fell upon all that vast multitude of armed men, as they waited for the decree of fate to be uttered by the conqueror's lips. But Saladin sat still as a statue, gazing at the domes and towers of Jerusalem, outlined against the deep blue sky. "Rise," he said at length, "and know, niece, that you have played your part in a fashion worthy of my race, and that I, Saladin, am proud of you. Know also that I will weigh your prayer, as I have weighed that of none other who breathes upon the earth. Now I must take counsel with my own heart, and tomorrow it shall be granted or refused. To you, who are doomed to die, and to the knight who chooses to die with you, according to the ancient law and custom, I offer the choice of Islam, and with it life and honour." "We refuse," answered Rosamund and Wulf with one voice. The Sultan bowed his head, as though he expected no other answer, and glanced round, as all thought to order the executioners to do their office. But he said only to a captain of his Mamelukes, take them under guard, and separate them, till my word of death comes to you. Your life shall answer for their safety. Give them food and drink, and let no harm touch them until I bid you." The Mameluke bowed, and advanced with his company of soldiers. As they prepared to go with them, Rosamund asked, "Tell me of your grace, what of Masuda, my friend?" "She died for you. Seek her beyond the grave," answered Saladin, whereat Rosamund hid her face with her hands and sighed. "And what of Godwin, my brother?" cried Wulf, but no answer was given him. Now Rosamund turned, stretching out her arms towards Wulf. She fell upon his breast. There then, in the presence of that countless army, they kissed their kiss of betrothal and farewell. They spoke no word, only ere she went, Rosamund lifted her hand and pointed upwards to the sky. Then a murmur rose from the multitude, and the sound of it seemed to shape itself into one word: "Mercy." Still Saladin made no sign, and they were led away to their prisons. Among the thousands who watched this strange and most thrilling scene were two men wrapped in long cloaks, Godwin and the Bishop Egbert. Thrice did Godwin strive to approach the throne, but it seemed that the soldiers about him had their commands, for they would not suffer him to stir or speak. And when, as Rosamund passed, he strove to break a way to her, they seized and held him. Yet as she went by, he cried, "The blessing of heaven upon you, pure saint of God, on you and your true knight." Catching the tones of that voice above the tumult, Rosamund stopped and looked around her, but saw no one, for the guard hemmed her in. So she went on, wondering if perchance it was Godwin's voice which she had heard, or whether an angel or only some Frankish prisoner had spoken. Godwin stood, wringing his hands, while the bishop strove to comfort him, saying that he should not grieve, since such deaths as those of Rosamund and Wulf were more glorious and more to be desired than 100 lives. "Ay, ay," answered Godwin, "would that I could go with them." "Their work is done, but not yours," said the bishop gently. "Come to our tent, and let us to our knees. God is more powerful than the Sultan, and mayhap he will yet find a way to save them. If they are still alive tomorrow at the dawn, we will seek audience of Saladin to plead with him." So they entered the tent and prayed there, as the inhabitants of Jerusalem prayed behind their shattered walls, that the heart of Saladin might be moved to spare them all. While they knelt thus, the curtain of the tent was drawn aside, and an emir stood before them. "Rise," he said, "both of you, and follow me. The Sultan commands your presence." Egbert and Godwin went, wondering, and were led through the pavilion to the royal sleeping place, which guards closed behind them. On a silken couch reclined Saladin, the light from the lamp falling on his bronzed and thoughtful face. "I have sent for you 2 Franks," he said, "that you may bear a message from me to Sir Balian of Ibelin and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. This is the message. Let the holy city surrender tomorrow, and all its population acknowledge themselves my prisoners. Then for 40 days I will hold them to ransom, during which time none shall be harmed. Every man who pays 10 pieces of gold shall go free, and 2 women or 10 children shall be counted as 1 man at a like price. Of the poor, 7,000 shall be set free also, on payment of 30,000 bezants. Such who remain or have no money for their ransom, and there is still much gold in Jerusalem, shall become my slaves. These are my terms, which I grant at the dying prayer of my niece, the Lady Rosamund, and to her prayer alone. Deliver them to Sir Balian, and bid him wait on me at the dawn with his chief notables, and answer whether he is willing to accept them on behalf of the people. If not, the assault goes on until the city is a heap of ruins, covering the bones of its children." "We bless you for this mercy," said the Bishop Egbert, "and we hasten to obey. But tell us, Sultan, what shall we do? Return to the camp with Sir Balian?" "If he accepts my terms, nay, for in Jerusalem you will be safe, and I give you your freedom without ransom." "Sire," said Godwin, "ere I go, grant me leave to bid farewell to my brother and my cousin Rosamund." "That for the 3rd time you may plot their escape from my vengeance?" said Saladin. "Nay, bide in Jerusalem and await my word. You shall meet them at the last, no more." "Sire," pleaded Godwin, "of your mercy spare them, for they have played a noble part. It is hard that they should die who love each other, and are so young and fair and brave." "Ay," answered Saladin, "a noble part. Never have I seen one more noble. Well, it fits them the better for heaven, if cross-worshippers enter there. Have done, their doom is written, and my purpose cannot be turned, nor shall you see them till the last, as I have said. But if it pleases you to write them a letter of farewell, and to send it back by the embassy, it shall be delivered to them. Now go, for greater matters are afoot than this punishment of a pair of lovers. A guard awaits you." So they went, and within an hour stood before Sir Balian, and gave him the message of Saladin, whereat he rose and blessed the name of Rosamund, while he called his counsellors from their sleep, and bade his servants saddle horses. Godwin found pen and parchment, and wrote hurriedly, "To Wulf, my brother, and Rosamund, my cousin and his betrothed. I live, though well nigh I died by dead Masuda. Jesus rest her gallant and most beloved soul. Saladin will not suffer me to see you, though he has promised that I shall be with you at the last, so watch for me then. I still dare to hope that it may please God to change the Sultan's heart and spare you. If so, this is my prayer and desire, that you two should wed as soon as may be, and get home to England, where if I live, I hope to visit you in years to come. Till then, seek me not, who would be lonely a while. But if it should be fated otherwise, then when my sins are purged, I will seek you among the saints, you who by your noble deed have earned the sure grace of God. The embassy rides. I have no time for more, though there is much to say. Farewell. Godwin. The terms of Saladin had been accepted, with rejoicing because their lives were spared, but with woe and lamentation because the holy city had fallen again into the hands of the Muslim. The people of Jerusalem made ready to leave the streets and seek new homes elsewhere. The great golden cross was torn from the mosque Al-Aqsa, and on every tower and wall floated the yellow banners of Saladin. All who had money paid their ransoms, and those who had none begged and borrowed it as they could, and if they could not, gave themselves over to despair and slavery. Only the patriarch Heraclius, forgetting the misery of those wretched ones, carried off his own great wealth and the gold plate of the churches. Then Saladin showed his mercy, for he freed all the aged without charge, and from his own treasure paid the ransom of hundreds of ladies whose husbands and fathers had fallen in battle, or lay in prison in other cities. So for 40 days, headed by Queen Sibylla and her ladies, that sad procession of the vanquished marched through the gates, and there were many of them, who, as they passed the conqueror seated in the state, halted to make a prayer to him for those who were left behind. A few also who remembered Rosamund, and that it was because of her sacrifice that they continued to look upon the sun, implored him that if they were not already dead, he would spare her and her brave knight. At length it was over, and Saladin took possession of the city. Having purged the great mosque, washing it with rose water, he worshipped in it after his own fashion, and distributed the remnant of the people who could pay no ransom, as slaves among his emirs and followers. Thus did the crescent triumph over the cross in Jerusalem, not in a sea of blood, as 90 years before the cross had triumphed over the crescent within its walls, but with what in those days passed for gentleness, peace, and mercy. For it was left to the Saracens to teach something of their own doctrines to the followers of Christ. During all those 40 days, Rosamund and Wulf lay in their separate prisons, awaiting their doom of death. The letter of Godwin was brought to Wulf, who read it, and rejoiced to learn that his brother lived. Then it was taken from him to Rosamund, who, although she rejoiced also, wept over it, and wondered a little what it might mean. Of one thing she was sure from its wording, that they had no hope of life. They knew that Jerusalem had fallen, for they heard the shouts of triumph of the Muslims, and far away, through their prison bars, could see the endless multitude of fugitives passing the ancient gates, laden with baggage, and leading their children by the hand to seek refuge in the cities of the coast. At this sight, although it was so sad, Rosamund was happy, knowing also that now she would not suffer in vain. At length the camp broke up, Saladin and many of the soldiers entering Jerusalem, but still the pair were left languishing in their dismal cells, which were fashioned from old tombs. One evening, while Rosamund was kneeling at prayer before she sought her bed, the door of the place was opened, and there appeared a glittering captain and a guard of soldiers, who saluted her and bade her follow him. "Is it the end?" she asked. "Lady," he answered, "it is the end." So she bowed her head meekly and followed. Without, a litter was ready, in which they placed her and bore her through the bright moonlight into the city of Jerusalem and along the way of sorrow, till they halted at a great door, which she knew again, for by it stood the ancient arch. "They have brought me back to the convent of the Holy Cross, to kill me where I asked that I might be buried," she murmured to herself as she descended from the litter. Then the doors were thrown open, and she entered the great courtyard of the convent, and saw that it was decorated as though for a festival, for about it and in the cloisters round hung many lamps. More, these cloisters and the space in front of them were crowded with Saracen lords, wearing their robes of state, while yonder sat Saladin and his court. "They would make a brave show of my death," thought Rosamund again. Then a little cry broke from her lips, for there in front of the throne of Saladin, the moonlight and the lamp blaze shining on his armour, stood a tall Christian knight. At that cry he turned his head, and she grew sure that it was Wulf, wasted somewhat and grown pale, but still Wulf. "So we are to die together," she whispered to herself, then walked forward with a proud step amidst the deep silence, and having bowed to Saladin, took the hand of Wulf and held it. The Sultan looked at them and said, "However long it may be delayed, the day of fate must break at last. Say, Franks, are you prepared to drink the dregs of that cup I promised you?" "We are prepared," they answered with one voice. "Do you grieve now that you laid down your lives to save those of all Jerusalem?" he asked again. "Nay," Rosamund answered, glancing at Wulf's face. "We rejoice exceedingly that God has been so good to us." "I too rejoice," said Saladin, "and I too thank Allah, who in bygone days sent me that vision, which has given me back the holy city of Jerusalem, without bloodshed. Now all is accomplished as it was fated. Lead them away." For a moment they clung together. Then Emirs took Wulf to the right and Rosamund to the left, and she went with her pale face and high head to meet her executioner, wondering if she would see Godwin ere she died. They led her to a chamber where women waited, but no swordsman that she could see, and shut the door upon her. "Perchance am I to be strangled by these women," thought Rosamund as they came towards her, "so that the blood royal may not be shed." Yet it was not so, for with gentle hands, but in silence, they unrobed her and washed her with scented waters, and braided her hair, twisting it up with pearls and gems. Then they clad her in fine linen, and put over it gorgeous broidered garments, and a royal mantle of purple, and her own jewels, which she had worn in bygone days, and with them others still more splendid, and threw about her head a gauzy veil worked with golden stars. It was just such a veil as Wulf's gift, which she had worn on the night when Hassan dragged her from her home at Steeple. She noted it and smiled at the sad omen. Then she said, "Ladies, why should I mock my doom with these bright garments?" "It is the Sultan's will," they answered, "nor shall you rest tonight less happily because of them." Now all was ready, and the door opened, and she stepped through it, a radiant thing, glittering in the lamplight. Then trumpets blew, and a herald cried, "Way, way there! Way for the high sovereign lady, and princess of Baalbek!" Thus, followed by the train of honourable women who attended her, Rosamund glided forward to the courtyard, and once more bent the knee to Saladin, then stood still, lost in wonder. Again the trumpets blew, and on the right a herald cried, "Way, way there! Way for the brave and noble Frankish knight, Sir Wulf Darcy!" Lo, attended by emirs and notables, Wulf came forth, clad in splendid armour, inlaid with gold, wearing on his shoulder a mantle set with gems, and on his breast the gleaming star of the luck of Hassan. To Rosamund he strode, and stood by her, his hands resting on the hilt of his long sword. "Princess," said Saladin, "I give you back your rank and titles, because you have shown a noble heart. And you, Sir Wulf, I honour also as best I may. But to my decree I hold. Let them go together to the drinking of the cup of their destiny, as to a bridal bed." Again the trumpets blew, and the heralds called, and they led them to the doors of the chapel, which at their knocking were thrown wide. From within came the sound of women's voices singing, but it was no sad song they sang. "The sisters of the Order are still there," said Rosamund to Wulf, "and would cheer us on our road to heaven." "Perchance," he answered, "I know not. I am amazed." At the door the company of Muslims left them, but they crowded round the entrance as though to watch what passed. Now down the long aisle walked a single white-robed figure. It was the abbess. "What shall we do, mother?" said Rosamund to her. "Follow me, both of you," she said, and they followed her through the nave to the altar rails, and at a sign from her knelt down. Now they saw that on either side of the altar stood a Christian priest. The priest to the right, it was Bishop Egbert, came forward and began to read over them the marriage service of their faith. "They'd wed us ere we die," whispered Rosamund to Wulf. "So be it," he answered. "I am glad." "And I also, beloved," she whispered back. The service went on, as in a dream. The service went on, while the white-robed sisters sat in their carven chairs and watched. The rings that were handed to them had been interchanged. Wulf had taken Rosamund to wife. Rosamund had taken Wulf to husband, till death did them part. Then the old bishop withdrew to the altar, and another hooded monk came forward and uttered over them the benediction in a deep and sonorous voice, which stirred their hearts most strangely, as though some echo reached them from beyond the grave. He held his hands above them in blessing, and looked upwards, so that his hood fell back, and the light of the altar lamp fell upon his face. It was the face of Godwin, and on his head was the tonsure of a monk. Once more they stood before Saladin, and now their train was swelled by the abbess and sisters of the Holy Cross. "Sir Wulf Darcy," said the Sultan, "and you, Rosamund, my niece, Princess of Baalbek, the dregs of your cup, sweet or bitter sweet, are drunk. The doom which I decreed for you is accomplished, and according to your own rights you are man and wife, till Allah sends upon you that death which I withhold. Because you showed mercy upon those doomed to die, and were the means of mercy, I also give you mercy, and with it my love and honour. Now bide here, if you will, in my freedom, and enjoy your rank and wealth, or go hence, if you will, and live out your lives across the sea. The blessing of Allah be upon you, and turn your souls light. This is the decree of Yusuf Saladin, commander of the faithful, conqueror and caliph of the East. Trembling, full of joy and wonder, they knelt before him and kissed his hand. Then, after a few swift words between them, Rosamund spoke. "Sire, that God whom you have invoked, the God of Christian and of Muslim, the God of all the world, though the world worship him in many ways and shapes, bless and reward you for this royal deed. Yet listen to our petition. It may be that many of our faith still lie unransomed in Jerusalem. Take my lands and gems, and let them be valued, and their price given to pay for the liberty of some poor slaves. It is our marriage offering. As for us, we will get us to our own country." "So be it," answered Saladin. "The lands I will take, and devote the sum of them as you desire. Yes, to the last bezant. The jewels also shall be valued, but I give them back to you as my wedding dower. To these nuns further, I grant permission to bide here in Jerusalem, to nurse the Christian sick, unharmed and unmolested, if so they will, and this because they sheltered you. Ho, minstrels and heralds, lead this new-wed pair to the place that has been prepared for them." Still trembling and bewildered, they turned to go, when lo, Godwin stood before them, smiling, and kissed them both upon the cheek, calling them beloved brother and sister. "And you, Godwin?" stammered Rosamund. "I, Rosamund, have also found my bride, and she is named the Church of Christ." "Do you then return to England, brother?" asked Wulf. "Nay," Godwin answered, in a fierce whisper and with flashing eyes. "The cross is down, but not for ever. That cross has Richard of England and many another servant beyond the seas, and they will come at the Church's call. Here, brother, before all is done, we may meet again in war. Till then, farewell." So spoke Godwin, and then was gone. End of The Brethren by H. Rider Haggard.